Batu will pay chrysanthemums in September, but due to the drought in Yongcheng, the imperial court owed a part of Duanyue magpies. The palace all followed Li Jianting's will and did not set up a chrysanthemum feast. Fu Man had originally cultivated hundreds of pots of precious chrysanthemums in his village, but now he dare not give them away. Batu will pay chrysanthemums in September, but due to the drought in Yongcheng, the imperial court owed a part of Duanyue magpies. The palace all followed Li Jianting's will and did not set up a chrysanthemum feast. Fu Man had originally cultivated hundreds of pots of precious chrysanthemums in his village, but now he dare not give them away. Yin She woke up 3 minutes later, gargle and change clothes under the eunuch's service. The **** should wait for the master personally, and he should not have any taste in himself. Their collars are fake collars, and they can be changed immediately with sweat stains. Socks and boots are hardwool fleece socks and boots, without sound when walking. Fu Man cleaned up properly, dressed neatly, put his waistcard to the front and stepped out of the door. He saw the stars in the sky, and went to the duty room in front of Mingli Hall, and asked the **** who was in the hall last night. The emperor slept well last night? The eunuchs are having breakfast with tea. They are afraid to eat casually at night. They are afraid to show respect at night, and they are afraid of leaving a taste in their mouths. Therefore, they dare to eat some snacks and pads before entering. He listened to Fu Man's inquiries and hurriedly stood up and replied, "If you go back to the ancestors, the emperor slept well last night, turned over 4 times, and did not call slaves." Fu Man counted the time, guessing that Li Jianting should wake up. He went to the eaves and waited to be summoned. He waited for a while and watched Feng Quan come out, but just nodded and smiled as saluting. If Feng Quan was unconscious, he saluted him according to the number of etiquette. The emperor wanted to call the old ancestors to serve him last night, Feng Quan said slowly, and said to Fu Man, "Old ancestors, double happiness comes to the door." Fu Man couldn't figure out what medicine was sold in Feng Quan gourd, and he was suspicious. He didn't dare to answer it casually, and said vaguely, "I borrow your good words." Having said that, before Feng Quan continued, he took the lead in raising his robe and entered Mingletang. The hanging curtains in the hall were just tied up, the windows opened wide, and the frost fell early in the morning, and Fu Man noticed the chill. He stepped over to the bronze mirror to see that Li Jianting had finished his makeup. Instead, he would definitely praise it at this moment, but he was cautious today, saying only, "Emperor, breakfast is ready." Li Jianting looked as usual, and the flower in the forehead was glaring. She helped Fu Jin and said, "It's just fine." Slave didn't dare to forget the emperor's orders, and specifically let Guanglu Temple choose to do it simply. Fu Man bowed and limped to help Li Jianting. "It is gold and silver rolls, jade and white tofu." Li Jianting was out of the palace. The memorials on the royal case were all newly approved last night. She looked at the specially chosen puppet again. "Let's talk to Yuan Fu." Li Jianting opened the small gold and silver scroll. "Please save the cabinet, and you don't have to hand it over. Like this Yuten in Liuju, you write a lot of folds, and it's just so much flattery, a waste of time." Fu Man waited for Li Jianting to have a meal, and said with a smile, "This elder, the slave, all heard about it. It is said that his discounts are the same, and Hage was not old enough in his early years." Li Jianting didn't answer, ran out of breakfast, and rushed to the early morning. As early as when the North talked about leaving the Northeast, the Dancheng Sentry reported that the Beiyuan campus had increased its troops. Before the military status of the Ministry of Military Affairs was reported, the Ministry of Civil Affairs quarreled with the Ministry of Households and asked the Ministry of Households to quickly distribute the arrears. The Ministry of Households had no choice but to be able to push things to Li Jianting without money and could only be malignated. At halfway, the spokesperson of Dukeroyuan impeached the negligent control of local officials. The new state government of Huaizhou took up less than half a month and Huaizhou rioted. The deduction is to save the Yongcheng, an official from the Ministry of Household Affairs said. "The national crisis should take the lead. You should have made a concerted effort. You did not issue the monthly feast, nor did our department's monthly feast. Everyone is hungry. What about us? You have been checking the accounts. Dancheng and Wucheng have been checked. Both Pan and Han have copied them. Feiqing has taken the lead. Now the remaining cities are filling the field tax, a ministry official countered. According to the budget at the beginning of the year at this moment, it is enough to send the moon. What about the money? Where is the money? Something must be said. The Queen Mother drove the crane and the Emperor ascended the throne. Ask the Ministry of Rights, where did the money go? The money has been spent on the blade. There is also the renovation of the Taimiao Temple, the reconstruction of the civilian district, the Ministry of Industry. You talk about Yu Zhong, the ministry official hurriedly. What else do you do? We are not afraid of oblique shadows. All the checked accounts are reviewed by the Ministry of Criminal Affairs and Dali Temple, and then reported to the Emperor by the cabinet. There is no concealment. Liang Yangshan saluted to Li Jianting. Yuan gave the ticket, the Emperor approved it, and every step was strictly in accordance with the law and in accordance with the rules. Strictly abide by the law. Lord Chongshan, you don't have to. Du Shiyuan Yusha raised his hand to salute. Emperor, Wei Chen is about to take part in the bribe of Shuexiu, the former household. The shout was silent, and the quarreling people turned their heads. Shuexiu was standing among the ministers without moving his eyes. Li Jianting glanced at Shuexiu and paused for a long time, saying, "Isn't Shuexiu now inside the code?" Return to the Emperor, exactly. This man had been confused in the household, repeatedly slandering the court, and he could not reuse it. Yusha raised his robe, knelt to the ground, and continued, until a few months ago, Shuexiu colluded with traders and borrowed the emperor's amnesty, paid a large bribe to the palace's imperial concubine to secure his position. King Di, who was next to Li Jianting, waved lightly, and she sat upright. Shuexiu made a lot of money in this position and earned 3 Donglong Street courtyards. This man did not know his shame, but also worked with his internal concubine to make a fake account, and the stolen Nekang treasure was resold for a total price of 200,000. The whole hall immediately boiled, but Yongqing's financial aid was only 100,000, and the Spring City silk involved in the Xiaoqia bribery case in Xiandenian was only 82,000. Who knows that Shuexiu took office less than 3 months, and he actually lost 200,000. 2. Sure. The old cabinet minister was dizzy for a while. Li Jianting's face gradually sank, and Shuexiu resold 200,000 yuan of inner warehouse treasures, but let Fu Man report to himself 820,000 yuan, and the remaining 120,000 yuan they all swallowed. Wei Chen also wants to participate in the Dali Temple Shaoqing Shuexiu. Yusha turned his muzzle and pointed at Shuexiu. Shuexiu was arrogant and mighty, and he was a fake public servant. He was in a high position but did not think about introspection, but Sheng Rong did not know the Sacred Heart. It was abominable, hateful, and spitting for a rat to go into the warehouse and treacherous with Shuexiu. You are wanton. Li Jianting drank suddenly. The hall fell to the ground with a wow, and the needle drop was audible. Li Jianting stood up, leaned sideways in front of the throne, and pointed to Yu Shidao. As a verbal official, you have the responsibility to supervise and impeach the 100 officials, and you should check and be pragmatic. You know that you are controlling the way of the court, but you use this to deny dissidents. It's wicked to see you. The official rank is not high, but the deterrents can run up and down. In the early days, Emperor Guangqing didn't dare to rebuke the officials. Only the officials rebuked him. In Tianqin's year, Li Jianheng was a bastard. In the bribery case, Fu Linia was seized to stabilize the situation. In addition, Da Ju had no emperor. Dare to offend the officials in the court. Sure enough, Yusha immediately said, Wei Chen has solid evidence, but the emperor wants to favor the criminal, is it right? Shuexiu is an emperor. Li Jianting said coldly, how can you allow you to frame a teacher like this? Kong Yang sank in his heart, and while kneeling, exchanged eyes with Center Yu. Shuexiu was greedy for corruption, and immediately ordered the Ministry of Punishment to investigate and deal with it. He must try to understand as soon as possible. As for Shuexiu, Li Jianting walked away. You are talking nonsense. Emperor, Yusha said sadly, Shue's family will become Dongyu if he doesn't get rid of him. Shuexiu is clearly the next Hua Xiqian. Shuexiu buried himself in the ground. From beginning to end, he didn't speak. It was raining in the evening near Batu. Feng Quan waited outside Mingli Hall, and faintly heard the sound of Kong Yang entering. Although Xue Xiuzhua was the emperor's teacher, he was involved in the bribery of Xue Xiui and had to be suspended for investigation in accordance with the law, Kong said. The emperor's rebuke today is against the Supreme Court. It shouldn't be. Li Jianting was silent afterwards. No matter how eager Kong Kong was, she did not answer. Kong Zheng stood up and worshipped. When Li Jianting didn't want to answer, he stood up and worshipped again. Yun's mind is decided, said Li Jianting. Yuan Fu doesn't have to persuade him again. Feng Quan, help Yuan Fu go down. There was a continuous drizzle of rain, and Feng Quan supported Kong Yang and personally raised an umbrella for him. Kong Yang stepped out of Mingletang. The strong wind brought up a few leaves. He turned all kinds of advice into a sigh, pushed the Feng Quan lightly, and did not want an umbrella, and went into the rain alone. Feng Quan quickly chased his robe, held up his umbrella, and sent Kong Ying out all the way. On the other side, Fu Man heard the wind, and hurried to Mingli Hall. Before he entered the door, he knelt down first. As soon as he got down on his knees, he wiped his tears with his sleeve, trying to cry out across the curtain. Before his mouth opened, he smashed a teacup and fell in front of him, shattering. You are greedy for your fame, colluding with courtiers and stealing the treasures of Inakura. Li Jianting reprimanded, come here, drag this deceitful concealer out. In the duty room, Fu Man heard Ir Baoshan detailing the dispute in the early dynasty. He knelt down on the broken piece of porcelain and stood on the ground, holding his head in a hurry. The emperor. The emperor listened to the slave again, then Xue Xiui was transferred to the ministry. Recommend, what is the relationship with slaves, and other lowly people? Emperor, he shouted bleakly, how can slaves be so wronged? Li Jianting waved his sleeves and seemed to be still angry. Fu Man followed his head with a bang and cried, slavery is not worthy, despite the fate of the emperor, but the masters in the court are all poetry students, how can they be so bad? Xue Xiui honored Fu Man, and Fu Man was already packed. He is usually cautious, and no good goods will be sent to the palace, all hidden in the house of Boju, and taken care of by his sons. Now that something is happening, the Ministry of Criminal Affairs must check him, and he will let people ventilate and report immediately in the duty room. Li Jianting listened to Fu Man crying miserably, as if he really moved his heart. Fu Man seized the opportunity, and was preparing to counter-indict the Juqian People's Court by name, but saw Feng Quan rush back. Feng Quan closed the umbrella under the eaves, as if he hadn't seen the expression of happiness, and reported to Li Jianting, the emperor, the slave sees a few little eunuchs holding flowers on the road. After asking, I knew it was sent to Mingletang. Fu Man saw the eunuchs familiar, all of them were holding expensive chrysanthemums, and watching Feng Quan stood up, suddenly felt bad. Li Jianting pulled out the curtain and frowned, and asked, who had ordered not to spend time and energy planting these chrysanthemums? Who contributed it? The duty room did not report it. The **** knelt his head and answered, back to the emperor, this is the order of the father-in-law. Fu Man burned within 5 years, refuting, on the side of the emperor, you dare to talk nonsense. Today I was on duty, when did I order you something like this? The outer dynasty still owed you, Li Jianting continued the order of Yongcheng, and the palace still pursued thrift, and there were signs of extermination of extravagance. Today, Fu Man and the Nei Kang have been tortured. It is the time when they are afraid of trouble. Here, I want to abandon Xue Xiui to be a dead ghost. I want to use his daily beans and food to make a fuss. Don't want sudden changes, even more Jedi. Stop the thief. Li Jianting's expression became more ugly, and he said to the eunuch, truthfully. The ***** horrified, last night, Father Gong sent someone to tell the slaves that the chrysanthemums in Zhuangzi were brought into the palace along with the Guanglu temple. The flowers were Jingui, so they had to be cared for. They will be sent to Mingletang when the emperor looks at him. The emperor relieved. Fu Man's hands and feet were cold, and he said sharply in an instant, I framed you with empty teeth and white teeth. Since I sent someone, what about the ticket? The brand? The **** raised his arms and wiped the rain, and was frightened by Fu Man's breaking sound. he said, come familiar to people. Yes, they are the ancestors' sons. How could slaves dare to get a brand? Holding the porcelain piece, Fu Man's palm was blurred, and when he heard that he had no brand, he suddenly said, it's really nonsense. I have been serving nobles in the palace for nearly 2 decades. Although stupid, I understand the rules and do everything. Take a sign to show people. Emperor, Emperor. He held up his waist card, knees forward, watching Li Jianting crying loudly, even if you die today, you will die in awe. The emperor, the slaves also thought the matter was strange. Fengquan raised his robe and kneeled in front of Li Jianting. The father-in-law is in charge of the house, and is the emperor's confidant. He must not be framed by this and must be found out. He looked at Fu Man. Why better call the dry son who passed the message of the father-in-law to the emperor and let the emperor take a look? Fu Man looked at Nao Xiu's face, and Li Jianting didn't wait for Fu Man to answer, and then said to the guard, go, get the old ancestor's son. She pronounced the words old ancestors so that Fu Man chilled her bones. Within a moment, the guard brought the person to the front. The rain washed the steps, and the dry son lay down in the rain, trembling all over. Li Jianting couldn't see clearly and said, you raise your face. He sobbed in his throat, as if scared, shaking his head frantically against the ground. The guard on the edge grabbed his shoulders and raised his head. Li Jianting didn't recognize it, but the little asterisk in the rain said, it's him, the emperor, and the grandfather welcomes you. The eunuchs of the Tianchen supervisor welcome us, Fengquan whispered to Li Jianting. The king Donglai was detained in the capital, and he was already jailed for a long time. Fu Man looked at Yingxi in shock, and if he was awake when the guard approached, he shouted, the slave is wronged, the emperor, this person is definitely not. Yingxi scowled at the ground and shouted. He choked on the ground and cried, old ancestors, save the son. Li Jianting opened the skirt that Fu Man encountered, looked at him, and said, you are so capable, you can get it out of the who has been convicted by the Ministry of Justice. It is worthy of the old ancestors who all rely on. Blessed with coldness all over the body, knowing that this is the dead end, he said, the emperor, begging the emperor to read the old feelings. You are only masters and slaves in the deep palace, said Li Jianting. Where's the old feeling? I lift you up, but you don't know how to be grateful. You made such a big mistake, and you won't lose anything. The guard dragged Fu Man, and Fu Man's round neck gripped his neck. He panicked, struggling, Emperor. Fengquan winked at the guard, who immediately blocked Fu Man's mouth and dragged him out as fast as possible. No attack. Shun Zichuan looked back and looked at Fei Sheng. Fei Sheng bowed his head and said, it is said that the emperor angered Yusha on the chapel, and it was already full of storms. Master, she had previously rewarded Mountain, not just to fight against Shuexiuzhua. How did such a good opportunity become this time? Is the master and apprentice deep? Shun Zichuan glared at the mirror, and the jade beads in his right ear were obscure. He pondered for a moment and said, I still underestimated the empress. Looking at the raindrops ticking under the eaves, Yarrow Wenyu suddenly waved his arm and plucked out a full set of chess pieces. The black and white pawns suddenly splashed into the rain and were soon covered by ripples. His throat was sweet and he coughed a few times, and said, Mu Xiu is in the forest, the wind will urge it, when piled up on the shore, the flow will be turbulent. 1. The words of the emperor in the upward direction are to use Shuexiuzhua, and Shuexiuzhua will be abolished. The author has something to say. 1. From Li Kang's Luck of Life. Shuexiu's legs were weak. He supported the door frame and slid down on the ground, watching his wife and sister's maids hurriedly gather up the softness, and murmured, Can't go. Brother Jin hasn't come back yet. Shuexiu's legs were weak. He supported the door frame and slid down on the ground, watching his wife and sister's maids hurriedly gather up the softness, and murmured, Can't go. Brother Jin hasn't come back yet. The sound of footsteps from outside the courtyard, the nurses stretched their necks to see the army, the soul was frightened. The gate of the courtyard was slammed open. Shuexiu waved his arm when the army came in, and said, I am wronged by the officials. Du Junxin will pull out the sign and instrument from his arms, saying, The ticket of the Ministry of Punishment, the Emperor's Ju Pei. He looked around the courtyard, the rest are all taken away. The army erected Shwe Shui violently. He slid his feet on the ground and was gagged. Fu Man went to jail, and the concubine withdrew the group. Li Jianting replaced all the key members of the house knock that night. The guard knocked on the door, waiting for the other side to argue, and gagging directly, even faster than Li Jianting's poisoning case. There are footsteps everywhere in the palace, countless guards standing in the shadow of the foot of the wall, and the eunuchs and palace ladies who are still on duty are cautious in their actions, all shrinking their hands and dare not look around. Shwe Xiuzhua was not asleep. He stood by the window in his cloak, listening to the chaotic running noise outside the high wall. After the rain breaks, the clouds disappear, and the cold moonlight crosses over him, and he looks at the bamboo shadow in front of the window. Ah! Mua rubbed his nose rudely, urging Shwe Xiuzhua to rest. Shwe Xiuzhua looked back and said, "Can Jinna sleep well?" Dumma nodded, pointing to the direction of Shwe Jin's room. Her in his mouth was a reply. Shwe Xiuzhua said, "Go to sleep." Dum refused, he chopped it with his hand, and was letting Shwe Xiuzhua eat. Shwe Xiuzhua didn't answer. He picked up the chess pieces on the chessboard and looked at them, as if he couldn't understand something. Seeing him immobile, Mua showed a helpless look, didn't leave, and sat down at the door. After a long time, Shwe Xiuzhua threw the pieces back into the basket. After the early morning of the next day, Shwe Xiuzhua was waiting outside Mingli Hall for Li Jianting's call. Today there are countless impeachments. Shwe Shui went to jail, and it was true that corruption and bribery were true. The rumors closely followed the trend, and even the number of Guozijian students who had sent Shwe Xiuzhua a famous post was reduced. Shwe Xiuzhua's seizure of the Son of Man is really against the law, said the official kneeling before the royal case. Shwe Shui was his elder brother anyway. The emperor has never robbed the elder son of his elder brother, and he has never. The emperor should lead by example. Doesn't he act like this to teach the world to despise rituals and law, and to care for their relatives? Li Jianting closed the memorial and said, Shwe Shui favors his wife and destroys his wife. He is greedy for money and extravagance. He thinks that Shwe Xiuzhua's move is precisely to abide by the etiquette law, and it is not wrong for his Shwe family to consider. The official was almost 70, and he shook his head tremblingly, and continued, the old minister thought otherwise, the brother was wrong. He could explain and admonish. This is the respect of brothers and friends. Li Jianting listened to the dogma of etiquette and law all morning and stood up. The so-called Renxian must be ruled, and the Renxian must be chaotic. 1. What is a sage? Able to discern nobleness and abide by the law, the emperor, the good medicine is bitter, the loyalty is against the ear. Li Jianting couldn't step forward and sat back again. The sunny days after the rain were sweltering, and the flowers planted in front of the hall were a little bitter. The official rested for a while, drank a cup of tea, and did not wait for Li Jianting to speak, and then exhorted Li Jianting to sit from early to late. The official didn't know how many cups of tea he had drank, and said to Li Jianting and Li, the emperor, the smarter and more acquainted, the more clear-headed and clear-headed. He smashed his mouth and relieved, I thought. I listened to Jun's speech today, and it's better to read a book for 10 years. Li Jianting got up to personally help her, and her forehead lined her with a bright face, and said with a cheerful face, in another day, I would like to ask Mr. Guo to talk to the students of Guozijian. This is the most famous saying. It's not early today, and seeing that your husband is tired, go back and rest. The official said dare as he walked, and when he went out, he also said, the bright one, Shwe Xiuzhua. Fengquan had a wink, bowed to support the officials, and smiled. The ground is slippery in front of the church, and the old man should be careful, and he will walk with you. The official is supported by Fengquan and goes further and further. The setting sun shone. She crossed the potted plants in front of the Minglitang into orange-red, and also illuminated the golden urns beside Li Jianting. She turned to her side and gazed at Shwe Xiuzhua standing in the hall. Shwe Xiuzhua's back was like a knife, his shoulders carried the last brilliance, the official robe was hidden in the afterglow, and Li Jianting could not see his look. Sir, Li Jianting raised his hand and lifted the curtain. Please. There were no lights in Mingli Hall, and no one was waiting. Shwe Xiuzhua knelt before the royal case, But Li Jianting did not return to the throne. She stood on the side of the royal case and looked at the calligraphy on the wall. Xue Xiui makes mistakes and has nothing to do with Mr. Li Jianting said, if Mr. came to ask for sin, it is unnecessary. Xue Xiui was corrupt and accepted bribes, but the Ministry of Criminal Affairs wanted the Jushi businessman involved in this case, but he took a chance. Xue Xiuzhua was not on the ground like others. He knelt on his knees and followed Li Futing in the house. This case has nothing to do with Wei Chen. Recently Mr. Impeachment has been as bullish as Mr. Li, and he has more than 10 counts of guilt, but Mr. Li listened to his words, and he was not hesitant. Li Jianting gazed at the painting, presumably it was expected. Xue Xiuzhua said, "Poor is thinking change." The light in Mingli Hall disappeared, and both were hidden in the dark. The palace lights hanging outside the corner of the church are not lit, and the entire palace is like a deep sleep. The towering palace is surrounded by the thin light at the end of the sky, no birds, and no sound. You once saved the 13 cities with, and you overthrew Hua Xiqian with Hai Liangyi. You never sleep to check the taxes of the 8 city fields. No one in this world knows how difficult it is to eliminate the family disease. It refers to touching the calligraphy and painting, and the Emperor Guangqing Emperor's seal is covered on it. The priorities are urgent. Han Yang and the Queen Mother fell down one after another. No one in the family succeeded. They were already tired of self-defeating. Xue Xiuzhua understood it better than anyone. You continued to play, asking for the dismissal of the old Lord Fei, and copying the door of Fei Shuo. Li Jianting slid with his fingertips, dragging his fingerprints on the painting, to make the family particularly hate you, but also to give you a chance to fight with your enemy. Dan Cheng Fei's, Wu Qinghan's, and Wu Qinghua's. Li Jianting was assisted by the cabinet and Xue Xiuzhua before and after he ascended the throne. Now they are under the threat of China Bo to relax the atmosphere with the family. They must have someone to bear the enemy. Li Jianting looked back and said, "Sir, this is to martyr himself, to help me to sit and stabilize." The palace lamp at the corner of the eaves lit, and the faint light passed through the bead curtain and shone fragmentedly on Xue Xiuzhua's back. His back was thin, and his official robe was old, like a pine nailed to Beidou, unwavering by the wind. He looked at the picture and said, "Xiaosh is so willing." The so-called emperor on the upper side and those on the lower side of the court are power ministers. Most of them cling to their heavy handles and do not comply with the ceremonial law. If Li Jianting was indecisive and weak as Emperor Xianda and Tian Chen, Xue Xiuzhua could choose to be a minister, but Li Jianting was not. Maybe Daiju needs a soft and gentle emperor at some time, but at this moment, here is a group of wolves. If Li Jianting cannot be determined, he can only be a puppet under the command of courtiers, then she is not worth sitting it's here. The rules have officials, governors, and courtiers, but Taishua is not above the temple, but it can supplement the affairs of the world. If Taishua's reputation is tied to the minister, it is the wolf that controls the decision of the king, so Wei Chen must be isolated. Among the ministers, Xue Xiuzhua's eyes were calm. His calmness was not like ordinary people's calmness, but more like a known way forward. Therefore, no matter whether he was hit by a stone and spurned, he would not be able to do it. Move. Fame seems to be faltering, but it is also the key to party gathering. Hai Liangyi didn't form a party when he was alive. He didn't even see courtiers after returning to the house every day, but did he really have no party? The cold gates gathered and Taishua was oriented. Yarrow Wenyu was able to recruit the world's talents for Shenzhechuan, and Hai Liangyi's fame was also in it. Xue Xiuzhua's post at the Ministry of Household Affairs was excellent in the evaluation of the matter. Previously, Xian Denian had the credit for clearing up Jushi and revitalizing the 13 cities. Later, Sheng Chengnian inspected the field tax and returned the field to the people. He has used this name and is well aware of the power of the wave. Li Jianting turned back suddenly and said, "Isn't your husband afraid of death?" So far, no one has asked Xue Xiuzhua about this. He looked at Li Jianting and replied, "The courtier died. Xiaosh should be willing." Xue Xiuzhua was willing, he even gave up his life and reputation in this life. Li Jianting said silently, saying, "I respect Mr. and I am willing. If you don't have anything, you can't go against it, if you don't have it, you can't die too." Yarrow Wenyu's disease book, scribbled handwriting. The inside was covered with paper sheets, his hand holding the pen trembling slightly, finally covering his lips and coughing when he abandoned the pen. Timing. Qi Shiyu wanted Qi to inherit Qi Zhuin's Donglai king. He was more cautious than Xiao Fengshu, and now he can watch the situation patiently. Sun Zechuan's Duanzhou only accepted the hearts of the 6 states in the First World War. If he wanted to completely abandon the 2 words of Shen Wei, he would have to be righteous. Therefore, even if the Dunju garrison army at the Tiger in Beiyuan arrived at the Beiyuan campus, it could not be the first to send troops. Moreover, Qi Zhuyin did not move, and the 300,000 Chidong garrison was the blade on the south side of Zhongbua. Timing. The monarch wants a chance to completely eradicate the hidden dangers. Yarrow Wenyu coughed quickly, no longer holding a pen, but covering his mouth with a parchment. As soon as Qiao Tianya arrived tonight, he got into the hospital and heard the cough in the room. Haven't the medicine prepared for the gentleman? Fei Sheng asked the maid in the courtyard. Mr. used only half a bowl, the maid replied softly. Stay in the house, and don't make any noise. Qiao Tianya pushed open the door, and all the paper sheets fell off. Fei Sheng leaned behind and picked it up, but he saw the densely packed words on it, and couldn't help but say, Sir, is this a book? Qiao Tianya had already entered the room. Yarrow Wenyu's pale dyed red. He pushed away the 4-wheeled vehicle, hugged Yuanzhua directly, and said to Fei Sheng, call it now. When Yarrow Wenyu looked up, he didn't know why, and his nose was beginning to bleed. It was late at this time, and now that I had fallen asleep. Qiao Tianya didn't dare to wait, he hugged someone to run down to the yard. Yarrow Wenyu half closed his eyes, his face was sunk into his chest, and his lips murmured. Fei Sheng message. Qiao Tianya ran with sweat, and he reached out to cover Yarrow Wenyu's other face, as if he wanted to hold Yuanzhua in his chest. Fei Sheng stepped up first and shouted, open the door. Let the little monk get up. The janitor didn't dare to delay, and ran to shout after removing the latch. Since he was wearing a monk's robe when he came out, he was sleepy and said, little monk does not see a doctor at night. What happened to my husband? It was almost dawn when Shen Zichuan arrived. He was wearing a robe and watching Yarrow Wenyu fall asleep in the room, and signaled everyone to go to the side hall. It takes a lot of effort to make life easier, since he said, the poison in the gentleman is called late return. As the name suggests, it's the exact opposite of the chase. This poison has been late and has passed away. Is it more than a year? It's been a year and a half, Fei Sheng remembered, from Dan Cheng. Now that he has put his pen down and folded his hands, he bowed and saluted to Shen Zichuan, and truthfully said, when the young monk first met Mr., the blue has already appeared on his wrist. The prince, this poison is chasing the same disease, and the little monk cannot save it. Everyone in the side hall changed his look. When Yarrow Wenyu heard the rain, he dreamed of Body Mountain, as if closing his eyes, it was endless rain. The clouds covered the green bamboo in the mountains. When he was near the wind, he had mud on his sleeves and felt that his body was wet, and he could not tell whether it was sweat or rain. One for spring and autumn, the sound of Zhu Dao behind, Hai Liangyi stood far away, Yuanzhua is back. Yarrow Wenyu looked back. The breeze inspired his big sleeve. He called, teacher. Hai Liangyi stood with his hands on his back, and his short hair had been dyed white. He didn't wear an official robe, just like Yarrow Wenyu was walking into the school, and a sack was still hanging around his waist. He said, when I heard the wind, I knew you were back. The sound of the waves in the bamboo forest was too loud, and Hai Liangyi's figure hid in it, leaving only Yarrow Wenyu standing alone. The mountain fog looks like a bird. Yarrow Wenyu overlooks the Longlu Fengxian of the capital. He once climbed into the distance and saw the twilight of the mountain view. Until then, he didn't know that the world was vast. The teacher waits for me, Yarrow Wenyu said, after the rain stops. The sound of the piano sounded, the scenes in front of Yarrow Wenyu were scattered, and he returned to the square bed. The half-covered window blocked the daylight. When he opened his eyes, he didn't feel awake, but instead fell into a dream. He closed his eyes several times and finally said, Matsuyuki, it's time. Qiao Tianya pressed the strings and said, you are upside down day and night, And you are confused, don't you usually call Xiao Tianya? Song Yusheng was cold at night, and Fengquan was full of listening to 3, Yarrow Wenyu said. This name is too lonely. I used to have a friend called Xiao Fengquan. Xiao Tianya plucked the strings, the sounds were scattered, but they didn't make a song, it's a pity to die. Yarrow Wenyu heard that the sound of the piano was messy, and then said, You play the piano, does he also play it? I don't remember, Xiao Tianya said, but I can play the piano for you, only I Xiao Tianya. Yarrow Wenyu looked at him and said, I saw you at the beginning of the spring and the year, and the tune you have to teach has not yet been completed. Xiao Tianya stopped, looked at Yarrow Wenyu, and said, It's not too late at this moment. Shue Shui explained that it was not clear that the houses of those traders were empty. Nyan Du entered and exited with household registration vouchers, and Du Jun kept it for 3 days, but no one was found. The businessman who squandered on Donglong Avenue seemed to disappear out of thin air. Kong Shi received Shue Xiujue's request in the office complex. He put down the teacup and thought for a moment, saying, Let him go. Waiting for the official who wrote back, Center Yu said to the opposite, It is inappropriate for Shue Xiujue to participate in the case at this moment. It's about the internal dynasty, and the 2 banks involved are big. After the criminal department drafts the charges, it will definitely be tried in 3 divisions, Kong said, picking up the teacup again. Shue Xiujue is a young secretary of Dali Temple. Since he has not suspended his office, he has the right to inspect. Shue Xiui is his elder brother, and he should avoid it, Center Yu held his knees. In addition, there have been more and more discounts for impeaching him recently. It's not that I said, to find benefits, it should be rectified by the Institute. Kong Minute took a few sips of tea. That day, Shue Xiui was impeached for corruption and bribery, but Shue Xiujue will inevitably have personal complaints. What you mean is that if you look at those words, it's all insignificant. He has outstanding achievements and is of the same family, Center Yu said, I hate him for stepping on it. If the emperor is willing to scold him when dealing with Shue Xiui, it would not be so angry. Kong Yang could not taste in his mouth. He set aside the teacups, silent for a moment, and said, This thing shouldn't have been so straightforward. Shue Xiujue checked the field tax and returned to the people in Dancheng, Wucheng, and Lucheng. This year's drought in Yongcheng, Shan encountered difficulties in borrowing food. He asked Grandpa to tell his grandmother in Lidu. That's it. The 2 did not touch the food allocated to the people in the 3 cities. The people remembered him and even offered to worship him at home. The emperor refused to continue his investigation of the tax on the land, and rewarded the mountain to ease the situation. Now, if Shue Xiujue is accused of Shue Xiu as a jerk, the people in the 3 cities would not agree. Furthermore, Shue Xiujue and Shue Xiui is known to everyone in the world. He has long been separated. You have asked the emperor to investigate Shue Xiujue's job. If the emperor did so, wouldn't it be that the birds were hiding and meanness? Then Shue Xiui colluded with corruption and bribery. The emperor immediately ordered the Ministry of Punishment to conduct an examination. He did not mean to protect Shue Xiui for Shue Xiujue. The investigation and the murder should not be too aggressive. Center Yu listened to Kong Shi's words in order to protect Shue Xiujue, and said, The officials are advancing, and they are also afraid of the emperor favoring Shue. If the emperor listens to Shue Xiujue in all things, he is going to mess with the monarchs and lords. Besides, the other day, the emperor is quite fond of blessing. Blessing Fuman forgets why he made a mistake. Kong Zheng pointed to Center Yu and said, Yes, it is because the emperor's pets believe in Fuman that Fuman will make mistakes. This time, you can't see clearly. I ask you, who is Fuman? He had a good relationship with Xiao Qie at the beginning, but he was able to trick Xiao Qie into the palace for relying on Han Zun, and he could kill Han Zun for his future life. The imperial dynasty's prestige is very high. His descendants are everywhere. The most important thing is that he is still the power of 2 dynasties. He is standing beside Tianzi, holding the right to approve the redemption of cabinet tickets. Later, keeping these villains by the side, a little carelessness, hurting the body, and hurting the country in the worse. The emperor will not kill him, I will kill him, Kong Zheng said, standing up and taking 2 steps. Shenzhechuan Chen Bing's Beiyuan campus, how long can Boju 40,000 recruits support? I have to immediately ask the commander to dispatch the king of the army. Last time the commander sent soldiers to the mouse department, the army commander was Xue Xiuzhua. The soldiers have to speak to Xue Xiuzhua. The jailer of the criminal department was familiar with Xue Xiuzhua, and opened the door for him, saying, "Does the adult want to see Xue Jianshou? As long as I have a ticket, I will open the door." Xue Xiuzhua followed the jailer's arm and looked back. Only in an instant, he retracted his eyes and said, "I'm here to meet Ingshi." The jailer didn't bother to ask questions. After seeing the ticket, he led Xue Xiuzhua to walk inside, unlocked the cell door, and said, "Yangshi father-in-law still has a case, so he didn't shut up with others. Please, please." Xue Xiuzhua lowered his head and entered the narrow cell. Ingshi's prison uniform was dirty and had been tortured. She was lying inside with her hands and feet, hearing the movement, shaking, sitting up, holding her head to dodge, and shouting, "I'm guilty, guilty, don't fight." Xue Xiuzhua looked around. Ingshi saw Xue Xiuzhua from the gap between his arms and immediately crawled down the bed, kneeling at his feet and begging, "Master, Lord is here to investigate the case. I'm guilty, I'm guilty." He shook the chain, pointing to his face, "But I'm wrong this time." Xue Xiuzhua's official robe was wrinkled by Ingshi. He looked up at Ingshi and said, "Your sin is inconclusive. I ask you a few questions. If you can answer me truthfully, I will convict myself with the Ministry of Criminal Justice at my discretion." Ingshi nodded hurriedly, and followed Xue Xiuzhua with his eyes, saying, "Know all things, all word. I am all arranged by the ancestors. Who sent you to Chidong Jianjun?" First Emperor. Ingshi said, "The first emperor sent me to Chidong Jianjun, which was recommended by the old ancestors. The old ancestors said that our father and son would eat and wear without worry, and we wouldn't have to breathe in the future. Now," Xue Xiuzhua continued to ask, "did you replace the military rations in Bian County?" No matter what you want, Xue Xiuzhua wants to ask about it. He releases his hands, shrinks his eyes, dodges his eyes, blinks his words, "I'm just a prisoner, how dare to change the military ration?" He looked at Xue Xiuzhua and hesitated. "Climbing and biting, then that Lu Guangbai defected, but I did not force him." Xue Xiuzhua leaned down and grabbed Ingshi's arm, and asked again, "Did you replace the rations in Bianjuan?" Ingshi was short of breath and could not avoid it. She could only wipe her nose and tears. Remorse, "This is really not my intention, sir. I only know that I can change the food cart, but who knows that it is moldy rice inside? If I had known that it was moldy rice, it would give me 10 guts, and I would not dare to change it." He said here, remembering this year's terror, he couldn't help but shed tears. "The old ancestors have miserable me are. The commander took me. I was the one who sinned for the blessing. He was ashamed, and naturally he would save me." Xue Xiuzhua has been investigating the Zhenliang County Zhenliang case, and there are no problems with the officials of the military department involved. He did not remember the eunuchs in the army until Ingshi entered the palace again. "Scorpion." Xue Xiuzhua stared at Ingshi and asked, "What do you want to do in the palace?" Ingshi shook her head vigorously, with a messy face, and choked with a choked answer, Not me. This time I entered the palace, I was really a blessing, Lord. He wrote to me in June, asking me to take care of him for the hospital. Zhonghuakao is waiting for the bloggers to be happy in September. This time, I really came to give flowers." "You are hiding in Batu." Xue Xiuzhua raised his voice. "Who on earth are you going to kill?" Ingshi was dragged in pain, shouting, I don't know. I'm all wrong. Where is Shenzhechuan?" Xue Xiuzhua's expression grew darker. "Shenzhechuan is also a scorpion?" Ingshi shook her head casually and struggled. "I have nothing to do with the chaos. Conscience, I have nothing to do with the chaos." Xiao Qie recommended Fuman to his superiors. Was he also taught by Shenzhechuan? Ingshi shoved Xue Xiuzhua, who had a cold in his back. Everything he couldn't figure out seemed to work. There is also the post that reported Wei Huaigu. Xue Xiuzhua looked horrible. "It was your who changed the brand and changed from the criminal department to the household department. The purpose was to make Wei Huaigu surrender and cut off his tail to keep the scorpion free of bliss, which is a blessing. Full is an eunuch. No wonder there is no trace of North Korea. Fuman was down, panting, and a bucket of salt water splashed over his face. He was hurt and shouted in pain, but his hands and feet were tied, and he could only yell at his throat and curse, "You dog hybrid." Feng Quan tossed away the bucket and sneered, "You are not a good dog." "I am in trouble today," Fu Man said sharply, "You did it. It's you who make yourself suffer." Feng Quan sneered Fuman's face sarcastically. "Wang Ba, a few years old, dared to call himself the ancestor, and I think you're tired and crooked." Fu Man was faceless by Feng Quan. This slapping with moderate strength did not slap pain, but was insulting than slap. There was blood between Fu Man's teeth, and he took a sip and said, "You wait for the emperor to copy you." Feng Quan approached, and whispered, "You poisoned the emperor, do you think nobody knows? You framed me to jail, so anxious for me to die, do you think the emperor can't understand?" He laughed weirdly, as if he hated Fu Man. "Your family is dead, and you can copy your 9 races." Fu Man's teeth were all loose. He took a few sips and said, "Put your mother's shit, bitch." "It's not me." He panted and shouted, "Not me. It's not who you are." Feng Quan stepped back. "It's you who took Han. She's following. Han Fang chases you back and asks you to go down to the emperor's food and wait for her to die. The army could immediately kill the cabinet courtiers on the grounds of King Qin. So you poisoned the emperor's food and almost killed the emperor. I have my own measure." Fu Man's voice trembled with hatred. He looked at Feng Quan's expression and opened his eyes gradually. "It's you. Poison is yours." Fu Man was at the two ends of Li Jianting and the family. He didn't dare not listen to Han Yang, nor did he dare to kill Li Jianting, so he changed the disease to ordinary poison, only a little, it was not so dangerous. Feng Quan's face was hidden in the dim, revealing the white teeth, said, "You are the old ancestor, I am the young ancestor." Fu Man hated tearing Feng Quan with his hands and hitting the shackles with a bang. He said sharply, "Ingshi is your dog." Well, Feng Quan regarded Fu Man as a slap, saying, "The one who raised him in one hand is the ancestor. He is grateful to you, Dade, and doesn't recognize me at all. I'm wrong." Fu Man couldn't help crying, sadly, "I am wrong, Emperor." Feng Quan didn't like the **** smell, covered his nose, and persuaded, "Since you have finished explaining, I will honestly present the confession to the emperor." He turned around and called in, saying, "Old ancestors are old, don't go any further. He has been sentenced to heavy punishment. The adults have not yet been convicted and have to go according to the regulations. I think he always looks for death, for fear that he won't beheaded and will kill himself with his tongue. The old factory of Dongchang is also old, and acted with Feng Quan's face, and he smiled. This matter, we are doing it. Although the father-in-law is assured, Bao Juna will let him live to behead. Bit his tongue and cut him out, isn't it all right?" Feng Quan turned back and said, "There will be labor." Fu Man sees the **** approaching, and says in horror, "Without the permission of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, you dare. The door closed tightly. That night, Xue Xiuzhua was running the compound and waiting for Kong Yi to approve. To see Fu Man tonight, he had to get Yuan Fu's ticket first. At this time, the office hours had passed, but the cabinet had not rested due to the increase in troops at the Kitahora campus. Fu Man wanted to bite his tongue yesterday to commit suicide, and the cool official in the prison made his own claim and cut off his tongue. Kong Yang took time from the case and said to Xue Xiuzhua, "You can't ask now. Fortunately, I finished writing down my confession before the sentence. If you want to see it, I will let the Ministry of Justice give you something." When Xue Xiuzhua took the zipper, he frowned, and then said, "How can such a big thing be an assertion? Who is the torture? Who is tortured?" "It's a young and vigorous child." Kong Yang frowned, "It's too hard to start, and the Ministry of Criminal Affairs has already begun to take action. So coincident." Xue Xiuzhua turned his head, and said, "I'll see. Stop it beforehand." Center Yu ran into the door sweating sweatily, the edge of it was soaked, holding a piece of paper, shoved it in front of Kong Yang, and said hurriedly, "Boren, look, this is not. Is it bad? **** From today's folk, who can prove that the bloodline is really unquestionable? It's all because of Xue Xiuzhua's mouth. It spread quickly, Almost everyone took the piece of unknown paper all night. Xue Xiuzhua is not credible. You see his elder brother Xue Xiui, what is it? The country rat that almost fainted Yuan Fu. Don't you all say that you look like Emperor Guangcheng today? The old man with a cane probed. The adults in the cabinet also nodded. This tea house is messy. Ge Qingqing touched the newly saved beard, and said, I also said that the butcher girl in the front also looked like the first emperor. Grandpa Guangcheng has been more than 10 years ago, really recognize it, no just 2 eyes and 1 mouth? I see you all look alike. The students gathered together, finished reading the paper, each had their own thoughts, and had several disputes, which actually struck up. Xue's control of the court, you are the party feathers that help you, and are the sinners of the ancient times. The students spit, flying. Every country and rat are out, and the emperor hasn't run Xue yet. Isn't that a fear? Xue, Xue. The other side was dragged by the collar, shaking in the crowd, rubbing the torn pieces of paper in his hands, and shouting. Xue Gongjian inspected Tian Du and Hui Tian Yumin, who can be here? Do you? This is a villain trap. You are the eternal sinners of Da Ju. The emperor does not do Xue Gong, is. It's your mother's egg. Why are you so rude? The tables and chairs were chaotic, the students thrashed together, and the pens and papers were smashed all over the floor. The doors and windows were slamming, and Shan Chang came in hastily to maintain the situation. Before he shouted, the students were pushed out of the door by the collision. Call the army. Shan Chang raised his robe, anxiously sweating, his neck flushed, and he stomped his feet to urge. Call the army soon, it's about to kill someone. Xue Gong's history is a loyal minister. Shreds of paper fluttered across the sky. A student stepped on a table and chair, stood high, and pointed around. You persecuted loyal ministers by Zhong Wuji's talk. Jiangshan society was defeated by your rats in his hand. Before he finished speaking, he was hit by the flying ink. Xue Xiui colluded with the insider to steal and sell inside warehouses is indeed a problem. The enthusiastic students had no way to tell who was next to them. Xue Xiuzhua is also a big rat. The table slammed down, and the students who did not step on the floor fell to the ground. Before they could get up, they were stopped by the crowded students. Don't hurt people, a few scholars pulled sideways. Don't hurt people. What's wrong? Shan patted his legs, and Laro tears. Hold up. Asterisk. Qin Yin's snap sound continued. Yarrow Wenyu played very slowly, the red line on his wrist dangled on his cuff, and he turned his finger to redness. Qiao Tianya choked on the string and said, it's missing. He couldn't wait for Yarrow Wenyu to ask, and he drew a few strings at Yarrow Wenyu's hand. But Yarrow Wenyu still couldn't remember, and Qiao Tianya took his hand to pluck the strings. Yarrow Wenyu looked up at him and asked, have you taught others like this before? Qiao Tianya's palm was very hot. He laughed and was still unruly. He looked at Yarrow Wenyu and replied, teached a lot. Then no one told you, Yarrow Wenyu said, you hold it too tight. Maybe someone said it, Qiao Tianya said, but I don't remember it. You forget it quickly. Yarrow Wenyu's back gradually warmed up. This is a good habit. Qiao Tianya looked back at Yarrow Wenyu. In this brief look, he suddenly leaned over and kissed Yarrow Wenyu's lips across the small case. Yi Yuan fell from the courtyard and landed on Qiao Tianya's back. He raised his hand to fix Yarrow Wenyu's chin. The medicine taste is bitter, and Yarrow Wenyu is also bitter. This bitterness turned between the lips and tongue, into the chest cavity, and became awkward. Qiao Tianya felt pain, and Yarrow Wenyu felt pain. He stroked Yarrow Wenyu's cheek in a kiss, as if he never touched Yuan Zhuo, and wanted to make up for himself at this moment. Do you have something to tell me? Qiao Tianya stopped and bumped into Yarrow Wenyu's nose. You lie. Yarrow Wenyu smiled pale. I am your first student. Qiao Tianya also laughed. Qiao Tianya. Yarrow Wenyu raised his finger and touched Qiao Tianya's eyes. Life does not require great merits, and peace and prosperity are rich and happy. I wish you success and long life. Qiao Tianya's look remained unchanged, but his eyes were red. He said, why don't you wish me a good destiny, my children and grandchildren? Yarrow Wenyu didn't want to say. You also lie, Qiao Tianya said, you will have this song long ago. Yuan Zhuo will go to your appointment in March, Yarrow Wenyu said, No regrets. The wind moved the sleeves of the two of them, so close they were, but they were so far away. The author has something to say. 12. From Ziji Tongjian. The ban under the imperial court could not stop the gossip of Boju, and the streets, the Chuguan tea house, and everyone were discussing the emperor's life. The gates were closed, but rumors still reached the 8 cities and they were spreading towards Jueshi. The ban under the imperial court could not stop the gossip of Boju, and the streets, the Chuguan tea house, and everyone were discussing the emperor's life. The gates were closed, but rumors still reached the 8 cities and they were spreading towards Jueshi. Keep the capital closed as soon as possible, Kong Ming said during the meeting of Mingli Hall. The news must not be spread. It is too difficult to learn too much, and the army must also manage it. Cheng Bai is an old minister and knows the scale. Xiao Chengbi knelt before the royal case, and his new official robe fit well. His hair was white and he looked nothing like a general. His voice was very dumb, saying, "Students' trouble is not the first time. It is not easy to grasp the severity. They are afraid that the soldiers will come to the front and add fuel to the fire." "That's okay." Center Yu stood up. He was a verbal official, and naturally understood the stakes. Everyone saves money, destroys bones. Li Jianting did not sleep last night. He sat behind the royal case and drank tea. After a few sips, he said, "I have no doubts, but this time the rumors are that who wrote the piece of paper, and the Ministry of Justice has no clue." "Copying everywhere," Kong said. "I don't know who wrote it. The handwriting is nowhere to be found." Xue Xiuzhua looked at Center Yu, but Master Center has a closer look at this article. "Center Yu saw the paper burned within 5 minutes last night. How could I have time to read it carefully?" At this moment, after listening to Xue Xiuzhua's words, I received the article and read it again. He watched for a while, then suddenly stood up, took a few steps with the article, and said, "A few years ago, the article that made Shidu paper expensive was Tea Stone Sai. I read this article and Tea Stone Sai like it's by one person." Kong Yang vaguely remembered such a person and hesitated. "Is that the Big Pen Gao Shenwei?" Center Yu turned back. "It's Gao Zhongxiong." Gao Zhongxiong's eyes were low and he was Han Jin's staff in Boju. As a result, the 8 major camps were beaten by Xiao Qie. At that time, Han Yang was going to run him. He died in Dancheng. Who would have thought of finally relying on Shen Zichuan? The top priority is not only to curb rumors, but also to convince the commander to send troops as soon as possible, Kong said. Shen Zichuan has a 120,000 defensive force in China and Bo. "We can't fight hard anyway. I have sent my Qi to Chidong," Li Jianting said. "I want King Donglai to send troops across Qianfei and go straight to Dengju." With no assistance from China Bo, Shen Zichuan dispatched the Dunju garrison to Cizhou and left Jini to ride in Duanzhou. Fan and Deng states are inevitably empty. "Don't panic first," Chen Zhen said. The Chinese and Chinese defense forces are also new. Shen Zichuan can only take out the defense forces in the 2 states of Dun and Si. He did not dare to easily mobilize the Chazhou defense forces. "Chengbi, 40,000 the Du Jun heard from you. We are actually comparable to Shen Zichuan. I was worried that Shen Zichuan had a second move." Li Jianting stood up to help Xiao Chengbi. "Now I can only trust Li to the governor Xiao. The old minister should break his bones in order to return to the holy grace." Xiao Chengbi stomped his legs. "It's not too late. The old minister went out of his way to Dancheng tonight, but before he left, the old minister wanted something." Li Jianting looked at Xiao Chengbi's old face. For some reason, suddenly her heart was ups and downs. She helped Xiao Chengbi and was emotional. This war is dangerous. Regardless of the success or failure, as long as you are still alive, you will definitely be wrong for the governor. The old minister is old, and he can do all he can for the country. He is already a favor of the holy, and the others can do it, but he cannot. Xiao Chengbi looked dignified. The old minister requested to open the spring depot of Chunquan camp. Li Jianting stunned slightly. Xiao Chengbi said, "The Chunquan camp is equipped with copper flames, and the old minister wants to take them away." "I'm sure." Li Jianting turned around immediately, called Fengquan to get wine, and poured a glass for Xiao Chengbi himself, saying, "I'm waiting in Liju, wait for the governor to triumph." Gao Zhongxiong put aside his pen and said to Yarrow Wenyu, in the light of Yuan Yuanzhua's opinion, how will he fight this battle? Put gossip first, then persuade the commander to send troops. Yarrow Wenyu turned the four-wheeler to the other side of the table and pushed the map away. Xiao Chengbi guards Dancheng. Xue Xiuzhua will surely make a fuss with the history of Fu Jun. Fan and Deng states still have 40,000 defensive forces left, but they are all recruits and can only wait for Hua Lingyun to rush to support them. Zhu Gui was worried, and with some emotions, Xue Xiuzhua returned to Tian Yumin and gained popularity in Dancheng very high. If the court moved out of Shenwei, we would not fight back. Kongling sidewalk. They benefited the 3 cities, we benefited the 6 states, and the princess' contribution to the 3 realms was a real achievement, and it is by no means comparable to the new emperor. The Chashi defense line was also created by our joint departure from the north and Chidong. He has great achievements in Pingding Bien County and eastward into the desert. In terms of performance, China Bo is unrivaled in the north. Shun Zechuan sat alone and thoughtfully. I have no idea what to think about it. The Tri-City people's land will be fixed at first, Zhu Gui said in Lijiu. But the people in exile in Zhongbua this year will only increase. What is the reason? The family has ruled the 8 cities for a long time. The so-called occupation of the people's land is not just referring to the 8 people. At that time, the Taifu introduced the Yellow Book system precisely to curb the embezzlement of farmland. The 3 cities of Dan, Wu, and Luan did sort out the field tax, but this field tax was also collected by Pan, Han, and Fei's 3 families. In other words, there are still many gangsters who depend on the family but are not from the family. The air deficit continued to be counted on the common people. Yarrow Wenyu looked at Shen Zichuan. Since the family is called Shen Yun, it cannot be eradicated easily. Yuan Zhuo is right. Shen Zichuan opened the tea lid and covered it again. It is not difficult to implement the Yellow Book. It is difficult to accumulate year by year. Internal repairs are required. Inspectors fill in reports. The election of officials in various places is also a top priority. In recent years, he has been indulging in factional gangs, and Han Men and his family have their own losses. When the new emperor takes office, it is the time when the court is empty and no one is in office. Kongling said, Niandu can't even send out the moon cricket now, but also support the military expenses of the 40,000 army. The longer the time, the more they are constrained. The people can't start a business. Things are up to now, Shen Zichuan said. It's a battle of words and inks, and it's up to you how to deal with it. The bamboo curtain lightly lifted. Fei Sheng held the letter and said, Master, second elder has written. Kongling saw the sky was too late, so he brought Zhu Gui and Jiao Zhongxiong up and said to Shen Zichuan, it's too late today, and the governor should also go to bed, we will retreat first. Shen Zichuan opened Xiao Chie's letter after they left one by one. As soon as the stationery was opened, a few paper-folded wolves fell out. My wife saw her face. Shen Zichuan touched this line with his fingers. The expedition was without risk. Tietchi had already reached Mo Sanchuan and could reach his hometown of Amur in November. I borrowed the back of Yang Bu, and used the mutual benefit to win 3 Mos in order to expedite the efforts of the 3 to fight vultures together. There was plenty of food, and Taro was full, but Lu Guangbai was too noisy. If a battle can be won, you will be able to rush home and celebrate the new year with you. Miss you. Shen Zichuan saw below, Xiao Chie painted charcoal with Zhonghei's starry night map. Shen Zichuan looked at the short lines for a long time. The candles lit the windows, the night in Xizhou was still cool, but the east of Chashi had already entered autumn. Mo Sanchuan is a barren deserted beach with rough wind and sand. I wonder if Xiao Chie will be thin when he returns. There are thousands of words in Shen Zichuan, all of which are in the phrase I miss you. Xiao Chie's home letter was followed by a manuscript sealed with a handsome seal. Shen Zichuan opened it and found it was Lu Guangbai's letter. A few days later, the horse's hoof was silent, and the horse did not wake up in the cold night. The Lima people showed their waist cards, and the soldiers of the battalion yelled, hurry up and spread the fire card. Qi Zhuyin had a hunch when she was clothed, she lifted the curtains, and sold the blue sky to see the sign of the express delivery shop. She said, "Military news? Military news." The Zidipu official turned over and knelt down to salute, and said in a loud voice, "The Ministry of Defense specifically approved that Qi Zhuyin, the king of Donglai, be dispatched from the Dengju prefecture to slay the Chinese Communist Party of Chaos." Qi Zhuin's lip line was slightly choppy, and she did not answer immediately. The express delivery official immediately stood up, raised the fire card, and said, "Special destiny, the emperor ordered Donglai king to send troop. The 40,000 capital army is in Dancheng," Qi Zhuyin said. "Why Xiao Chengbi doesn't move? Tianfei is the main danger of Daju, and the more my soldiers spend, the more it will cost tens of thousands of troops. The cabinet has already approved the Ministry of Military Affairs, and Chidong army will arrive soon." The official was born with a face of Zhongrong, originally from Xiao Chengbi's old ministry, and specially asked Qi Zhuyin to send troops. He was not humble, and continued, "The ambitions of the anti-courtesy party are clearly revealed, and the governor's garrison in Dancheng is actually guarding the capital. The thief of Shen's army is now in Chizhou, and his back is empty. As long as the king Donglai sends troops, he can be with the governor. Squeeze and siege the party. Qi Zhuyin should not." Officials stepped closer, wearing a Yuchi yellow belt around his waist and a Yuchi sword. Qi Wei stepped out immediately, blocking in front of Qi Zhuyin, scolding, "See the king unloading a knife. My sword is a gift of heaven." The official said without any fear, and said, "The chaotic party has threatened the capital, and has driven it to the front of the imperial palace. Why doesn't the king of the army fight the king of the army?" He ripped off the yellow belt. Qi was ordered by the emperor to be a great court minister. Qi Zhuyin, why not? Qi Wei was already angry, and said, "My king, you can speak out." Officials arrogantly said, "Jiangshan society is in danger. The king Donglai did not send troops, he died immediately. In that time, Wang Fei, Chen Feichen, you and I are nothing more than slaves. Qi Chichi, take down dash retreat." Qi Zhuyin suddenly raised her hand, and the jacket on her shoulder fell to the ground, revealing the inside uniform and waist dove. She said, "Leave the brand, king knows." The official took the fire card in a tense atmosphere, presented his hands to Qi Zhuin's hands, saluted again, and said, "Xiaoguan is waiting for the great victory of Donglai Wang in Dancheng." Said to stop the horse, without even taking a sip of water, immediately spur the horse back. "This man is really rude." Qi Wei followed with 2 steps, and turned back to Qi Zhuyin, "Why the marshals have to forgive me, but now he begged us to send troop. This is a good officer. You are in danger and you are not afraid of changes. You have to learn." Qi Zhuyin turned to look at the fire card. "Then let's go." Qi Wei followed Qi Zhuyin. The second elder expedition, hitting Bo now, is just taking advantage of people. While fighting is still in danger. Qi Zhuyin turned into the military account, put the fire card on the table, and looked at the map hanging on the wall. Shenzhechuan is short of generals now. Only Hua Lingyun can temporarily replace Dengzhou's commander. Ambassador, but the soldiers under him are not good soldiers. If we play Dengzhou, 20,000 soldiers are enough. Qi Wei said, "I'm afraid. The Hutaitai tiger has no skill," Qi Zhuyin continued. "Shenzhechuan has not been healed hard. As soon as I move, I will come soon." When Qi Wei was interrupted by Qi Zhuyin, he forgot what he was going to say, but was shocked. "Shizi Wang Yi will return to the battlefield. Xiao Qie put his apex here." Qi Zhuyin glanced at Qi Wei. "If he doesn't have a second hand, he dares to leave. There are only 30,000 iron riders left from the north." Qi Wei worried about Xiao Jiming instead. "The prince is still healing. If there is a length of 3 or 2, then the princess can't drown Chidong." Qi Wei had thought of Lu Yichuan's fist punching and Qi Zhuyin crying with closed eyes. "Iron Horse Glacier Xiao Jieming," Qi Zhuyin said, but he ran on a snowy night. He crossed the river and attacked Bianxia cavalry Xiao Jieming. Not to mention that there are still 30,000 iron riders away from the north. There are only 5,000 iron riders left. He also dare to come. Qi Wei has no god, and he fights with the Bianxia cavalry without any doubt, but with the north. He said, "Master, if you really start, you will lose both. First, No matter if the soldier is killed or injured, the people in the two places must be apprehensive. Dengzhou's grain fields are well packed this year. Let us step over and starve to death next year. Aren't all officials able to endure them? Let them persuade Shen Zichuan with the benefit of their tongues. I think what Shen Zichuan means, as long as the army does not, he will not move. Then you need to understand one thing. Qi Zhuyin turned around and said positively, if you don't fight this battle, you and I will be national slaves. In the future, you will be former courtiers. From now on, you will change your family name, either Niling Shen Zichuan or Niling Xiao Qie. Qi Wei was dumb. Since ancient times, loyalty has been difficult. Qi Zhuyin looked at the map again, that is now. There was a sudden sound of footsteps at the door. Qi Wei looked back. I heard that the official of the express delivery shop has arrived. Hua Xiangyi was coming in. She was unreservedly plain, and her face was clear. Iron, is it a military newspaper? Before Xiao Chengbi left the capital, Li Jianting asked Feng Quan to pack for him. Xiao Chengbi didn't actually have anything to pack, he only brought a knife. Feng Quan washed Xiao Chengbi's hair, and then pulled Xiao Chengbi in front of the bronze mirror. Xiao Chengbi's white hair was very rough. He said, go to battle to kill the enemy. It won't stay long. Cut it out. Feng Quan asked the to bring a razor and cut short hair for Xiao Chengbi. The emperor let you see off. Xiao Chengbi's throat was dumb, and it wasn't bad enough to open his mouth, but his voice was completely ruined. It's God. Razor made a slight cutting sound, and Feng Quan answered blankly, father is right. There is no time to go here. Xiao Chengbi looked at Feng Quan in the mirror, you and my father and son will no longer meet. Father is calm and invincible with his soldiers. Feng Quan cut his hair carefully. Besides, the fire in Spring Camp is owned by his father, which is enough for Shen Zichuan to eat a pot. He inherited Taifu, said Xiao Chengbi, is a hero. Although Taifu can plan and defeat the invisible, Fa fell faintly on the ground. Feng Quan wiped his blade with his thumb, and Xiao Chengbi's side neck was close by. Xiao Chengbi's blind eye moved laboriously. Feng Quan put away the razor, quickly pulled his hair up, and fixed it for Xiao Chengbi. Xiao Chengbi sat quietly, and the setting sun penetrated the window, drawing a line between him and Feng Quan. Fiber dust floated, Xiao Chengbi said, in the next life, I will be your son. Feng Quan was silent for a while, and answered, let me go. It took half a month for the drafting of the scriptures by the capitals. The scriptures in various places posted the scriptures. It was found that in addition to the defeat of Shen Weibing, there were also guilts such as self-reliance of the army by Shen Zichuan and party conspiracy. The court gave thanks to the Shen family, but the remaining evil of the Shen family took the mountain as the king, intending to rebel. The clerk of the Yamen slammed the gong and shouted to the illiterate people. He is now gathering Liu Ku to approach Dancheng. Rebel. From now on, the army will patrol the city and impose a curfew. After the end of the day, all households must not go out. The capital is well equipped and runs day and night in small and large markets. The most rumored tea houses and restaurants are all closed. As long as they gather in groups, they will be arrested for defamation. Immediately, people were heartbroken, and the most prosperous Donglong Street no longer had the sound of silk and bamboo. The emperor ascended to the throne, neither Jade nor Zhu approved. Jiao Zhongxiong stepped on the stone, holding up the article. The sun was shining, his face was sweaty. Only by the words of Xue Xiuzhua, it is difficult to believe. If she is really Qin Wangzhong Pulse, where is Zhu Shoyin? Prince Qin withered. If there is a niece, how can she allow her to live in the public? Since the ancestors came to power, Da Ju has gone through 21 kings, and there has been no such unclear emperor for hundreds of years. Are you kneeling today, King Li or King Xue? Jiao Zhongxiong wiped his sweat with a deep tone. Yongyi will be in trouble, Xianda will be defeated, and Li is captured by the family. He has long been out of grace and cannot guarantee himself. The courtyard of the office was hurried, and the candlelight of Mingli Church did not go out overnight. The express delivery shop returns. Donglai King is going to send troops. The transfer of troops and horses is not a trivial matter. Chen Zhen has been here for 4 days, eating and sleeping in the compound, but there is no military report. When come, we don't know. The food is collected, and you can't wait. You can't drag it. Give her a fire card, and then give her Chi Chiin, and give Chi Shiu your hair. Kong Yang sat in his position, getting anxious. If Deng Ju can make a quick decision, the Beiyuan school must evacuate and return troops, and Xiao Chengbi will be able to pursue it. But a dozen pens from the court still gave Jiao Zhongxiong the upper hand. Is Hanlin Taishuer unmanned? Yuan Fu became angry, and the hall was silent for a while. The officials standing under the eaves all snorted. Li Jianting's life history is doubtful. At first it was said that the daughter of Qin Wang should also have jade, and no matter how bad it is, there should be Qin Wang's legacy or cinnabar seal. When Xue Xiuzhua confirmed Chu Jun's identity, he presented the handwriting of Emperor Tianchen Li Jianheng. The yellow satin folded cover covered the jade seal, but Li Jianheng was dead at that time, and the old cabinet officials did not know. Now that the China Bow has killed Li Jianting, it is by no means Li's bloodline. Although it is strictly forbidden to discuss private affairs in various places, various rumors have been gathered for a long time. Moreover, there are also the Empress Dowager and Xue Xiuzhua. This battle is hard to fight, Center Yu said. Still urging Donglai King again. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** can't see Tizhou, but only the continuous camp of the Dunju garrison. Huantai Tiger obeyed Shenzichuan's order, and as the two sides approached Dancheng with increasingly fierce scolding. Yuantai Tiger was originally Xiao Qie's general. Later, Xiao Qie was transferred to Zhongbua and began to defend Dunju. Shenzichuan's Duanzhou can survive, and he has the credit of the Tai Tiger. The official who followed Xiao Chengbi's side was Zheng. It was the official who went to Chidong to hand over the firecard that day. He was the son of Xiao Chengbi's old ministry, named Shu Yu. After Xiao copied the house, he also eliminated the ranks of the army. Xiao Chengbi moved his lame leg, approached the wall pile, and said, "What does this person have to do with Tai Dragon?" "It's Yang Tailong's brother. Yu Tailong is calm." If he inherited the elder brother's temperament, Xiao Chengbi looked at the vast sky and the twilight. "I'm afraid I won't take it easily." Shenzichuan's 6 states are playing the benevolence card, Shu Yu said. At this moment, with the Li Shiren and Fu Jun Dao as banners, naturally dare not let the Huantai Tiger attack the city, so as not to grant real population. But Shuangguan's idea of the Dunju garrison is to block the city gate, consume the Dancheng granary, and force the governor to open the door. The state treasury is empty, the military supplies are in short supply, and the siege of the siege is indeed a good policy. Xiao Chengbi walked along the wall. How is the Huantai Tiger ruling the army? Shu Yu looked out of the city, thought for a while, and replied, "It's too loose." Huantai Tiger eats food in the camp. Since he arrived at the Beiyuan campus, Yu Xiao has lived with him. At this moment, it was dark, and Hu Taihu asked, "Is there anything abnormal in the night tour?" Liu Kong stood at the door of the account and replied, "Everything is fine." General, Xiao Chengbi heard the general's reputation, and was so scared that he didn't even dare to come out. "I heard that Xiao Chengbi is a bitch," said Yang Taihu. "I don't know if I dare to fight with us. They want to defend the city," Yu Xiao said again. Liu Kong said cautiously, and only said, "If the governor has an order, I will immediately report it to the general, and the general will rest." The camp was full of mosquitoes, and the tent was lowered. Yu Xiao soaked his feet in hot water and whispered to the Taihu Tiger, "I see this man is smart and clever. Why didn't he see him during the last inspection?" "I haven't promoted him at that time," said Hu Taihu. "It's a hard-working man. His family are all farmers in Dengju. Xianda let the Biancha cavalry slaughter for 4 years, and he mixed up with the bandits in Fanju for a while. Later, when I was cast into my army, it was considered a fresh start." Yu Xiao regained his heart, thinking about things while rubbing his feet. At night they slept and fell asleep, and the Hutai Tiger screamed. When anyone knew it was ugly, they had a stomachache. Huantai Tiger originally thought that the food was not clean, his face became white and sore, and it was not until the middle of the night that he felt wrong. Liu Kong outside the account eagerly said, "General, brothers are diarrhea." Huantai Tiger covered her belly, opened shoes, and opened the curtains, listening to the moaning everywhere in the camp, and the thatched house was full of people. He looked a little heavier, and said, broadcast a medic first, and then send someone to report the news to Tzizhou immediately. Yu Xiao slept half dead again, listening to the movements. He got up, walked out while wearing a cloak, and was surprised. What's wrong? Someone poisoned. Liu Kong's voice didn't fall, and a vomit came from the side. The soldiers all started to vomit. What are the similar symptoms? Huantai Tiger was shocked, and knew that the military had hidden the fine work. Quick pass medic. Huatai who said anxiously. Shu Yu fell asleep, and heard the report of the whistle. Before he could wash, he called Xiao Chengbi. He led Xiao Chengbi to the city gate and said, Governor, the garrison is in chaos. Xiao Chengbi watched the lights in the distance and heard the voice. Shu Yu was overjoyed. The whistle returned. The garrison didn't know what to eat. The whole army hurt the stomach, vomited and diarrhea, and the tiger was so anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Xiao Chengbi was cautious and said, the situation is true? If it is a tactic to attract soldiers, I am afraid there is still an ambush. The Taihu tiger also had a stomachache, and it was a fake in the camp. It didn't seem to be a fake. Besides, Zhongbo was helpless, and he would never use 20,000 defenders to play. Shu Yu held a knife, a rare tide of emotions. Governor, this victory is over, and I will be able to wash my grievances after the triumph. Xiao Chengbi's breathing sank slightly. He was holding the wall pile and hesitating. The soldiers underneath stepped forward and rushed to Xiao Chengbi to hold a fist. Governor, hurry up and spread the fire. Cardonglia King has sent troop. Xiao Chengbi Shan squinted his eyes, laughed in the flames, turned back sharply, and said, God help me, pull horses. Huantai Tiger also vomited and diarrhea, legs and stomach were shaking. The medic was not enough, and the erected shed was full of soldiers, and even Liu Kong vomited several times. Is the news gone? Huantai who asked with a pale expression. Yu Xiao patted her leg again and said, I know Thea. Hugh said at this moment that it was difficult to form a small team that could stand. Huantai Tiger extinguished half of the torches in the camp, disguising itself as usual. But his eyelids flickered, always thinking something was wrong tonight. Liu Kong told the Taihu tiger, it's all the people who transport the rations, and there will be no problems on the road. We have been eating rice noodles for a month and everything is fine, but something went wrong tonight. Huantai Tiger gritted his teeth and said, there must be a fine work of Qianju in the army. Although Yu Xiaozai tried hard to open up the topic, but now he is okay in the whole camp. Cold sweat oozed from his back, and he already thought about what the other party was going to do. His mind fluttered, his expression remained unchanged, and he only said, don't mess yourself up now, just in case. In case he hadn't finished speaking, he heard horseshoes rushing to the west of the camp. The soldiers looking upstairs knocked on the drums and sounded the alarm, and the words enemy attack instantly swept across the camp. Liu Kong said and panicked, General. Huantai Tiger suddenly stood up, his chest was undulating, then he pulled up the soldiers who were in better condition and shouted, line up. The capitals use Qingqi as a forward, and they can both surprise and pierce. If the Dunju garrison is to seduce the enemy, they can retreat immediately. The Qing's Qingqi rushed to the west, and the drums on Wang Wang were smashed. Huantai Tiger raised his arm and yelled, Archer. The Dunju defense forces often deal with the Biancha cavalry. In order to deal with the Biancha cavalry, the Taihu tigers changed the bow used in the army from a large bow to a strong bow used by the North Rail cavalry. The effect of several battles was extraordinary, but at this moment there are very few soldiers who can open their bows. The bow and arrow failed to consume the Qingqi, and the opponent already knew the weakness of the Dunju garrison. The infantry in the rear rushed with shields, and the armor flashed in the moonlight. This was the best equipment of the 8 battalions. The camps were knocked apart and the garrison was too late to run. The Huantai Tiger pulled out the sword to meet, but before the infantry of the army, Qingqi rushed to the front. He smelled gunpowder, and when his heart was cold, he rolled on the spot. The copper fire burst instantly, and Mars splashed. Huantai who ducked his head, but his arms hurt hotly. He rolled his arms and gasped. Those who are willing to surrender tonight, the emperor's graciousness, the imperial court will not hold everyone responsible for the great crimes. Xiao Changbi hit the horse and entered the camp. The 300,000 Chidong garrison has passed the heavenly concubine. Everyone, be sincere as soon as possible. Knowing that this battle is invincible, Hu Taihu spit his mouth and cursed, the dog thief is so treacherous. He actually used these methods. Knowing that this battle is invincible, Hu Taihu spit his mouth and cursed, the dog thief is so treacherous. He actually used these methods. Xiao Changbi was not moved by the swearing and looked at the Taihu tiger. He continued, the soldiers are fighting with you, and they are committed to you. You have no chance at this moment, and then the stubborn resistance is to ignore the safety of the soldiers. Tiger, old and old are your old acquaintances. Please persuade you once again to discard the dark as soon as possible. Put your mother's shit. Hu Taihu stood up and said coldly, I followed the prince to march on the sand cavalry, but when I hit my head, I surrendered to you. Hey, I won't bend this tiger. He spoke in a straightforward manner, and Shu Yu heard Wang Zhi's stunned arrow upstairs. The whistle pierced through the night and was extremely harsh. Shu Yu heard early on that the Boma road was unobstructed and that there were many stations, and guessed that Taihu Tiger's move was sending news. Shu Yu persuaded immediately, Governor, it is not too late, make a quick decision. You want to see each other, but we treat each other with kindness. Xiao Changbi held the handle. Catch the thief and the king, kill the Taihu Tiger, and you can win without a fight tonight. The army of Yinluo City has swarmed in, and the garrison is unable to resist, and can only flee. When Yu Xiao saw that the Taihu Tiger was unable to sing alone, he was surrounded by siege, and he heard a few howls from outside the camp. Partridgey? Where does Zhongbua come from? It was said later and soon, the moment Xiao Changbi pulled out a new knife, Yu Xiao shook his head again and shouted, Tiger, get hit. Huantai Tiger originally didn't want to roll, but the moment he was about to step forward, the knee bend suddenly hurt, and his whole body was planted with a thump. He faced to the ground, and before he was lying on his feet, he heard the tent on the side collapsed and smashed all the troops in front of him. Catapult. The Huantai Tiger thought that it was the Biancha cavalry, but he thought for a moment, his face beamed, and he said, Embargo. Shu Yu watched the soldiers gushing out from the east side of the camp by the fire, and the noise was terrible. The fire outside the camp was suddenly full, and the embargo brought all the trebuchets in the Azaki armory. They waited a long time just to fight the capitals tonight. Instantly the situation reversed, Xiao Changbi wanted to retreat, but the rear retreat had been cut off. Shu Yu said to Xiao Changbi, Governor, I'll do the trick. The collapsed military tent knocked over the torch, and Mars suddenly rose high. The Qing's Qingqi had only a few hundred people, and when they hurried back, they ran into the embargo touched by their backs. At the sight of the forbidden army, Huantai Tiger stood up as if she had met his mother, and said happily, his mother Qiao Tianya. When Xiao Changbi heard the name, he turned back in the firelight, and a few loose white hairs fell from the slightly loose bun, blocking his blindness. His faintly bulging back was not arrogant, and it looked like an abrupt asterisk in the night. Xiao Bo Qiao Tianya's hand holding the knife slipped, and he put it on the hilt of the sword that he could not easily pull out. He paused for a moment, Master. Immediately before the dust emerges, and it melts into the night. Qiao Tianya worshipped at Xiao Changbi's door at the age of 4. The sword he left Leidu was also a gift from Xiao Changbi. Xiao Changbi didn't have a sword. He slowly pulled out the brand new knife and looked at Qiao Tianya huskily and said, the inverse thief is a cricket. Hu Lingyun galloped in Hoshino. He crossed the reckless weeds and rushed to Dengju. Raised his waist card under the city and yelled, open the door. Dengzhou's hanging door slammed down, Hu Lingyun ran across the aisle, turned over and dismounted, and then hurried up the city wall. He grabbed the torch on the side, drove away the darkness in front of him, and shone forward in his pant. The mountains raised by Qianfeiyu were silent in Chia, and Chidong's garrison in the emergency newspaper was missing. Hu Lingyun asked General Shouqing, is there anything in Langyang? Mariho will answer, everything is the same. Hu Lingyun's back ran wet on the road. He wiped the sweat from his face, returned the torch to the defender, and said, be vigilant. The dark cloud covers the moon, the stars fade away, and good things are fleeting. Mars splattered during the sword collision, and the moment Xiao Changbi fell off the horse was a winner. His sword was broken, and his friendship with Qiao Tianya's apprenticeship was also broken. The camp was ignited by the toppled torches, and the footsteps of the capital were chaotic. They were not opponents of the embargo who was good at fighting. Xiao Changbi is not Qiao Tianya's opponent. Qiao Tianya and Xiao Changbi are only a few steps away. His sword is sheathed in the fire, and the side of his body is covered by chaotic overlapping shadows. Between them, he looks a bit like Xiao Changbi, who just pulled a knife. This battle will be defeated, Qiao Tianya said softly in the sound of cracking. Master is not here to slay me. Xiao Changbi covered her chest and was unable to continue breathing. His pale lips fluttered. I'm so old. I'll never be brave again. I came to see you. Your father did something wrong. Xiao Changbi tried to keep his eyes wide open, looking at the vague sky. I did something wrong this battle. I paid the debt for your father. Shun live up to Tai Fu words. Qiao Tianya looked at Xiao Changbi. Xiao Changbi refused to look at Qiao Tianya. His hoarse voice sounded like a broken drum. On the day of dying, he murmured, Qiao Songyu, Haolang. Qiao Tianya clenched the hilt of his sword and stood still in the sky, leaving the dust to fall on his shoulders. On the day he visited Xiao's house, Xiao Changbi patted his hair and said, Qiao Songyu, Haolang. The Yangtai tiger dragged his body, whistled at Qiao Tianya, and threw the copper fire urn just captured. Except for the dozens or so equipped by Qingqi, Huantai tiger looked strange, the rest are all bad. Qi Zhuyin stood in front of the beacon tower of Tianfeiyu, overlooking the winding mountains. This night was like a rising tide, not only trapped her, but also Chidong. She once stood here countless times and watched the 5 counties. Seeing her loneliness in the back, Qi Wei could not help but call out, Big Handsome. In this call, Qi Zhuyin thought of the conversation with Hua Xiangyi before leaving. Hua Xiangyi was sitting opposite, her white flowers were hiding in the crow color, as if floating on the clear water, not as conspicuous as others, but added charm. She boiled the tea and said, I was so anxious that it seemed like success or failure. Qi Zhuyin watched her make tea, and her daughter's slim hand was holding a sand pot. Strangely, as long as the flower fragrance is there, the disputes outside seem to disappear. She can always make Qi Zhuyin think about the joy of starting rouge. I see you ready to go, and I want to have another cup of tea with you. Farewell tea? Qi Zhuyin asked. Boiling water is poured on the tea leaves, and a thin stream pervades the white air. Hua Xiangyi said, retain tea. The atmosphere was slightly condensed. Qi Zhuyin supported the side of his knee, meaning to get up. The commander sent troops to stop Shen Zechuan from going west and let him stay in Zhongbua. Don't compete with Li. But I think the commander's move is nothing but covering the ears. It is not good for the people. Hua Xiangyi pushed the tea lightly. At the other end of the small case, looking at Qi Zhuyin, I also departed from the original intention of the coach. Qi Zhuyin stopped. The blue window screen reflected the leaves of bananas, blocking some sunlight, and letting Hua Xiangyi sit in the picture. She said to Qi Zhuyin, the capital of Jinju is in short supply, and the Bacheng Tsungjie is empty. You refuse to follow Xiao Qi's eastward because of the hard work. Soldiers are suffering. But how do you help Li's today, and how is it different from soldiers? The family's fan cage has been broken, and the capital is at the time when the mud and sand are being sucked, Qi Zhuyin simply confessed. There is still a chance for the peak circuit to turn around in Ju, but Shen Zechuan's soldiers will enter the capital, and this opportunity will be gone. Hua Xiangyi said, I know the accounts of the 8th city best. The opportunity that the commander said was not the opportunity of Da Ju or the people of the world, but the opportunity of the emperor. Qi Zhuyin slightly stunned. Li's orthodox has been broken by Li Jianheng, and now sits up. I don't know who she is. When my aunt was alive, she often said that Li Jianting resembles Emperor Guangqing, but Xue Xiuzhua said that she is the daughter of King Qin. Zhongwen's Yang, when it is true that if this woman is really the blood of the Qin king, why does Xue Xiuzhua take out the Qin Wangbao card? Since he is so determined, why not make the world convinced? When Emperor Xianda was still in office, Hua Xiangyi was called the Three Sisters, and all the things used were purchased according to princess regulations. Li Jianheng had to call her sister, and Li Jianting should call her aunt. Now that the Queen Mother is dead, if there is anyone else in the world who can confirm Li Jianting's identity, it is the fragrance of flowers. Hua Xiangyi continued to say softly, "The female emperor is not right, how can a marshal be loyal?" Qi Zhuyin held the teacup, and the tea surface rippled, saying, "If she can find peace for the people in the world, I will help her, it is loyalty." That being the case, instead of helping Li Jianting, the coach is better to help Shen Zichuan. Hua Xiangyi finally showed his edge in the soft language, but changed his name again. "Ian, you have an affair with Xiao Jiming and Lu Guangbai. There is an old friendship. You help Li Jianting. These two people must be opposed to your sword. This is one of them. Shen Zichuan and Xiao Qie jointly control the northeast military and politics. You play Dengju, Shen Zichuan retreat is small. Xiao Qie is defeated, the expedition is hard. Without Shen Zichuan, the 90,000 Iron Riders will undoubtedly be defeated. By that time, the Sand Cavalry will make a comeback, and the people in the east of the Three Realms will still be threatened by this. Your loyalty today is to make the people of the Three Realms looking forward to suffer again. It is the second one. Li Jianting conferred you the title of Donglai King, not grateful, but forced by the situation. As the saying goes, full water overflows, but Yu Ying lacks. Suppose you really calm down the Zhongbua, and you are stable when you are waiting. There is no mutual restraint from north, so she can force the situation to be your king today, and the situation can also force you to slay your alien king, which is the third. Yarrow Wenyu belongs to Her Majesty Shen Zichuan, and Tanfeng shocked the world's talents. Zichuan not only reused former minister Yu Xiaozai, but also promoted the old enemy of the enemy, Gao Zhongxiong. He did not take the door and the past as his own opinion, and led his staff to promote the Yellow Book. It took only 1 year to clear up the gangsters and create the world. Liang Shu. He has been so magnanimous at the Zhongbua so far, and when he joins the capital, he will also be able to tolerate the capable people in the court, which is the fourth. Hua Xiangyi gently supported Fu Huan's white flower and said slowly, "All of the above, what Li Jianting can do, Shen Zichuan can do, but what Shen Zichuan can do, Li Jianting may not. These four uncles are reasonable in public and private, just like a slap in the air, breaking up Qi Zhuin's loyalty. However, this is not enough." Huaxianji's filigree fingers lined Dongzhu in her ears, her brows continued unabated, her expression a little lowered. She speaks slowly, not ill, and says, "Ian, Ji Laro once said, when Sihu, Wu Shizhan, but you see, the wind has surged in the past 20 years, how many can die well? And I want to support my own child as emperor. People in the world will not let it go. That is not loyalty to Li, but Han's defiance and unworthiness. There are endless disputes inside and outside Ju. It is no longer Li Jianting who can truly end all this. Shen Zekuangxing, the people's way, is the world's hope." She slowly raised her eyes and looked at Qi Zhuyin, just like looking at the Dinghai god needle that determines the rise and fall of the world. Both admiration and distress. Today, the people will decide between your thoughts. Tea mist was scattered among the panes. Thoughtful Qi Zhuyin asked Qi Wei, 100 years later, "Do anyone remember Qi Zhuyin?" "Remember," Qi Wei suddenly choked, and said, "The commander has made tens of thousands of people all over the world. Since then, the people have settled down, and the great cause is pending. Who would not remember Qi Zhuyin? My name can't be entered into history, the card can't be accepted, and it's against the ancestral teachings of Qis. It's really a rebellion of Da Ju." Qi Zhuyin looked at the mountains and rivers. Qi Wei held his knees and said, "If the commander is 100 years old, if I am still, I will give the card to the commander. If I am not there, let my son, my grandson, and my family for generations to light the commander." Qi Zhuyin looked back and laughed, "So, I'm worth it." Dancheng is close to the capital, and the courtiers in the capital are all hanging their hearts, bright and bright, and the side hall is full of people. When the military newspaper arrived, everyone listened attentively. Li Jianting asked, "How is the battle?" "Return to the emperor." The officer kneeling in front of the door sweated heavily, panting, "The rebels' tricks in the 20,000 capital army. The governor fell into the siege. Where is Donglai King?" Kong Yang stood up. The officer wiped his sweat and replied, "The news that King Toruri was sent out was forged." Chidong's 300,000 garrison was not moving at all. The teacup in Center Yu's hand fell to the ground, and the hall suddenly became noisy, and the eunuchs and housewives who were present were panic-stricken. Xue Xiuzhua said, "What about the rest of the army?" "Immediate callback." Chen Zhen responded quickly, took a step forward, and hurriedly said, "Transfer the remaining capital to Batu immediately." Slowly, Xue Xiuzhua suddenly said. He looked at the officer, and Shen Sheng said, "When the capital retreated, the fire card was issued to the 3 realms of Jueshi, Hezhou, and Huaizhou. Send troops to help the capital. The court rewarded 2 million. For 2 million, there will be courage under heavy money." Xue Xiuzhua has been forced to a dead end, the Huaizhou riots have not stopped, and Hezhou has more than a bandit. His move is to hang the key of the Qian's money store at the gate of the capital of Shendu. Shenzichuan did not ride away from the North Rail to help, not invincible. At this moment, who can turn things around, whoever can be the next noble grandfather of Daju. Qi Zhuyin really became a rebel? Center, you couldn't believe it. Qi's centuries-old keep Chidong, this move is to make Qi's century-old prestige ruined. Qi Zhuyin really became a rebel? Center, you couldn't believe it. Qi's centuries-old keep Chidong, this move is to make Qi's century-old prestige ruined. Daju's surname is Li. They can die for the monarch and die for the monarch, but they cannot accept kings other than the Li family. Hua Xiangyi said that people in the world don't want Han's children because Han's loss of morality is an excuse. The courtiers who really stand on the court are all courtesy of Li's court. Without Li's, they are the elders of the former dynasty. The emperor is not good and can be changed, but he must be named Li, which is orthodox. Otherwise, why did Hai Liangyi hold death? Why is Xue Xiuzhua trying so hard? Wouldn't it be better if he voted for him and embraced the North? Hundreds of years of so-called loyalty are in this last name. The more you go out, the more rebellious you are. They screamed and raised their arms desperately. What they wanted was that Li's Daju was revived instead of kneeling down. Jiao Zhongxiong became famous, but he read his articles and scolded him. Because he was a slave of 3 surnames, betrayal of the original owner was unfaithful. The minister stands by loyalty. He has no loyalty to the Lord. What kind of minister is he? But it's just a costumed beast. Yarrow Wenyu was famous all over the world, but the talents he obtained for Shenzichuan were mostly mountain hermits, and few came from the capital. Too much to talk about him is to sigh that he has cast a pearl, and to scold him for abandoning the legacy of the pioneer. Hai Liangyi died to protect the orthodox, but he followed Shenzichuan, who was born in a wrong way. This is a thief who has been cast aside. He has long been rejected by the Confucians at the core of the Daju dynasty, and he lost his name in the past. At this point, Kong Yang burst into tears and sighed, "I misread Qi Zhuyin. Why did Xiao Chengbi lose so easily?" Chen Zhenwu fell into the chair, he also took away the fire of Spring Camp. Shenzichuan stepped up the stairs, the sky was still not bright, and the original camp was full of smoke, and he could already see the city of Dan. "It's getting colder," Fei Sheng followed, and took the clothes for Shenzichuan. "The master is keeping a cool eye." With thin frost stuck in the mud, Qiao Tianya and Yang Tai who crossed the knife and went up with the monarch. The Huantai tiger just finished pulling his belly and looked pale, bowed to Shenzichuan kneeling, shouted Fu Jun, and felt ashamed. "It works well for me," Shenzichuan glanced, "when the second elder returns, I want to appreciate it." Huantai tiger blushed, he said, This is the governor's plan. I didn't think there was any fine work in the army. It's not his credit, he doesn't want to," pointing Yu Xiaozai, who was on the side, continued to say, "All are alert and alert. It's better to thank Ding Dao." Yu Xiao joked again, "You lie on your stomach, but he bends your legs." According to the usual, Qiao Tianya will utter a joke, but today he looks gloomy and stands beside him without saying a word. How did the prince guess that there were detailed works in the army? Hu Taihu asked. "Did you not tell me?" Shenzichuan asked, and he was in a good mood today. "You heard that Wang Xian had arrived at Duanzhou, and you set off for Duanzhou. If it wasn't taught, you wouldn't have the courage to change it. Hu Taihu admires Xiao Qie the most, and he is most afraid of Xiao Qie. Although he is hesitant, he is convinced by the second master. If no one was blowing in his ears, Wang Xian would not sue on the basis of his straight character. Just don't know this work, Yu Xiao said again. Is it the work of Liju or the work of Bianxia? Fei Sheng said, originally was not sure, but he did it last night. It was clearly the work of Ba Du No. Qiao Tianya said suddenly, the detailed work hidden in the army was never sent by Qian. Everyone looked back at Qiao Tianya, and Qiao Tianya said, if it was sent by Qian Du Jun would not know it. Love. Xiao Bo didn't know. Fu Jun, this is a strange thing. Second Lord is approaching Amua. If Amua arranges the scorpion here, he will not give the medicine to kill the stomach, the poison that will cause death, so the garrison will be defeated. All the military. When the state of Ibaraki is in danger, the second elder will retreat and return to the army, and the crisis in Amur can be lifted. Xiao Qie had already arrived in Mo Sanchuan, and by returning to the Yang department, he lobbied for the three, forming an alliance with each other, and preparing to attack Amur together. Amur's pioneers Hu Helu and General Hassan were killed. At this moment, he is a trapped beast. He wants to make a siege and kill the Dunju garrison. Huan Taihu was indifferent and said casually, who else can that be? It can't be our own. The speaker is unintentional, and the listener is attentive. Yu Xiaozai went back and forth 1,000 times and didn't dare to answer. It is impossible to say that there are no factions in China Bo. The earliest Shenzhuan was in Xizhou, and the staff under Zhu Gui had conflicts for this. Up to now, there are only two kinds of officials serving on China Bo. One is the local official of China Bo, these people are promoted by Shenzhuan, the other is the old ministers of the Zhu dynasty. These people are from Shenzhuan. Although they are on an equal footing with the 6 state officials, they have different personal relationships, and the purpose of following the monarch is different. There is a boundary in the middle. Yu Xiaozai studied under Center Yu, who is still a cabinet minister. He went to Zhongbua to persuade peace, but he did not leave. This was a selfish desire to follow the governor. Shenzhuan treated him kindly and gave him a heavy duty of inspection. He walked in 6 states to inspect government affairs, which inevitably caused friction with others. However, this has not reached the point of mutual conflict, because he does not handle state affairs, he has no soldiers, and directly under Shenzhuan can stop him at any time. What really broke the balance was Wang Xian, a criminal who devalued the capital, but was able to directly govern the economic priorities of the 6 states he was in charge of, but Luo Muke was dead. Shenzhuan asked Hu Taihu, always talk about the details, did anyone catch them? Last night, soldiers and horses were in a mess. Hu Taihu looked back at the team in the distance. I haven't finished the counting at this moment. Fujuan, the fire maggots seized this time are all bad. Shenzhuan learned about this, frowned slightly, and asked, bad? Qiao Tianya leaned in front of Shenzhuan and whispered, the batch of fire salamanders of the king of Fanju is 135 in total. Of the 8 major camps of the Big Week, only Chengquan camp was equipped with firecrackers. At the time, Xiao Qie wanted to play with Li Jianheng through his relationship with Li Jianheng. It was restricted by the Ministry of Defense, and even the Ministry of Industry did not have its drawings, so the outflow was difficult, and Shenzhuan could not get it in Jinyawei. The number of copper fire salamanders is scarce. Except for those broken in the armament, there are less than 200 in total. Shenzhuan Sheng said, have you checked the number? Qiao Tianya bowed his head and said, the 150 fire salamanders brought by Xiao Bo are the same fire salamanders that Hu Lingyun handed over. No wonder it's bad, the real flames have long been in the hands of Shenzhuan. Shenzhuan responded quickly. He said, the Ministry of Defense collects the blueprints of the firearms, as well as the key to the Spring camp's armament. If Chen Zhen replaces it, he will no longer give it to Xiao Chengbi, and Xiao Chengbi will not be able to send soldiers. He looking at Qiao Tianya, I thought a lot in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chengbi knew that these batches of fire had been replaced, and he insisted on sending troops to come and die because dash opportunity. Shenzhuan had a chance to join the capital. Tai Fu asked me to hide in Jin Yiwei and wait for the governor, Xiao Tianya's eyes were dark. In the deed to the governor, neither the surname nor the place of origin was written. Qi Hualien only wrote the word Song Yu. That's besides me, Xiao Tianya said firmly. Is there a Feng Quan? The raindrops snapped between Shun Zichuan's eyebrows, the wind suddenly swept away, and the smoke in the camp was extinguished. The torrential rain was like a note in an instant. Fei Sheng shook off his clothes to block the rain for Shun Zichuan. If one day you and I are lost in the middle, today's arrangement is his life-saving killing. Qi Hui even sat with his legs under his eaves, watched the rain dripping, put down the empty wine gourd, and grinned at Ji Gang, who was unaware of him. You send him Yang Shanxue, I send him Junjun's sword. Raindrops were beating on the camp, and boiling tea was boiling on the stove. Shun Zichuan had changed his clothes, sat in a chair, and asked Ji Gang, "Does master recognize Feng Quan?" Raindrops were beating on the camp, and boiling tea was boiling on the stove. Shun Zichuan had changed his clothes, sat in a chair, and asked Ji Gang, "Does master recognize Feng Quan?" Recognized, Ji Gang held the tea bowl, and looked at Xiao Tianya at the side of his eyes. "But I don't know if he is Xiao Chengbi's son, let alone Xiao Chengbi sells buns at the gate of Jiaoxin Temple. The earliest Taifu said he would do this. When things go wrong, I just say that Feng Quan is a hidden stake." Shun Zichuan said, "Since he is Xiao Chengbi's son, how can he become Mu Ayu's brother?" Ji Gang took the tea and swallowed it half a moment later, and said, "You still remember, the night we went to the Jiaoxin Temple, the Taifu said that there were countless deaths and injuries among the members of the East Palace. There are still a few caught fish that can survive. Later I asked the Elder Fu, refused to talk, until one day, I and the who distributed food every month in the palace gossip, I heard that Chu King Li Jianheng likes beauty, in places to dig in and think about beauties." Ji Gang told Qi Hualien the story as a joke. A few months later, Li Jianheng's Zhuangzi in Jincheng sent Mu Ayu to Pudu. I inquired with Jin Yiwei and said that Mu Ayu was raised in Zhuangzi from a young age, and he couldn't see him for 5 or 6 years. Feng Quan was able to follow her into the capital because his home was burned out. There was nowhere to go, but I had to run to my sister. Ji Gang put down the tea bowl and said positively, "I believe it to be true, and you have seen it in Liju, then Mu Ayu really treats him as a younger brother. Who can see that it is false?" When Mu Ayu arrived in Liju, before Li Jianheng had time to collect it, Xiao Fuzi took the opportunity to dedicate it to Pan Rugi. Mu Ayu was very much loved by Pan Rugi, so Feng Quan was so jealous of Pan Rugi, but at that time he was not Pan Rugi's grandson, because Pan Rugi had a little blessing beside him. On the eve of the 8th year of the Dragon Boat Festival in Xianda, the Taifu designed to kill Xiao Fuzi. "You know this. I thought the Taifu just wanted to get you out of the temple," Ji Gang said. "Who knows Xiao Chia halfway." Shun Zichuan thought of this, and suddenly remembered that he had just left the Jiaoxin Temple and was still raising elephants in Genie, when Xiao Chia came to stop him from pulling his fingers, suspecting that he had planted people beside Li Jianheng. Skyscraper wizards. Qi Hualien exaggerated Xiao Chia so much because he had a very sensitive sense of smell. Based on his understanding of Li Jianheng, he noticed that someone was teaching Li Jianheng to compete, but Xiao Chia did not expect that the people around Li Jianheng were not arranged by Shun Zichuan at all. Yes, he competed with Shun Zichuan and could only save the game. But Qi Hui didn't reveal any traces. Xiao Chia's keenness was really amazing. Feng Quan sent in, Ji Gang said, Taifu never mentioned it again. There was a sound of rain on the top of the tent, and there was a little silence inside. Yarrow Wenyu lay tiger slaves on his knees, and it was not cold. He broke the silence and said, if it was him. If it's Xiao Fengquan, why should Xiao Chengbi bring a fire torch? Shun Zechuan supported his head with his left hand and his thoughts flowed smoothly in the warm account. Xiao Chengbi knew that the fires were being exchanged for the bandits in Fanju. He knew that these fires would not be necessary, but he brought it. Xiao Chengbi came to die to give Shun Zechuan a reason to attack Dancheng. He has thousands of ways, but he does not need fire crickets to add snakes, unless the fire crickets are not used at all. Qiao Tianya, who had been leaning back in his chair, sat upright all the time. He was silent and said, Xiao Bo wants to tell the governor, who is a scorpion.
The fire cricket was given to the Wing King by the Zhongbo scorpion, and the Zhongbo scorpion was obtained from the Liju scorpion. Although Chen Zhan was able to mobilize the fire salamander and master the drawings, it was strange that he had no knowledge of the loss of the spring fire at the spring camp. It is the ****** who can see the 6 roads and hear the 8 directions. Shen Zichuan fell into a strange feeling. Some of his clear things began to become blurred, while the fuzzy things began to become clear. Lu Guangbai told me that it was the Jianjun eunuchs who welcomed the replacement of the border rations. Then Fu Man is a dead ghost, Yarrow Wenyu said. Shui Yanqing is a shield. This knife, Shen Zichuan frowned slightly, somewhat elusive. *****, where did you come from? Shui Xiuzhua squatted in front of Fu Man, looking at Fu Man's look. Fu Man had left a layer of skin in the torture. He lost his tongue and could only stare at Shui Xiuzhua with abrupt eyes, his lips moving. Dum is holding a pen and paper at the back of Shui Xiuzhua, trying to get into Fu Man's hands. But Blessing is full of 10 fingers, it is already a lingering futile. Shui Xiuzhua didn't agree that the scorpion was moving so fast, it was just like they abandoned Wei Huaigu at the beginning. He stood up and said, "You are the ****** who entered the palace of Yongyinian and served Emperor Guangcheng. Later, Pan Rugi died, and you were recommended by Xiao Qie in Guangzhou, and then you started to make an appearance. Then, you sent your son to welcome you are welcome to Chidong Jianjun, and he is instructed to change the Bianjuan rations. You want to defeat Bianjuan and open the east defense line for a more." Fu Man murmured in his throat. He touched the chain with the remaining fingers, and lay on the floor staring at Shui Xiuzhua with his eyes. Military and political changes are bound to be closely linked. As early as after the defeat, Hai Liangyi and other courtiers noticed the strangeness inside Daiju. Starting from Yongyinian, they and the family never ceased to die. This was a stalemate between the two forces, but after the defeat of the soldiers, things no longer continued as envisaged by either party. Hua Xiqian was the one who exposed the horse. He was too panic when Hai Liangyi recovered his account, colluded with the Biancha cavalry and committed the 6-state blood debt. At that time, Shui Xiuzhua clearly saw the transfer of food and silver. Shui Xiuzhua turned back and murmured to himself, who knew that Lu Guangbai did not die, but instead defected with the border guard. Qi Zhuyin quickly returned to defense. Chidong was still unbreakable. Your plan failed, so Omul moved away from Hassan and began to attack the north. This is the beginning and end of the Bianjuan Junliang case. Fu Man's nostrils exhaled, and his eyes were turned enthusiastically, excited. The Libei case was led by Wei Huaigu, colluded with officials from Jushi, and sold grain to China Bo to make huge profits. In the process, they replaced the Northern Army rations with mulled rice, and the incident came from Yang Cheng's post. The post was originally submitted to the Ministry of Sentences, but after arriving at the capital, it was presented to the Ministry of Households. Both Shui Xiuzhua and Shen Zichuan believed that this move was threatening Wei Huaigu. Because Xiao Qie bit the case at that time, they must take the approach of breaking the wrist of a strong man and kicking Wei Huaigu away to ensure that other scorpions hidden in the capital were not affected. So who is this other besides Fu Man? Fu Man's blood slapped on the ground, he stroked hard, trying to tell Shui Xiuzhua. The blood was crossing the ground, and his breathing gradually increased, and suddenly he heard the prison door open. "Sir," Feng Quan stood outside the door. Yi Bao said that the voter had arrived, and Yuan Fu and the emperor were waiting for the adults to discuss the matter in Mingli Hall. The light in the cell was dim, and the hall was brighter, which made Feng Xuan's shadow of bowing and climbing into the cell, covering Fu Man's body. Blessing was like a snake bite, and tears flowed. He glared at Shui Xiuzhua's back, opened his lips, but couldn't make a sound. Feng Quan gave way to Shui Xiuzhua. After Shui Xiuzhua left, his eyes turned slightly to look at Fu Man. Fu Man was panting heavily, his chest was undulating, and the corner of his mouth was still dripping with clear liquid. Feng Quan looked around him, and when the prison door was closed, he kicked him with his feet. "What are you going to tell Shui Yanqing?" Feng Quan looked at the bloodstains on the ground and said, "You want to write my name." Fu Man wanted to escape the shadow of Feng Quan, but he couldn't move. "Don't worry,"
Feng Quan took Fu Man's wrist and wrote him on the ground with a stroke. Hush, listen to me, even if you tell him, he won't believe it. When the time is right, I will tell him that smart people need such a lesson. Fu Man's entire arm was shaking. There were more and more blood marks on the ground. Feng Quan was writing paranoidly. He took Fu Man and turned all the crosses that Fu Man used to write the word wind into crooked kills. You wait, Feng Quan said softly, I will never wrong you. Huantai Tiger finished counting the garrison and did not see Liu Kong. He asked around and found that Liu Kong was really missing. Don't run away from this dog, said Hu Taihu, holding the roster. I've cultivated his heart for nothing. He waited for you both to lose, but he didn't want the governor to be as good as God, and he couldn't run away if he stayed. Yu Xiao said goodbye to the tiger and said quietly, you report to the governor for a while. Stop talking. Huan Taihu then reacted and was shocked and said, you mean Liu Kongnai is careful? He also fought in Duanzhou with me. Besides, Qiao Tianya said, what did he do to our stomach? Yu Xiao couldn't explain it anymore, saying only, you reported it to the prince, and the prince will understand. I am worried now that he has run away, and the thief behind him will run away. At the moment, Tai Tai who was cold. He took a few steps, and then backed up, and said quietly, you tell me secretly, so that I can have a bottom. Gentlemen love to fight, if they don't say their names, I can't guess either. In addition to having a bad temper, I have made mistakes in Dunju and think I haven't offended anyone. There must be a reason for this thief to harm me. Yu Xiao then stretched out her finger and pointed to the south, her face in disgust. You have been affected. The official world is like a spiderweb, and every knot is closely related. Any rise and removal can cause shocks in the range. Yu Xiao can no longer say that he has no evidence and has the suspicion of crowding out his colleagues. Chazhou, led by Luo Mu, is the gate of Huaixi Ti Commercial Road. The earliest majesty of Shenzhechuan was unmanned. As the state capital, he had all the power, and no one could restrain him except Jin Ichiducha. He only had to ask for a book to ask Shenzhechuan, and he didn't need to ask other people's opinions. Over time, Shenzhechuan would lose his eyes left in Chazhou. Therefore, when Wang Xian from the Ministry of Households appeared, Shenzhechuan immediately put Wang Xian in Chazhou. Wang Xian has the power to govern the economy of Chazhou, and he will take over the supervision of grain road and mintian taxation in Chazhou, which has actually divided Luo Mu's power. Luo Mu wanted to get rid of Wang Xian. He could not be impeached or troubled. It was only safe to use strength. Dunju Yemen has a suspicion with the Taihu Tiger. The Taihu Tiger impulse is easy to get into trouble and has no personal relationship with Luo Mu. Luo Mu arranged a Liu Kong to pass by, and placed it next to Hutai Tiger. This coincided with Wang Xian's plan to prepare a military ration. The Huantai Tiger is Xiao Kai's ambitious again. Wang Xian can't afford to mess with it. He can only tell the matter to Shenzhechuan. Shenzhechuan has to investigate, but also to investigate Dunju Yemen and Huantai Tiger. Luo Mu's move can not only leave his own people in the Dunju army, but also can destroy the favor of Wang Xian in front of Shenzhechuan. What is the relationship between Xiao Qie and Shenzhechuan? Wang Xian's insistence on making trouble with the Huantai Tiger is to embarrass the governor, but also to the second elder. Shenzhechuan sent Yu Xiaozai to supervise the army, and Yu Xiaozai was still an officer. If Yu Xiaozai had broken things in the Dunju garrison and became a masterpiece of collusion with the capital, then Wang Xian, who was also an official, would be implicated. This is called Gushan bullfighting. All these things had already happened, and the bad was bad at Shao Chengbi. I am afraid that Luo Mu did not expect that the governor carefully selected by Judu was here to kill him. Liu Kong noticed that Yu Xiao was watching him again before the army arrived, and of course he had to run away while fighting. Hurry up and say to the prince. Yu Xiao carried the robe again, and went to the other end. I have to ask Fei Sheng. Jin Iwei set up by Chazhou has not withdrawn. Fei Sheng was eating, and after listening to Yu Xiaozai's questioning, he was wondering, holding the rice bowl. Withdraw, the governor will build a genie ride when he goes to Duanzhou. We are not manpowered, and you are supervised by the gatekeepers everywhere. My people have pulled back. Yu Xiao immediately made an sound, her face changed, and said, "Not good, old ten, something happened." Shui Xiuzhua went to Mingletang in the rain, and when he entered, everyone looked different. "The news is here," Center Yu motioned Shui Xiuzhua to read the letter. "The Luo Mu in Chazhou, with 20,000 troops, came to surrender. My suspicion is a trap under the cloth of Shenzichuan," Kong said. "Taluomu's good state capital is good. Why take such a risk? The first is a court reward of millions," Chen Jin said. "The second is that he is loyal to the country and committed to the thief is only a last resort. What I see in Thaksin is that he has long been devoted to it. However, Shenzichuan has jealous of him and made him dare to this day come to the rescue." Huaizhou's garrison is still on the road. Li Jianting stood next to the royal case. "If Luo Mu is already on the road, calculate the time, and you can arrive in a few days. Dancheng can't keep it, and call the remaining capitals," Shui Xiuzhua said. "Total people brought by Luo Mu, we still have 30,000 soldiers. Qi Zhuyin wants treason." "Yes," Yuan Fu wrote to Qi Shiyu and asked Qi Shiyu, "Do you also want to treason?" He folded the letter. "Luo Muzhong Road can intimidate Hezhou and allow the Yang family in Hezhou to hand over the surplus grain and block Shenzichuan's grain road. Without tea and Hezhou, Shenzichuan has to break his arm. We have insufficient food and his food must bottom out. The 90,000 iron rides into the desert. If Xiao Qie does not return, Shenzichuan will be difficult to enter in a day. Mo Sanchuan is located to the east of Jugdala, and is famous for its continuous desertion. The deserted beach of Gobi is dozens of miles long, and only Hutong embellishes it. At this moment, it was dark in Badu, and it was still evening. Mo Sanchuan is located to the east of Jugdala, and is famous for its continuous desertion. The deserted beach of Gobi is dozens of miles long, and only Hutong embellishes it. At this moment, it was dark in Badu, and it was still evening. Xiao Qie put his arms together and watched the final sunset. The sky of Mo Sanchuan is too broad. If you lie on the sand for a long time, you will have the illusion of being embraced by the sky. The setting sun was like a flowing syrup, and the sticky light flooded the earth. Suddenly fell to Xiao Qie's side and jumped to his chest. He held the grass core in his mouth and was stomped on his chest, spitting it out. "Hey," Xiao Qie said, "Hello, brother." He tilted his head and squinted at him with one eye. Xiao Qie could only free his arm and felt it wildly. He made a whistle at Lang Dao Shuijin, who was drinking water by the stream, and signaled that Lang Dao Shuijin came to play with him. Lang Dao Shuilai stepped on his forefoot and turned his hips to continue drinking. Tietchi was stationed here for a few days, and Lu Guangbai took off his helmet and patted him with sand. Xiao Xiaoshui, Lu Guangbai sweat wet his neck, looking westward along Xiao Qie's eyes. "You are leisurely." "That's not true, I feel bitter," Xiao Qie said, with his fierce fingers to the west. "My inner son is there, and I wash my face with tears every day, hoping for me to return home. Note it to him." Lu Guangbai threw the helmet to Chen Yang. "Go back and tell your family man and see who is washing his face with tears." Xiao Qie waited for Lu Guangbai to sit down and asked, "What did the Mongolian camel department say?" "It's the same." Lu Guangbai braced his knees. "Bayer is so determined to match his daughter with you. If you don't want his daughter, he refuses to leave the North Rail Riding Alliance." An old camel, Bell. Xiao Qie sat up, slipping the sand on his back a little, and he looked at Lu Guangbai. "He is going to give me his daughter because he is afraid that I will cross the river to tear down the bridge and want a woman to trap me. If I were really a non-friendshipper, he would give his wife to me and I would kill him." Lu Guang nodded Xiao Qie and said, "You use this expression to meet him, of course he is afraid." Xiao Qie raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't ask for him." "Mouth hard," Lu Guangbai said, "the territory of the Mengluo ministry is blocked in the western desert of Masanquan. We can't win Bayer, and we will be surrounded by a Moor when we hit it." "Then you tell him," Xiao Qie hugged his shoulders. "My family has fierce tigers, and his wife is very strict." He even prepared his daughter's dowry, and waited to enter the door to honor the big lady. Lu Guangbai worried and laughed. Everyone loves Xiao Xiyin. Bayer's previous son-in-law was Hassan, But Hassan insisted on marrying the Dora of the Hulu department, so he had a suspicion with the Mongolian Luo department. When Hassan died and Xiao Qie came to talk about the alliance, Baya stood on the sand dunes to see Xiao Qie's height and good temperament. He was still the North Wolf of Hassan, and he moved to marry his daughter. The deer department returned to the shores of Chitty Lake. How come back? You killed Hassan, said Lu Guangbai. His wife Zema went east and brought back the bear fighters who were broken up by you. Please ask the tribe who returned to Chitty Lake to help Amor. Doran is in the desert. Hongying swore in front of the banner to kill you. Xiao Qie remembered the red jasmine that had drifted away with the water before Hassan died. Also, Lu Guangbai smiled. Duran was pregnant before she went east. It was Hassan's posthumous belly. Xiao Qie tied his arms in silence. The afterglow of the setting sun disappeared, and there was a brief silence in the sky. There was neither the sun nor the moon. The heavy blue covered the sky. The hawk pierced through the flag, and the long hair fluttering under the blue sky diverged under this blue sky. Doran supported the lower abdomen. Baying covered Dolan with thick clothes and advised, "It's cold at night. Go back. My husband is to the west." Doran raised her head, watching the goshawk flying in the wind, and said gently, "When will my eagle come back?" Baying couldn't bear to look at her like this and wanted to wipe her tears. "The wolf from the north killed my brother and my husband." Duran's green eyes settled with hatred. Baying, "He's here to kill my child." She covered her belly and stepped back. 2 steps, said, "I want to protect my child. Russian, Soviet Union and Japan will not let Xiao Qie hurt you," Baying said quietly. "Your father will not, and the desert will work together to protect you, because this is Hassan's child." "You're wrong, Baying. Look at the desert with your wise eyes. There are already 3 iron riders following him." Dorlan was almost retracted into her wide robe, her thin chin hiding in it. Melancholy tears settled in his eyes. "Baya can give our enemies even our own daughter for peace. No one can protect me except Hassan." Bayan's dark face showed sadness. "I didn't complete Hassan's entrustment and was deceived by the bear department. I am Hassan's wise man, but he didn't get his due glory. Xiao Qie came to the desert. Doran, we will take revenge." Baying took off the dagger on his waist, held it in his palm, and handed it to Doran. "I swear. *****, my wolf pup came to see the letter. The Tsijo bed has been idle for a while now." Xiao Qie looked at those words by the bonfire. The sourness in his chest turned into another bitter sweetness that was missed. Lan Ju closed the door and slept on his chest, Xiao Xian. Without him, the best bed Lan Ju could not sleep well. Xiao Qie lifted his other hand and went immediately, took a sip, poured the feeling on his chest, lest he act too much. He watched as he drank. "Sir stayed with me, and former Chen Xiaobi was killed. Batu is well equipped and in control, don't worry. The expedition is hard and you have to take care. Erlang, if a battle can be won, there will be no separation every year. Homecoming in the winter and spring in the account. I want you to sleep." Xiao Qie put down his pouch, and when he saw it, Shenzichuan hooked a fox with a lop-eared tail, and couldn't help laughing. Lu Guangbai smashed Xiao Qie with a taro, and Xiao Qie caught it. "It looks like November is coming." Lu Guangbai peeled the taro and ate. "What about the Mongolian and Luo ministry, how can you do it?" "The Meng Luo ministry has a special position. The leader, Baya, has a batch of camels. If he goes to Amua, the food dilemma of Amua will be relieved at this time. Neither the horses from the north nor the horses from Chidong are actually suitable for long distances in the desert. If Baya can take the Meng Luo ministry to the north rail riding, it will not only be beneficial to the transportation of rations during the war, but also to the mutual market in the future. Since he is afraid of turning my face and not recognizing anyone," Xiao Qie unwrapped the pocket that came with the letter. Inside was the coded beef jerky. He tossed the bag with the Lu character to Lu Guangbai. "Then I will not turn my face. Recognize people." Lu Guangbai was polite. Xiao Qie didn't have to continue to be polite. He has 90,000 iron riders, 10,000 embargoes, and 20,000 Bianbian county garrisons. He did not come here to talk about peace. The sweetness of the Hui Yang department has been given, and if you take Zhou, he will use a stick. Tell Baya, Xiao Qie sent the beef jerky into his mouth, and said, "I'm rushing home for Chinese New Year. If he wants to sink with a Moor, I'll send him a ride tonight." Chen Yang's leader ordered and stepped back to shout. As soon as the army retreated, Dan Cheng was no longer stationed. When the Dunju garrison entered the city was silent, and the rumor of Zhong Bofu Shenzuchuan was countless. There were horrible and respectable people. The people gathered in the city, and there were many people who ran to the city that night. The Huantai tiger knows the need to soothe people's hearts. This time, it dares not to be sloppy and strictly guards its military rules. He suffered a loss in Liu Kong. This time, he took his own brother to ban the army, and in the city of Dancheng, he did not disturb the people at night and did not surprise the people during the day. Yarrow Wenyu has been at the desk for more than a month. Today, he followed Shenzuchuan to walk near Dancheng, looking at the mottled mark on the wall, and said, "Dancheng is shocked. Luo Mu has taken the garrison to Hezhou, and the next it is hard to fight." After hearing the news this morning, Qi Shiyu issued his homework 3 times, urging the head coach who is still in Tianfei to return home. Qi Shiyu was paralyzed on the bed and could not bring soldiers. Shenzuchuan was in the sun. Today is a rare sunny day. Men in the family are not as good as Qi Zhuyin. He really wants to oust Qi Zhuin's commandership, nor can he give up Qi Zhuin's commandership. Qi Dongyin's key point is on Qi Zhuyin, so he must be able to attack Qi Shiyu. Qi Shiyu is swinging among the families of the family. As long as the governor is willing to give him a promise, Yarrow Wenyu turned the four-wheeler. The ability of the dragon is far beyond the ability to drive. The article must be done. Xiao Chengbi was defeated in the army. Okay, Li Jianting is not right, neither is Shenzuchuan. Qi Shiyu is experienced and knows the stakes best. I told him at the moment that he could not respond to the dragon's achievements. Shenzuchuan's straight-waist could not see the injury. Shenzuchuan was willing to Luo Mu, Shenzuchuan was willing. The grain in Chazhou was released by Shenzuchuan, and Caiyu was removed by Shenzuchuan. Later, the revival of various industries was assisted by Shenzuchuan. Luo Mu ran so fast because he could not pry. He used to follow Caiyu, but now he can take away rogues. But I want mountains. Shenzuchuan looked back. I didn't know Shueshozhua could not bear it. The capitals became more and more desperate. Seeing that it was about to enter November, the market was deserted a lot. The news of the invaders hitting Dancheng spread all over the city. If there were not all the troops stationed in the city, I'm afraid it would be chaotic. Even so, people still float. Kong Yang changed his thicker robe and said to Center Yu before entering the palace, "It will snow early this year." Center Yu looked up at the sky, and he couldn't tell for a while. Kong Yang said that day, "Or Ju." With a sigh, he raised his arm and advised, "Let's go." I wrote to Qi Shiyu, and he asked his son to return. Kong Yang said on the steps, said he was too sick to even get up in bed. It's really time for him to get worse. Center Yu taunted with a robe. Kong Yang slowed his pace and said, "Qi Shiyu's treacherousness is not so bad as seeing the wind to make the rudder better than defending himself. Qi Zhuyin doesn't send troops, he knows very well at home. We have to wait until we write a letter before pretending to curse." He sighed. "This is the corner where we are asking us to raise the price. Look at it, the emperor really did as he wished," Center Yu said, "he dare not ask again. Still have to send someone who can speak the past." Kong Yang crossed the threshold. "I used to see Chong Shunxing, but he didn't have enough qualifications, and couldn't hold back in front of Qi Shiyu. It was still suitable to choose." When Center Yu heard the name of Shan, she thought of it and said, "A letter from Wn Xiao, that his wife is pregnant, should not go far now. There is no one in the court, he won't go." Kong Yang raised his finger and pointed at the palace wall. "Shenzuchuan is here. I heard that Wn Xiao's mother was very affectionate. It really couldn't do it. Let's breathe with the old lady, no more, let Wn Xiao. Take your wife." Shan's wife, Liu Niang, was pregnant, and she was a lover of Jiang Hulangzhong. She treasured it at home, but the court ordered that he had to obey. Originally far away, he refused to bring Liu Niang to suffer setbacks, but left Liu Niang at home, and did not know what kind of grievance his mother would give Liu Niang. In the end, after thinking about it, he still brought people. As soon as the *** mountain started here, the other side also set out. Ding Dao took Qi Qian to Chidong and met Qi Zhuyin, who hurried back and was scolded. The prince said, "I heard that the old handsome man and the old lady are hugging each other recently." Ding Dao saluted to Qi Zhuyin. "The prince has nothing to send, so I will bring my doctor to the old handsome man and the old lady to see." Qi Zhuyin sees that since she is quiet and natural, she is not frightened, and she has a special charm. She said, "Shun Zichuan is really no one, and even you are out for business." "I don't know, I was the guard of Yi a few years ago," Ding Dao said, since he was in front of Qi Zhuyin. This is a close disciple of Master Yi Lan. Qi Zhuyin was moved by the word one light. Seeing that since he was young, he said, "The old man is resting today. I'll say hello to the backyard for a while. Naturally someone will pick you up." Ding Dao and Sincere salute together. *****, the old lady is smart and familiar with the books, and she has a good mental calculation, Yarrow Wenyu said, covering her lips and coughing. "It is best for her to discuss with Shanshan." Shun Zichuan was reading Ji Qingqing's letter, and he heard Fei Sheng only. "How many days has Luo Meng been gone?" Fei Sheng replied, "It's almost half a month. He's riding a turtle, and it's time to reach the capital." Shun Zichuan closed the letter. Wuhe people want to keep the gate, then let them keep it. No one can tell whether a brave husband or a reckless husband is under the heavy gold. God is near, let's rest for a few days, pushing the dog too tightly and jumping over the wall. Shun Zichuan is not afraid of the 30,000 or 40,000 miscellaneous soldiers in Boju. He is not good enough, and Xiao Jiming is relying on his back. It is enough for 30,000 iron riders to frighten him. Xue Xiuzhua is powerful, but Xue Xiuzhua has no soldiers. He wants to force Chidong to send troops. Shun Zichuan will hold Qi Zhuin's knife. It doesn't matter if he doesn't need it. Let the 300,000 army stay in place and set it up. Don't even think about it. Chidong's garrison can cross Tianfeiyu, where he even placed a Hualingyun for stability. Dao Yang eats and drinks well in Xizhou, and now that he has it, people should move. Fu Jun folding fan tapped the edge of the table. He is a state capital in the end, like a family in Huaizhou. The Huaizhou riot was so powerful, he gave him thousands of Aizu prefecture garrison troops. Let him go back to calm down the situation. If he did a good job, he will be rewarded in the future. Xue Xiuzhua wanted to intercept Hezhou of Shun Zichuan, and Shun Zichuan took his Huaizhou. Huaizhou is close to Luoxia Pass, and Luoxia Pass is close to Xue's hometown Spring City. This is an arc surrounded by Huai Chaci Shong Road. Either Xue Xiuzhua or the Empress, everyone has already exposed their weaknesses in the competition. In the past, Shun Zichuan would have no worries, but after Xiao Chengbi's death, Fengquan was like a thorn stuck in the least visible place. It has penetrated deeply. The territory of the Mengluo ministry is close to Hu Tonglin. From a distance, they seem to live in a desert bonfire. Hu Tong is their symbol. The tributary of the Chashi River is here. They occupy the only source of water in Masanquan, and going east is the desert hinterland ruled by the scorching heat. The territory of the Mengluo ministry is close to Hu Tonglin. From a distance, they seem to live in a desert bonfire. Hu Tong is their symbol. The tributary of the Chashi River is here. They occupy the only source of water in Masanquan, and going east is the desert hinterland ruled by the scorching heat. Bayer entertained Xiao Qie here. He had a grey goatee and was bloated. He personally poured wine for Xiao Qie and said, "I heard the legend of the wolf. Your iron ride is as cruel as Yang Frost, and you set foot on the ground in Chashi Tiankeng, crushing Och's scorpion elite. The open-air banquet is covered with moonlight, and the desert night is not black, but rich dark blue. Xiao Qie is sitting here. Unlike Biancha's savage man, he has a lunatic and daring from the north, which becomes more prominent after removing the armor. I received praise from the Mengluo ministry," Xiao Qie said. "I would like to reach an alliance with the Mengluo ministry, just like the Huiyang ministry, and become brothers that can rely on each other. That being the case, why don't we form an in-laws? Baya looked at Xiao Qie and said with emotion, "The good young man born of Hongyang Mountain, I know you are hard bones from the north, I really appreciate you. Your daughter really wants to marry you too. If you are worried that the wife at home does not agree, then I am willing to give 500 camels to this lady." The women of the 12 departments hold the tribal importance. In Baya's view, if Xiao Qie's wife is a sensible person, he should agree to this marriage and reduce trouble for his husband. Shun Zichuan, who was far away from Dan Cheng, sneezed softly. Ji Gang shouted with a pill from the outside, "Chuana, take medicine on time. This day it will change, and if you don't pay attention, you will cough." Xiao Qie pinched Baya's toasted wine. He was huge, and the small drinks on the road were all right away. There was no rival at home. At this point it was as drunk as he was when he didn't come back to talk to Baya. This made Baya feel the opportunity. He raised his arm and motioned Xiao Qie to look to the right. His little daughter was sitting there with a thin veil and her head down. Baya is confident that there are no such girls in Daju. He said, "My Ya is very good, she can take care of the elder lady like her sister." Lu Guangbai cut the beef with a dagger and squinted Xiao Qie when he heard the words, saying, "Our house, the eldest lady has no brothers in the house. If there is a younger sister, I think it's fine." Xiao Qie looked along Baya's arm, and the girl lowered her head lower. Baya said, "Ya, come and toast the bar to the head wolf." Wu Yue stood up, with cumbersome decorations falling on her waist, and ding-dong ringing in the walking room. But Xiao Qie ran away. He thought of a learning Lanju while he was in Dunju, and a silver bell fell on the ankle of Lanju, which not only jingled, but also was damp and chaotic. Gasping, Wu Yue has arrived in front of Xiao Qie. She is carrying a fragrant fragrance, and her white neck is exposed when she leans over. Lanju's neck is best seen in the rain, soaked in water, and soaked in sweat. The arc is beautiful, and it rises and sags with the captured body. Xiao Qie wanted Shen Zichuan to be very obvious. Wu Yue filled with wine and leaned towards Xiao Qie. She raised her eyelashes, showing disgust when looking at Xiao Qie. The gold chain around the waist cracked, and the girl's slender palm turned out a dagger, and took the action of toasting straight to Xiao Qie's throat. He changed his elbow and armpit. Chen Yang had not responded yet, and Gu Jin had not heard well. He stepped out and lost his voice. "Second Lord." The golden bottle slammed on the table, and the drinks splashed. Xiao Qie didn't even touch Ya. He leaned on his arm to hold the dagger. The next time the low table fell, Ya rolled out. Her dagger was released and landed in Xiao Qie's palm. Before Baya had recovered, Xiao Qie stood up and nailed the dagger to Baya's desktop. Baya nearly pierced his fingers, panic-stricken, and slumped to the ground. Xiao Qie wiped the drink on his arm restraint. His eyes were sober, and he said coldly, "I'm here to make friends sincerely, but the Ministry of Mengluo is a rat of honey and belly." The generals in the midst of the meeting jumped up. The Iron Riders on the inner and outer 3 levels suddenly showed their swords, and the Crimson Hu Tonglin was full of snow. The atmosphere changed suddenly, and the sword was tense. "No." Baya didn't expect Ya to rush, and he said quickly, "This is by no means my intention, and I asked the head wolf not to be angry." He got up, stomped towards Ya, and hated, "I have raised you for more than 10 years, but you have made such a big mistake." Ya's veil fell off, and she stood on her side and yelled at Baya, saying, "You betrayed Russia, and gave me to Hassan's enemies. You don't deserve to be my father." Baya was furious, waiting for Ya to finish, slapped Ya to the ground, and said in a Landshaw saying, "Hold her." He turned away and begged Xiao Qie, "She after being bewitched by a Moor, she has lost her mind. It is not my daughter. I am willing to kill her for the head wolf. I also ask the head wolf not to anger the Mengluo ministry." Xiao Qie remained calm. From the Beitieki, he surrounded the Mengluo ministry, and Baya's elite were all on the periphery. They were really stubborn. This person couldn't stop the fully armed Ironki from charging. Baya hadn't talked about the conditional stance for a long time. He could only pull out the swords of the left and right guards and held up to Ya. The Tsungyue hangs high, and Mo Sanchuan's assassin is hovering lonely. Hu Tong's abrupt branches and leaves were obliquely inserted into the moon, and the wind moved away from Beilang Banner. Baya held up his knife and was slow to stop. His goatee trembled for a moment. In the sobbing sound of Ya, he dropped his knife and turned to kneel in front of Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie tied his arms tightly, and Chen Yang behind him came up to help him. He looked down at Baya, holding the wolf-howling sword on his waist. I only have this daughter, Baya said with tears. I want to assign her to the powerful Northern Wolf King, because we are being robbed by other clans here all year round. Amor is old. Who can keep us thorough? Retract your 500 camels. Xiao Qie turned away, reserved for the mutual use of the Mongolian ministry. Xiao Qie took a few steps and looked at Ya again. The night breeze blew Xiao Qie's small braid on his shoulder. He raised his hand and pulled out a dagger, and threw it to Wu Ya. Tonight the whole family of Mengluo Buddhism, you gave it to me. Wu Ya's complexion was pale, and all the scent of her body was gone. She covered her face and wept. Baya Volt shouted, the Mongolian and Luobi ministry is willing to follow the Wolf King to desert. Xiao Qie whistled and fell to his shoulder and arm. He looked forward, and Mo Sanchuan's entrance was open, and the moonlight-paved path led to his destination. Behind him, Li Beilang banner replaced the Hongying banner in the desert. How do you guess Ya is going to stab? Lu Guangbai asked when Xiao Qie left. You said Belle wanted to marry her to Hassan. Xiao Qie turned on his horse and paused for a while pulling his horse. I guess that's what Ya meant. Baya wanted her to marry me so much. It was she who could not see the boy in the desert. I'm still suspicious that you're drunk. Lu Guangbai followed his own horse. My brother's heart is hanging up. I'm afraid you'll be confused for a moment. You said that when I went back, I was outspoken to the monarch, or pretended not to know. It's not going to be confused. Who else can compare with Shen Lanju in this world? Xiao Qie turned his horse's head. At this moment, the wind let out the heat, and the wine's strength was suppressed. He looked at Lu Guangbai and said solemnly, wine and incense are useless. I am awake. Lu Guangbai saw that he was serious and well thought out, and believed that it was true. How could Xiao Qie be so immoral that Shen Lanju was full of his mind? Xiao Qie turned the topic and said, now the Mongolian Luo department stays here, and Mo Sanchuan will only be able to supply the Amur food to the east. The Doran brought back the fighters with the remaining Bear department for Amur. It shows that Amur's elite is running out. Hu Helu, Ochi, Zhuoli, and Hassan, Amur's pioneers, assaults, guards, and generals were all killed. 6 of his hands were upset after Xiao Qie moved in. Now the Mengluo ministry is willing to make an alliance to save their lives, and Amur's gold account is in the desert hinterland. Xiao Qie wanted to win the battle. After Hassan died, Biancha retired. According to the practice of Daeju, he would not chase the Chashi defense line again. But for Xiao Qie, others may be able to stay, but Amur is not the only one. As the man in the desert who almost became the 12 monarchs, Amur is a hero who can defeat Xiao Fengshu. He is more dangerous than Hassan because he also has political means. He didn't just want to win the war, it was something he entrusted to others, and he had worked hard for 20 years to create a dynasty collapse. As long as he is given a chance to breathe and let him live, he has a new plan. The means will only be more sophisticated and hard to find. This man must die, or Xiao Qie can't sleep. Amur lingered on the throne, his gold account did not close the curtain, and the moon shone through his gap and shone at his feet. He sat here alone, looking at the rolling sand dunes under the moon. Many years ago, Shen said aloud, I once led a soldier to go deep and met Xiao Fengshu under the Hongyang mountain. At that time he was an unknown soldier. I regarded him as a lifelong opponent and I won him a lot. And lost to him many times. The old wise man praying for Hassan sat in the corner of the golden tent, dropped his dead branch in the blanket in front of his knees, and said slowly with a trembling voice, you defeated him. Amur closed his eyes in the afterglow of the moonlight. His face didn't even look old, majestic as if he had just sat in this position. He said, it was my son who killed him. His son killed your son. The wise man gasped and fell on the blanket, slowed a moment, and pushed away the dead branches. But you still have grandchildren. Doraemon can give birth to a healthy and strong child. This battle, we did not lose. Amur held the throne's handle as if it was a beast trapped here. He turned his eyes, finally opened his eyes, and looked at the dunes that were unchanged. He said, "When I sent troops to Luoxiaguan, you told me the same way. We walked out of the desert, looking for a land that can survive, but these years, fighting there has been more and more dead people. Daju is like an already decaying tree, but Goddess Care has not favored us slowly. From the north, he lost Xiao Fengshu and soon got a new wolf king. I heard him. He walked towards my gold account with a drum of drums. He was much younger and stronger than Xiao Fengshu. You are the last dawn of God to the desert." The wise man lifted those dead branches, and said firmly, "I will watch you leave this wolf." Amor left the throne, and he stood up, following the traces of the moon, saying, "It's time to make the scorpion move." The official officer in the cap and hat tied Feng de Quan and the hat properly, took off the paper flowers on the bamboo, and Feng Quan wiped his hands with the paper flowers, listening to the other person talking. The officers and men in the cloaks were sharp, half hidden in the darkness, and said, "Zhongbua must be defeated in front of Boju men. Only by killing Shenzhechuan can the dynasty continue to breathe, and the sun in the east can rise as usual. Shenzhechuan has been involved in many dangers in Dunhuang and Duanzhou," Feng Quan said. "You have countless opportunities to kill him, but you haven't. He is far more powerful than he thought." The official in the cap and hat cleaned the scorpion for Feng Quan. He knelt on the ground, raised his eyes, and stared at Feng Quan. "You already knew." Feng Quan leaned over and said, "It's you who are useless." The candle was burning, and there was a moment of silence in the duty room. "As early as 2 years ago, I said not to act without permission, but you still transmitted the disease to the capital and gave Shenzhechuan a chance to be promoted." Feng Chuan's voice was somber. Amua thought he knew the whole situation, but in fact he had everything cannot see. The official in the coat and hat suddenly stood up. He raised his hand and patted it on Feng Chuan's leg, holding a slender ear spoon in his palm. That sharp, abrupt thing abuts on Feng Chuan's leg, which shows that it can also be fatal in one hit. "Calm down, the official in the coat and hat has a brownish pupil. That epidemic also gave Mu Yu an opportunity. Shuexiozhua trusts you so much, that's when you can show your loyalty. You are already standing now in the center, the emperor of Daju is close to you. After this battle, you will be free." Feng Quan looked at the robe official with 2 indifferent eyes, and he did not believe the lie of the robe official. From the day he left Pudu, he was put in a box and was doomed to escape in his entire life. "Your stupid father is dead. You could have stopped him, but you didn't do that." The officer in the cloak put away his earspan. "I didn't tell anyone about this. Do you understand?" Feng Chuan's pale face was a bit morbid in Deng Ying. He said, "He is not a scorpion, and no one can control him. He has long been crazy, willing to die for others. I just sent him. You asked him to take the fire." Since he wants to die, Feng Chuan's eyelids flickered, his expression remained unchanged, and he pulled away the official's hand, saying, "The fakes were not good for him. You're right, Xiao Chengbi is a lunatic. He stays at Jiao Xin Temple day and night, burns incense at home and worships Buddha for forgiveness. It is all his wish to let him die. You are a good son. Get up and say, you should take your medicine." There was a lot of rain in November, and the city walls were covered with defensive equipment on all sides. The army did not mingle with the Chazhou miscellaneous soldiers brought by Luo Mu. There was a lot of rain in November, and the city walls were covered with defensive equipment on all sides. The army did not mingle with the Chazhou miscellaneous soldiers brought by Luo Mu. Luo Mu's return to Boju is no longer a matter of gloomy eyes. He is now relying on Boju. Chen Zhen came to welcome him when he entered the city. He changed his new official robe and stood with Chen Zhen on the wall, looking at the direction of Dancheng. The remaining 7 cities' defense forces are relocating to Lijiu. These days, a total of 50,000 people can be brought to you. Chen Zhen held the wall pile, her breath was cold. "The arms of the capital, the library is also for you. It can stay for days." Although Luo Mu is a civilian, he went to Chazhou to rectify armaments and fight bandits. He is no stranger to military affairs. Holding an umbrella, he said, "Shenzhechuan is not a war fighter. He has to defend Duanzhou unreasonably and has to defend it. Now he has only 20,000 Dunju garrison troops, and it is difficult to ascend the sky to break through. Pudu closed the east gate, and the people fleeing from Dancheng gathered at the gate. Looking down at the gap in their speeches, the foot of the city is full of refugees. I have to ask Master Shang Shu to report to the emperor. Luo Mu pointed to the refugees. Shun Zichuan will buy people. If these refugees cannot enter the city for resettlement and wait for the snow, he will certainly find a way to win over. I'm afraid it will not benefit the court. When Caiu lost to Shun Zichuan in Chazhou, he lost the word Ren. Rescuing people is the rebirth of their parents. Shun Zichuan can wash even Shun Weibing's defeat. Why don't they follow suit? At the moment, there are rumors in Shunxichuan and Jiyong City. If you can't pull back a game before winter, you will have to suffer before you fight. In your opinion, Chen Zhen looked at Luo Mu. What should I do? All of them are overcrowded. There are people sleeping in Guangzhou on Donglong Street. If you meet the exiles, you will break the rules of Yeju and the granaries. Can't afford it. Receive the refugees for their own use, Luo Mu said. I think most of them are young and strong. It is better to enlist in the army to serve the country. As long as China and Bo are defeated, the court will not lose more rewards. Today's food, what is it? One province is enough. Luo Mu dares to say this because he also borrowed food when he was in Huzhou. Master Shang Shu, look at it. Luo Mu raised his hand and pointed it to Chen Zhen. Zizhou is one of the key points of Shun Zichuan, where he set up a large granary at Huizi Tea commercial line, which can supply northeast grain horse roads. To the south can support the natural disaster in Chazhou. If we can take down Ibaraki prefecture, it will be nothing but harm. Shun Zichuan's use of Dancheng City has caused panic among the western cities. He must also take a sigh of relief at this moment. We are different. We can dispatch soldiers as soon as we want to send them out. It is only a short time to hit him. Chen Zhen looked at Luo Mu and said, this time is hard to find. It's not difficult. Shun Zichuan is Shun Wei's son. He entered the capital to peep at the throne. If it is, Shun Wei, the ancient sinner, will have to enter the temple fireworks. Luo Mu looked back at Chen Zhen and smiled. Who can deal with this? Lobbying? Li Jianting looked back. This is the time of the war. Send the students out. Once there is a mistake, I can't afford it. Emperor, Luo Mufu said in the room. Shun Zichuan Chengfu is very deep, and he will surely siege and succumb to the hearts of the people. I will wait and see in the room. I am afraid that the situation will be transient, and it is hard to guarantee nothing. Jiang Wanxiao lobbying Chidong must also watch the wind direction of the capital, so he thought that it was necessary to fight at the moment. Luo Mu didn't speak frankly. Li Jianting's life became more and more difficult to convince the public over time, and then waited until Jiao Zhongxiong's energy was raised again, and the Dancheng people's heart appeased by Shun Zichuan would be difficult to recover. Emperor, we have lost the first opportunity in the Dancheng battle, Chen Zhen also advised. If you can get back around without a single soldier, the morale of Barching is also good for this moment. The archenemy should be fighting with the enemy now, Kong said after thinking. If it can promote the cohesion of the people in the southwest, this winter will no longer be difficult. Li Jianting said, the capital is rumored that Shun Zichuan is a narrow-minded man, but it is a rumor. It is difficult to see that he is not anxious and impatient in Dancheng. It is difficult for the monarchs to force his troops to rely on his tongue. This round isn't for Shun Zichuan, Luo Mu said, looking up. Instead, he went to Yarrow Wenyu. Yarrow Wenyu is a counselor to Shun Zichuan. Not only did he order the world to be able to Shun Zichuan, but he also played a pivotal role in the implementation of the 6 books of the Yellow Book. The most rare thing was that he persuaded Shun Zichuan to accept the old capital minister. Jiao Zhongxiong and others were able to protect themselves from the dust, and Yarrow Wenyu was able to see the beads with wisdom. Without Yarrow Wenyu, Shun Zichuan's affiliates would not be able to achieve this scale. Kong Yi and Center Yu both received the favor of Hai Liangyi. At the moment, he heard Luo Mu's mention of Yarrow Wenyu, not only crossing his body. Center Yu's pity was uncontrollable for a moment, and he said, I heard Yuanj was body embracing after he heard of Zhongbua. If Mr. Center is right. Luo Mu said, if we are a group of people to persuade the city to descend, if Yarrow Wenyu does not dare to come, Dr. Zhong will drop his anger, and Shen Zichuan only deserves to be a cower. If Yarrow Wenyu really dares to come, revisiting the place will kill its pride. Center Yuhua rose up, pointed at Luo Mu, and blurted out, you are so born so good. Yarrow Wenyu became ill and dragged his legs. Luo Mu wanted him to answer the question below the city. He wanted him to face the old age of the city. He even wanted him to show the lingering appearance of stubbornness. Look, 2 years ago, he's still a world-renowned Saitama. As long as Yarrow Wenyu is bruised, Luo Mu bowed down deeply, Shen Zichuan will be hit hard. He didn't finish. Before the Wanjuan formation, the students were defenseless. If Yarrow Wenyu was defeated by the masses, it would definitely cause the defense forces to be outraged. By then, as long as the Dunju defense forces hurt the students, Shen Zichuan's sage name would be over. Li Jianting looked at Luo Mu. This man had set aside this poisonous bureau in order to win, and he was already regarded as indifferent. Feng Quan quietly glanced at Xue Xiuzhua, who had been hidden at the end. Within a short while, she heard Luo Mu said, Master Xue is prestigious among the students, and he went out with Yarrow Wenyu. He thought that the adults in this bureau would not let him. Xue Xiuzhua rose up silently and said, Yarrow Wenyu can not only help Shen Zichuan with his broken leg and stump, but he is no longer a noble man who talked about it in the past. You set up this bureau so that everyone in the world will watch a disability of the teacher, he said. Li Jianting, I shouldn't. Feng Quan pouted a smile by pouring tea. Li Jianting gazed at Xue Xiuzhua. In that moment of silence, his eyes were strange. She said calmly, that's natural, and I can't bear the hardship of Mr. Jiang. Xiao Jiang has no news yet, let the cabinet choose the students this time. Raindrops hit the eaves, and the rustling voice gave birth to other things. Where did you come from? That night Li Jianting asked Feng Quan so. Feng Quan knelt in the unfathomable shadow, and slowly replied, the slave was originally a Jincheng official family, and the criminal Xiao Chengbi was the minister's concubine. At that time, the slave's mother's family was affected by it, exiled to Zhongbua, and the slave was exactly born in Zhongbua. Later, the adult Yanqing searched the old ministers, rescued the slaves from the water and the fire, and brought the slaves back to the capital. He looked up and said in a weak and helpless tone, slaves and brothers have the same father and son. The grievances were committed in the palace, and the Lord Yanqing personally pointed out that he served 2 emperors and 1 in the palace. It is most prudent to go to the emperor. Xianda, Tianchen, and the Queen Mother all died of power struggles. Among them, Tianchen Emperor Li Jianheng was the most strange. Mu Ruxing's assassination was not a secret in Xuefu. Xue Xiuzhua still refused to replace Feng Quan. He still had to serve Li Jianting with him. You gave him all my trivial matters. Li Jianting leaned over, Xue Yanqing stared at me, are you afraid I can't be an emperor? Feng Quan dare not answer. Li Jianting stared at him for a while, and said, Mu Yu's assassination of Li Jianheng, was it Han Han's order or Xue Xiuzhua's order? Feng Quan wanted to avoid Li Jianting's eyes, but Li Jianting violently pinched Feng Quan's chin and said, from the moment I entered the palace, he was watching me. Li Jianting laughed, mockingly, no wonder he dares to be an orphan. The emperor's life is in his hands. Xue Xiuzhua was willing. He was reluctant even to himself, and naturally to others. Xiao Chengbi wants to turn over the old case, Li Jianting said coldly, only he can. Chi Shiyu lay across the bed, looking unbearable. His hair was much whiter, and he could no longer see that Kima was red-sleeved. Liquid was dripping from his lips, and Qi Zhuyin wiped it off with a pupper. Jiang, Qi Shiyu said, panting, Jiang Wanxiao is coming. When you arrive, talk to him. Let's go to the army and go to Boju. Qi Zhuyin pulled his sleeves, exposed his arms, washed the tiles in the copper basin beside the bed, and said, look again. Qi Shiyu's chest was undulating, he rolled his eyes, and said, provide your driving is determined, you are, Sheng Yanian. The 2 states and the 3 states are reversed. Qi Zhuyin washed the pupper seriously. How long can Emperor Shengyong sit? With her 10,000 army, even the gates of Lijiu cannot go out. Qi bamboo, bamboo sound. Qi Shiyu suddenly raised his voice, unfilial daughter. Qi Zhuyin twisted the pupper without making a noise. Qi Shiyu cried with tears in her eyes, her lips trembled and choked. You bad me, bad Qi, you will not even be able to enter the ancestral grave in the future. The sun setting on the window was drying Qi Zhuyin's back, and she concentrated on drying the parcels as if she didn't hear them. If it sinks, Shen Zichuan loses. Qi Shiyu shed tears with hate. Are you alone? Can you reach Qi store? Everyone in the world hates you. You forged me, my message, you. Qi Zhuyin flattened the pupper, tilted his head in the shadow of the pane, and looked at the layers of flowers and trees. She was silent for a moment and said, if Shen Zichuan is defeated, you will report to Dudu that I faked a message and coerced my brother's ghostwriting. Kong Boren is a smart man. He would rather kill me. He will keep you old not dead. Qi Shiyu's message to Liju was false. That was what Qi Zhuyin wrote to his brother. But is Qi Shiyu really helpless? He was acquiescent and wanted to give Qi a back road. If Shen Zichuan is defeated, Qi Shiyu would rather give up Qi Zhuyin in exchange for the whole family's life. From the moment Qi Zhuyin decided not to send troops, she was no longer Qi's daughter. Qi Shiyu's freedom is all about Qi's. If Qi Zhuyin can no longer glory for Qi's, then she is no different from her wasteful brothers. Qi Zhuyin didn't wait long, so she dried her towel before exiting the door. There are several brothers waiting under the eaves, dare not look up at her. She took over the dove from Qi Wei, and turned a blind eye to them. Qi Wei followed Qi Zhuyin out of the yard and whispered, Master Jiang is here. Qi Zhuyin asked, is the lady ready? Qi Wei opened his mouth, but did not speak. Qi Zhuyin turned his head along with his gaze, and saw the red curtain rising, and Hua Xiangyi was lowering the sedan with her skirt. She didn't know where to stubble. She crossed the red lotus and lent her arm to Hua Xiangyi. Huaxianji's white flowers are fragrant, and she puts on a palm, only to notice that it is Qi Zhuyin. Qi Zhuyin wanted to say something, and said casually, well. She was a bit tired recently, looking at Hua Xiangyi, the flowers are pretty. The red pimple on the side covered her lips and coughed slightly. Huaxianji powder was slightly red on her cheeks. She loosened her fingers and wanted to move her hands. If she didn't know how to change her mind, she took Qi Zhuyin and said, the tea pavilion is ready. WN Xiao got there and settled down. There is a screen in the middle frame, and Mrs. WN Xiao can take a break here, just to give it a look. You are a wife, naturally you will arrange it for you. Qi Zhuyin said, the mountain is Zhongliko in Jueshi. Don't lose it when you talk to him. In any case, the power of the horse is in my hands unless you kill me. Or even if his tongue is like a spring, he won't be able to save him. Hua Xiangyi's embroidered shoes showed a sharp point. She smoothed her skirt and smiled at Qi Zhuyin. I have a way. Shen Zichuan grabbed Dancheng's surplus grain with his hand, and then looked at the granary furnishings, saying, the granary will be in disrepair over the years. If it is going to winter today, it will be rainy for days. Fei Sheng gathered the oil umbrella and replied, men and gentlemen mean the same thing, but at the moment, it is not good. If you rashly move the food and cause suspicion among the people in the city, then our efforts in these days will be wasted. The Dunju garrison stationed in less than half a month, but eating and sleeping was more restrained than outside the city. Fortunately, Shen Zichuan had plenty of food and did not starve the soldiers' stomachs. Although there were personal complaints underneath, nothing happened. The people of Dancheng ran a lot to the west, which was blocking the front road of Shen Zichuan. There is not much grain left. Yarrow Wenyu's four-wheeler was soaked in water, leaving traces during the operation. It's very cold in winter and Dancheng has no food to help, so instead of transferring from Tizhou, the monarch should put it in place. Grain. Dancheng grain is leftover from pans. It is difficult to use grain carts to transfer food for free. Putting on-site grain can not only calm the fear of the people in Dancheng, but also save a batch of winter food. The grain reserves of China and Bo are limited. If they can only besiege and not attack, the two sides can only have better patience than anyone else. Jiang Guanxiao went to Chidong, and Luo Mu used this as an excuse to persuade the Yang family to consider again. The Yang family was really moved by him. A few days ago, the grain was transported to Pudu, and the Fengshan campus has been changed to a grain storage area. The waterway in the south can reach Hezhou. Master, Lid, you are here to fight a protracted battle with us. Speaking of protracted war, I'm still waiting for the river/Qingshan. Shun Zichuan let go of his palm. Chidong's garrison is the life-saving straw of the capital. Both the cabinet and Shui Yanqing know that 50,000 soldiers can't stop it. We, Tun Liang, are desperate. Yarrow Wenyu was about to speak, first covering his lips and coughing. The granary is ventilated, said Shun Zichuan. Fei Sheng, give my coat to Yuan Zhuo. The master can't stand the cold wind. Fei Sheng heard and signaled the guard at the door to hand in his clothes. Qiao Tianya expected that Mr. Qi should forget to bring his coat. When he arrived this morning, he specially sent someone to bring him over. I'll wait for Mr. to ask. Yarrow Wenyu wore a jacket, and the coughing did not decrease. Now no one mentioned the doctor's affairs in front of him. Although the medicine was being used on time, Yuan Zhuo was visible to the naked eye. Jiang Guanxiao arrives at Chidong. Yarrow Wenyu said in half, there was movement outside the warehouse. Huantai Tiger entered with a knife, saluted to Shun Zichuan, and said rudely, Fu Jun, she have all come to the messenger, and they can't bear the city's living beings, so let us talk to us. Then more than a dozen students sent out the city gate. There is an altar waiting to the west of Dancheng. Fujuan, at this moment I am strong and weak. What more to talk about? Let Shun Weiti write a transcript. We will break into the capital and save trouble. Shun Zichuan wiped his palms and asked, who is coming? Center Shuani comes first, and the rest are all students. Shun Zichuan only needs to think about it to know the danger. Jiang Guanxiao has arrived at Chidong. The elder lady must talk to him for a long time. At this time, she should not be unavoidable. Chidong is unavoidable. Besides, the long encirclement is not the best policy. Yarrow Wenyu took his own hand and turned his head to Shun Zichuan. Said, the time is up, Fujuan, I'll go back when I go. Chidong Yangyang, tea pavilion smoke. Hua Xiangyi sits opposite to the tea case, cleansing tea. Qi Zhuyin motioned to sit on the mountain, and said, you come from afar, this bureau is a feast for the wind. Don't be nervous, just sit. All the way along the mountain, I just changed my clothes in the side hall, but I wasn't so restrained, I sat down and smiled. Jiang Hidahi Neng can drink a cup of tea from Miss San. He called Hua Xiangyi Miss 3. This is the old name, that is, instead of treating Hua Xiangyi as Mrs. Chidong, she regarded it as the old master of Wucheng. In a word, lightness is different, he doesn't want to talk to Hua Xiangyi. Hua Xiangyi helped tea and said softly, the boat is exhausting on the road, my wife is pregnant, it is really not appropriate to keep the post. I sent someone out of the yard early, and if Wn Xiao doesn't want to abandon, then stay at home. Her home is Chifu, and she is in charge of matters in the inner court. No matter what she calls her, she is the main mother of Chifu. Jiang's drinking tea in Qingshan, the two were the first confrontation. Dancheng rain was heavy, and bamboo taos were undulating. Center Yu was so full of heart that he heard the sound of flute into the bamboo waves on the high platform. He stood up with a light ah and watched an oil umbrella in the rain come here with the gentle stream. There was a boundary between the two armies, and Yarrow Wenyu did not continue. The white donkey under the umbrella walked leisurely, and Yarrow Wenyu's blue shirt was hanging on both sides of the donkey's belly. The sack around his waist was still the same, and the rain and mist were lingering, and he looked exactly the same as that year. I was in a hurry to leave that day, and I couldn't say goodbye to him. Yarrow Wenyu bowed down on the donkey's back and saluted. I heard Mr. Wang's invitation today, and Yuan Zhuo came. Center Yu saw Yarrow Wenyu saluting at the donkey, and knew that the rumors were true. His legs were really broken. For a while, with mixed feelings, standing in the ears and buzzing, only sighed sadly, what the are you? What a pain. What a pain. Yarrow Wenyu couldn't answer, and he didn't come to answer this what a pain today. He knew what the intention of this move was. Everyone in the world looked at him, and envy became mercy. Everyone would prefer to pity him condescendingly, as if he had lost his legs and lost his courage to stand before others. Living is far harder than dying. Yarrow Wenyu had an insight into the future life as early as the day he lay down. This kind of look was not the first time, nor was it the last time. As long as he is still in the world, he will always face such mercy. This is the pain he can't share with anyone. The oil umbrella draped into the curtain, hiding the blue robe in between, Yarrow Wenyu was as if sitting in the clouds. He fell down and remained clean and dust-free. It is the most rare place in life to have a realm, Shen Zichuan said in the tower, and said to Qiao Tianya around him, it is not to be happy, not to be sad. If anyone can reach this level, he is not far away. When I first met him, I thought he was this kind of person, but I later discovered that he was not such a person at all. It is ruthless to get the Tao, and ruthless to yourself. Yarrow Wenyu can't do it. He has Wanxiang in his heart, and he has him in his heart. He is a red duster who seems to be far away from the world. He has spent the past 2 decades riding a donkey, which is lively and not wrong. Qiao Tianya looked at the turquoise blue, like the green willow and green bamboo looking at the sky. He put down the flute, picked up the wine, took a sip, and replied drunk, I know him. The rain continued underground. Yarrow Wenyu's voice is clear and brilliant. Lang said, Sir, don't worry about me for the time being. I think that all of us are like sleepy beasts, and we are doing our best to fight the death of our monarch to the end. This is not a good idea. Shen Zichuan, if you have the heart, you should have treated yourself sincerely, rather than standing on your own. Yu Chen Bingdan City, intimidating the capital, caused the people in the world to panic. Center you also came to persuade today, cannot help but take a step at this moment, separately said, today Yuanzhua Ruakan persuaded him to surrender, and based on his kindness in the 6 states of Central Bo, I would also like to use his own head to guarantee him. At present, the situation is clear, and the general situation has been decided. Why do you deceive yourself? Yarrow Wenyu said. It is all night and night. The so-called siege method is a last resort. If the emperor is willing to surrender to the tens of thousands of people in the city, I am also willing to use her own head to guarantee her. You and I have the old knowledge, why use this to praise me for these haiku? There are only 20,000 soldiers available to China. Bo Shen Zichuan has been tired of keeping the Izhira granary. Now the 2 states of Ti and River are surrendering one after another. Believe in the people. Chidu now has 7 cities to help, Chidong as a shield, and 300,000 defensive arms are genuine. Shen Zichuan wants to conquer the Li family, and I am afraid no one can serve it. Your invasion of Dancheng has caused the exiles to rise. Center you pointed to Boju. All the people in front of Boju were refugees. They could hear babies crying at night, and widows were selling women during the day. If you were truly teachers of justice, how could you turn a blind eye to this? Yarrow Wenyu didn't answer. The student beside Center Yu salutes Yarrow Wenyu and clears his throat. Not only that, Shen Zichuan has rebelled for no reason, and it has led to disaster. Even if he can break the city with a strong soldier, it is difficult to convince the public with a strong soldier. He is the perfect candidate for the emperor. There are countless dead and wounds between the 2 armies. Why not turn the gods into jade? As long as you can surrender with sincerity, the emperor will not be too big with the heart of the sage. They spoke so nicely, but what was the consequence of dropping the armor and letting it go, not to mention Center Yu, even Kong Yang could not guarantee it. Yarrow Wenyu was about to speak, and there was wind in the rain, which forced him to temporarily cover his mouth and lower his cough. Center Yu couldn't bear it, but the students around him thought that they had the upper hand. Seeing Yuanzhua's weakness, he couldn't help but go further and talk loudly. I know that Yuanzhua has a unique reputation, and I know it better. You came from the Yarrow family and studied in Laoge, but lament that you lost your studies in order to serve the Shen family, and abandoned your ancestors. Yarrow Yuanzhua, the old man can still be 1,000 miles away, but you can only commit to the thief. I am sorry for your talents, and it's a pity that the old man trusts the non-human. Today, I saw that your stubble was not the heroine of that year, and I want to persuade you to get lost. Raindrops fell on the railing, and Shen Zichuan's sleeve robe was wet. He tied the folding fan between his sleeves to avoid rain. Looking at the green bamboo from the watchtower, Yarrow Wenyu has been partially hidden. When Sun Zichuan was still in the capital, he once told Xiao Qie that if he was allowed to choose, he would rather choose Xue Xiuzhua than Yarrow Wenyu. Because Yarrow Wenyu was so lonely, he couldn't do anything in the dirt. He was born so well that it hurt so hard. The morale of the students was so high that they crowded into the high stage and all wanted to teach Yarrow Wenyu. Yarrow Wenyu's coughing stopped, his look remained unchanged, and it seemed he would have met this situation. His Majesty Sun Zichuan is not unmanned, and Kong Ling was also a master of arguing when he was still in college. However, Sun Zichuan still agreed to let Yarrow Wenyu come. Luo Mu wants to kill Yuan Zhuo in this bureau. Sun Zichuan tilted his head slightly, and the jade beads in his ears reflected the cold light. To underestimate Yarrow Wenyu is to underestimate Sun Zichuan. His Majesty Sun Zichuan has both moral and talent, but Yarrow Wenyu has always been the chief. 2 years ago, Yarrow Wenyu was embarrassed to leave the capital. It was 2 years ago that he was assisted by the Chinese blogger Sun Zichuan. The stage was slightly noisy, and the students' voices were crowded in the heavy rain and buried in the bamboo waves. In the cool breeze, Yarrow Wenyu removed the lip covering his lips. "You are persuading me to get lost and return, but I want to persuade you to turn back to shore." Yarrow Wenyu's voice was still moist, as if the coughs were just a break in the rain. "I asked the sir." The teacher was exhaustingly thinking about death, and why? "Center," you replied, "Shock Xiao Xiao, to be respectful and humble." Yarrow Wenyu emerged sharply when the wind stormed, saying, "The big fallacy is not the case. The teacher is thinking carefully about people's livelihood, steadily seeking peace and respecting the public opinion. Everything is people-oriented at all times. Now you are inferior and ignorant of the people. The temple is private and private. Center Shuani, Kong Boren, Shuiyanqing, and so on, how can they worship my teacher?" Rarely did he reveal such awe, and his words resembled a knife cut, causing Center Yu to step back and said dumbly, "I'll wait." Yarrow Wenyu's look remained unchanged, and he continued, "I ask you again, the so-called Yarrow Shen, Guimin Tian, and Mini, and Zhang Zhuang. What have you done in these 4 points?" Center Yu's momentum has weakened, saying, "Dan Cheng, Tan Cheng, Wu Cheng, Tan Cheng have all recovered the tax, and the 4 cities belong to the people. The tax reduction and exemption is the time to rest." In order to fill the Cheng Cheng tax, Helian Hu wanted the squires of his country to scrape the land. Tian returned, but Nagobi filled the fields. The exiles in the 4 cities are still endless, and Aizu Prefecture is already overcrowded. What you call medicine Shenyang, Giminshan, Anmin Karma is nothing more than emphasis. The food that you take for your help is the blessing of our monarch. Where did Center Yu think that Yarrow Wenyu's speeches would be harsh, but Cheng Chengtian did have something to do, but he had to temporarily stop the investigation due to external problems. Today, he has become a weapon for Yarrow Wenyu. The student next to Center Yu responded very quickly and said, "It's nonsense. You betrayed the king and degraded the teacher's door, but you are a remnant of a wheelie-wheeler. What have you done? What can you do?" The donkey under Yarrow Wenyu's seat moved forward slightly, and he said, "I am a counselor, how can I walk by?" The students immediately laughed and laughed. "You just didn't do anything about it. You didn't do anything at all." Xue Gong criticized the family, helped the Li family, and he was loved in Dan and Lu cities. You ask them how they met Ji Laro, Yarrow Wenyu. "I think you are the old man who is shameless." Yarrow Wenyu's oil umbrella dangled slightly, and he also laughed, but this smile left no trace. It passed after passing without half satisfaction. He said, should he pursue his administration in his position, shouldn't the princes and the princes take care of themselves for the people? Shouldn't Shui Yanqing run the capital to do what he wants? He is a courtier, and I am a counselor. The eyes were dim, and the twinkling starlight was extinguished, leaving only a heavy lacquer night. My master is in chaos and chaos in the chaos of the world. He first teases and robs the bandits, and then goes through the 6 states. He goes through the trade between north and south, and spares no effort to help. Tietchi stepped on the outside. Within 2 years, he lost land, settled in all directions, settled the people's business, created acres of good land in Sanju, and lost land in the 3 realms. He pushed the yellow book, implemented the household registration, and opened the way to the world to meet the talents of the world. Backward, even dare to defend the gate of Duanzhou as a sword. The rain crackled against the umbrella like a rushing war drum, deafening. With the help of the Lord, I am the heavenly emperor, and I am free to gather together. I can be nameless, moral, and praiseless, but my Lord, Yarrow Wenyu is as steady as a mountain, and his words are clear. It must be brilliant. Counselor. The counselors and courtiers are the people who assist the good master. Yarrow Wenyu dared to demean himself for pushing Shen Zichuan, because he was a counselor for Shen Zichuan, and he was seeking for the reputation of Shen Zichuan, not for himself. In his words, he was asking the people all over the city, what did Li Jianting do? The inaction of the Lord is incompetent. Center Yu Qiang held up and said, even if you have a clever tongue, you can't cover Shen Zichuan's wrong birth. His father, Shen Weibing, defeated Liu Ju. If you let you into the city, people all over the world will worship Shen Wei, the shameless dog thief. Yarrow Wenyu said, so, did Li Jianting come from orthodox? You are presumptuous. The student watched Yarrow Wenyu calmly, prevailed, and blushed. Is it the emperor that you are? Yarrow Wenyu suddenly raised his voice in the rain and asked again, who can prove in public that Li Jianting is orthodox? Are you? Shui Yanqing? You are her principal and worship long live, but it is hard to argue with the true or false. Shui Gong holds the pen of the emperor. The student has been confused, the emperor had Xiangrui when he was born, he can't be wrong. Since you can't prove it, Yarrow Wenyu coughed, I can. Center Yu suddenly felt cold, watching Yarrow Wenyu's blue shirt shaking, and felt that this was not Yuan Zhuo, this was the enemy of Zhongbalai. When Shui Yanqing greeted the prince and returned to the palace, he presented to the cabinet Zhuxian and Emperor Qin's private seal. Yarrow Wenyu gently wiped his white lips with his fingers. But these two objects are incompatible, and Qin Wang's private seal is not covered at all. Zhu Shang. If only Li Jianting can prove that Qin Wang is the daughter-in-law of the Qin dynasty, then the noble paintings in my Yarrow study are all evidence of the emperor. When Shui Yanqing greeted the prince and returned to the palace, he presented to the cabinet Zhuxian and Emperor Qin's private seal. Yarrow Wenyu gently wiped his white lips with his fingers. But these two objects are incompatible, and Qin Wang's private seal is not covered at all. Zhu Shang. If only Li Jianting can prove that Qin Wang is the daughter-in-law of the Qin dynasty, then the noble paintings in my Yarrow study are all evidence of the emperor. Even though Center Yu's hands and feet became cold, he couldn't be weak anymore. Today's conversation in the city attracted a lot of attention, and a wrong answer was a disaster for Li Ju. He was certain that he said, when the emperor entered the palace, the cabinet was publicly inspected. At that time, the queen mother bowed her head, confirming that the emperor was the blood of Li's blood. The wind and rain were noisy, and it smashed on the oil paper umbrella like a bursting bean. Yarrow Wenyu said, after the emperor went, the Li family withered. What you call a court test is based on the one-sided words of Shui Yanqing. The queen mother lives alone in the deep palace, and has the right to hold back, and the cowardly coercion outside, how can you say truth? Center Yu had a big shock in his chest. He stepped back and said, hey, how can you say that I am a minister? On the day of the public inspection, the civil and military forces of the Manchu dynasty were present. Whoever dared to intimidate the queen mother, I first attacked him. Okay, Mr. Loyalty, I admire it. Yarrow Wenyu drew a letter from his sleeve and told Center Yu, I happen to have a secret letter from Miss Fengsan, which details in detail Han Han's use of Tanqing's account to coerce her queen mother. In this case, the letters of the Empress Dowager and Miss 3 are also attached, all bearing the Empress Dowager private seal. As soon as this letter came out, there was an uproar in the reign. Center Yuhe had expected that Yarrow Wenyu had really proved that the chill straightened the backbone today is not Zhongbu's fierce danger at all, but he is fierce. He leaned on the side of the table and said, Miss 3 has been away from the capital for a long time and will no longer serve the Queen Mother. Her words. Miss 3 is Mrs. Chidong, Yarrow Wenyu pressed tightly. If her words are not credible, why hasn't Chidong's 300,000 garrison troops dispatched yet? There was a thunderous thunder in the rain. Yarrow Wenyu loosened his finger and let the secret letter fall into the puddle. He said, Qi would rather lose hundreds of years of prestige than he would be willing to serve as the king of the army, because it is now sitting on the throne, not Li King at all. Shui Yanqing refers to the deer as a horse, not only to bully the king, but also to use the daughter of Chu Guan as the emperor's eunuch. Chu Guan girl, you deceive the public. The student pointed at Yarrow Wenyu and said sternly, the emperor is the daughter of a peasant household in the capital, and has a long-standing name in the neighborhood. Dizzy, Yarrow Wenyu said, without temperature, Li Jianting has never called her adoptive parents after she ascended to the throne. If she is really kind and filial piety, she will not turn a blind eye to her adoptive parents. In this sentence, Hugh said that center U was that the students around him all fell to the ground suddenly, and the Dudu army whispered in affright. The dark clouds have forced the palace of Boju, and the eaves of Bagua were split between lightning and thunder. The letter was quickly passed around the southwest, and the genie guards hiding in Boju walked the streets. Ge Qingqing occupied the tea house and watched the raindrops pound on the window paper violently. Li Jianting looked up, listened to the thunder, and knew the drums that had been rattled. She asked the empty Mingletang, is King Tori out? Feng Quan lit a joss stick and replied, it's almost coming. There was a sound of rubbing on the screen. Since sitting on the opposite side of the small case, I had a pulse for Liu Niang across the screen. Everyone of Qi's family is a loyal, and heroic man. The handsome man has made great achievements and won the Holy Grace. Jiangshan Qingshan said, now the mountains and rivers are in critical condition, and the internal troubles are all around. At that time, I advised the commander not to jeopardize righteousness for personal gain, to honor the king in all respects, and Qi's future glory is in sight. You are an energy minister, and you are more familiar with civil affairs than I am. Qi Zhuyin drank tea. Since it is time to endanger the mountains and rivers, these clichés need not be said. There was heat in the tea kiosk. Jiangshan Qingshan smiled bitterly for a moment, and said, persuading the fame is a cliché. I came here just to say a few words with the boss. He put down the teacup and looked Qi Zhuyin, Master, if today is an incompetent generation, then I will not come. But nowadays, the revival of Daju is just around the corner. As long as the internal problems are eliminated, the people's prosperity will not be a delusion. He paused for a while. The first emperor was not in charge of the government, and the court assigned several years of fighting. That year, the drought in Jushi, I was unable to prepare food for relief. I was in desperation. I had to borrow food arbitrarily. Please ask the cabinet network to open one side. At that time, Hua Xiqian was going to kill me, and Yang Qing was kneeling in front of the old door of the old house, asking the old man to save my life. Over the years, he has been running around in the position given by the Ministry of Affairs, finding a way for the local officials and struggling to form what is now called the hard faction, so that the big week after Tianchen years can survive. Master, we dare not take credit, but these people, in order to give way to Daju, even the lives of one's family can bet on it. Jiang Wanxiao did not lie, and the source of the broken government in Yongyi's later years was in the capital, but the place was still strong. She can now bear the pressure from many parties in Daju. This is not something that can be done overnight. This is the foundation stone laid by these people in the past 10 years. After the Xianda years, Yang Qing urged the court to allocate manpower to the central bow to clean up the mess. The old man was forced by Hua Xiqian's sharpness. He did not dare to move in order to protect the central government. Finally, he waited for the 8 years of Xianda's fall. Only then did I deliberately transfer me to serve as the chief envoy of Zhongbua, but it was too late and the opportunity was wrong. Not only did bandits run rampant, but also family powers were intertwined, Jiang Wanxiao said when he was emotional. We have no soldiers and no rights. How do we start? The cabinet just reviewed the transfer for half a year. The tea fragrance is misty. He calmed down a bit, and then said, I originally gave up. It was Yanqing's support of the emperor to chase Dan Chengtian tax. Marshal, if the emperor is an ancestor like the emperor, Shen Zichuan wants to go back, he will go back. But now there is a clear dawn. He looked at Qi Zhuyin and said eagerly, the first year of Sheng Qiu has just begun. The commander wants to send troops to help the north. This is the current foreign enemy. We should do it and give it to the army. It was not at the time of Xian Denian that the commanders and generals were required to kneel and beg for help. The Bianju and Mildew case forced Lu Guangbai back. The cabinet has so far not obeyed the official words and really dismissed the title of Lu Jiajue. To give the court and Lu Guangbai another chance, everyone has revisited. There is no family interference this time, only civil and military officials have treated each other frankly, and Zhongxing Xing is at this moment. Jiang Wanxiao's heartfelt remarks today are things that others do not understand, or even reluctant to understand. They are all gears running by Da Ju, and they can be relied on by Dai Daixian when they are mottled and rusty. This person is not alone. He may be Qi Hualian in the early days, Hai Liangyi in later days, and even Xue Xiuzhua now. They are different from the family, even if the ideas collide, even the ideas are contradictory, but they have all the strength in civil, without exception, the last vitality of this decaying old tree. Shun Zechuan promoted the Yellow Book in the 6 states of China Bo. We have implemented household registration as early as in Jueshi. Since I ruled the 13 cities, the gates of various places have been checked every year. The land is not lost, the land is not wasteland, and the port trade is prosperous and prosperous. Intervene, this year's Yongyi port cannot be closed. Jiang Wanxiao said, the reason why the tax on the 8 cities was suspended was because Shun Zechuan was too tight. He claimed to be the prince at the Zhongbua, and he was called a lord by the 3 kingdoms. The dog jumped off the wall and stopped the investigation as a last resort. Liu Niang in the screen suddenly whispered ah. Jiang's voice stopped abruptly, and he got up slightly. Hung Hom walked out of the screen and said something to Hua Xiangyi. Hua Xiangyi looked at Jiang /S Qingshan and said, Mrs. is weak, running along the road, and the baby's elephant is unstable. I'm afraid to rest here for a few days. Liu Niang broke his body in Shendanyan. Jiangshan Qingshan knew that Hua Xiangyi was true. He was immersed in lobbying while eloquently speaking, and he was all tied to Liu Niang. He dumbed his voice for a while and stood still. Neither is sitting. Now that he whispered, Atatu Buddha, your wife must take some medicine. Shan could not help asking, what medicine? She is weak, and the doctors she sees are very cautious. I heard that you have been married for several years, and Lingtang and his wife have to stand by the rules every day. It used to be, Hua Xiangyi blamed slightly. Why is your wife pregnant and still stand by the rules? What are the rules? The most difficult thing for Jiang Wanxiao to talk about was family affairs. His mother was widowhood in his early years, and he just raised him into a grand official. The old lady is not subject to bribes by Jin Yu, nor is she a member of the eunuch's family. She is dedicated to being a cleansing official, which means that she has a strict family rule, especially when she is against Liu Niang. Qi Zhuyin didn't want to speak at first, and she had a lot of troubles in her own house, but who knew that the feet under the table were touched lightly. She understood with the action of drinking tea, put down the cup, and said, I don't think you should be busy with government affairs at first. I have no news yet, so settle my wife first. Jiang Wanxiao was aware of this and said cautiously, the troop dispatch. I think about it for 2 more days, Qi Zhuyin said positively. After 2 days, I will give you an answer. Fei Shi ran his head in the rain. Everywhere he heard it, there was talk. The rebels, the emperor, and forgery. The centuries-old crickets were in danger in this heavy rain. He ran his wet shoes and was bumped in the rain. In the past, Xiao Huye was dressed in a simple dress. After Helian Hu was paralyzed, his fox friends and dog friends would no longer be associated with him. He couldn't afford to raise people in the family, and he could only send his wife and servants. Fei Shi still wanted to confuse, but when he saw his sister Zhao Yu and stayed up late to do embroidery work with children, he knew that the family was completely out of money. Now he lives by writing letters for others. Fei Shi picked up the letter and cursed, blind dog, hit grandpa. Grandpa had run rampant. He wiped the rain on his face, and felt that the person who fell on the ground was familiar, so he stomped his feet. Hey? The man raised his head sullenly, unkempt, could not see clearly, only smirked at Fei Shi. Little Huye, young Huye. Fei Shi wrote the letter and said, oh, it's a visionary. Grandpa, I'm Xiao Huye. The lunatic was dirty, with only one foot wearing shoes, he shook his head and said, "Little Huye, look for my brother." "My ******* mother isn't your big brother." Fei Shi pulled his clothes back, disgusting him, and drove out. "Go." The lunatic grinned and really left. He bounced in the torrential rain and shouted at everyone, "Brother, my brother is a big officer. A big officer with a knife. Unlucky." Fei Shi mumbled and walked for 2 steps, feeling the sound familiar. He took a few more steps, saw the ruined Han Palace across the rain curtain, and suddenly stayed in place. "Excuse the capital. Quickly flash away." Military boots splashed with rain and ran on the streets of Boju. The city's alert was at an extreme. All the defensive equipment in the armament had emptied to the wall. The news that Sun Zichuan was about to enter was far wider than the life of the empress. Fei Shi was knocked away by the army. He spontaneously turned his head like clay sculpture. Han Jin. ******* Yarrow Wenyu quarreled, and retreated. He turned his donkey, the paper umbrella slightly tilted, and the green robe pendulum on the side was wet by the rain. Center Yu was still shocked, holding the table edge, raising his hand to call Yuan Zhuo again. The zombie soldiers in the back silently set up the bow and arrow, and the raised arrow was against the fingers and stretched the string full. Raindrops were stringed along the oil paper umbrella. Yarrow Wenyu's breathing was slightly chaotic. The student was ashamed, and took a few steps, saying, "Sun Zichuan seeks the world to serve Shen Wei's tablet. This is unkind, and I will not kneel even if I die." The pouring rain buried Yarrow Wenyu's coughing sound. When he looked back, the tight lip line was slightly raised. The oil paper umbrella slipped to the ground, his hair was soaked, but he said categorically, "From the beginning to the end, we only talk about Shen Weibing's defeat." The Prince of Pingding decided to live in mountains and rivers, never marry a wife, and have no children. Moreover, it is necessary to turn over the old case of Yongyi as Zhaoxue, a loyal minister. You don't need to kneel until the society is stable, the people resume business, and when the world's granaries are abundant, the governor, the arrow suddenly left the string buzzed in the rain, flying beads, the sharp edge blinked in front of Yarrow Wenyu. It was said that sooner or later, the fast sword between the green bamboos plunged suddenly, and under the sound of a bang, Qiao Tianya had already landed. Sun Zichuan looked away from the tower and looked at the direction of the capital. The wind moved his jacket, and in the rainstorm, there was a mixture of starry ice and snow. "The 2 armies will not talk to each other," said the governor. "This is a deceit for me in Zhongbua." Qiao Tianya slowly stood upright, standing in front of Yarrow Wenyu, blocked his eyes with wet strands, pushed his scabbard with his thumb and said, "Draw a knife." The armor of the embargo was covered with rain, and the blades of light flickered with time in the bamboo forest. The incense burned out. The author has something to say. Thank you for watching. 2K Novel Reading Network. When Center Yu saw the arrow going out, he knew it was not good, and when he saw the band army pulling a knife, he even vomited and bled in anxiety. He covered his mouth embarrassedly and said, "Who is doing it?" When Center Yu saw the arrow going out, he knew it was not good, and when he saw the band army pulling a knife, he even vomited and bled in anxiety. He covered his mouth embarrassedly and said, "Who is doing it?" When he came, he ordered Luo Mu to strictly keep the soldiers from moving. This arrow went out. No matter if Yarrow Wenyu died or not, I was all over. The Huantai tiger sprinted forward, rushing forward, and shouted, "Without words, go to your mother's town to talk." The embargo ran neatly in the rain, and the ground was splashing with mud. They brushed their trowels and smashed into the miscellaneous soldiers as the front row turned and chopped. The dagger-light sword shadow shrouded the heavy rain, and the tables and chairs on the high platform were knocked down. The students helped Center Yu back in panic. "Stop." Center Yu still had an illusion, and said hurriedly when he wiped his blood, "Prince, listen to me." The embargo had already crossed the line, and no one listened to Center Yu again. He was in the rain, his official robe hung on his body, endured the rain and snow, and finally choked up silently, and said in the direction of Boju, "I am ashamed of the Emperor Wat." The bronze bell of Batu crashed, and Li Jianting knew it was not a thunder. She leaned on the pillar and slowly walked into the rain. She looked at Xue Xiuzhua under the steps, as if she had just met him. You have silver and silver. Li Jianting raised his arm in the direction of Jueshi, and the people support it. Go to Jueshi, find a new emperor, and fight with Shen Zichuan again. Xue Xiuzhua also looked at Li Jianting. After a short while, he raised his hand, took off his black hat, and said, I am Li's courtier. Li Jianting smiled, and she laughed louder and louder. When she laughed to the rain, she was a little naive. She stepped closer and asked, Teacher, have I learned it? She was stuck in the gap all her life, and after ripping her fingernails, she finally became a container. She comes from a mud ditch, but it carries the Tianhe River. She is hard-working, and even a genius, but she is also unable to return to heaven. It could have been better, because the teacher's qualifications were mediocre. Xue Xiuzhua looked at the black hat in his hand. I am a sloping blade. He had known for a long time that he was not clever. He could not remember his strategy. He could only memorize it, boil it all night, and wasted time drinking water. He was bruised by Emperor Guangqing in his most impulsive years, recognizing that the seemingly prosperous Daiju was actually barren. Xue Xiuzhua did not think he would go this way, but he witnessed the sudden flash of Qi Hualian's flash, and the light of that moment made him hope. He followed Qi Hualian, stubbornly thinking that Daiju could be saved, but the reality was always so disappointing. He worshipped and respected Hai Liangyi, but he gradually separated from Hai Liangyi. They all wanted to save the big weak, and none of them succeeded. You brought me to this position, but no one here is willing to make sense. The Queen instructed Han Yu, and Han Yu hinted that Fu Man, they all wanted to kill me. Li Jianting raised his arm, rubbing the flower in the forehead red. Can the emperor fight back? I don't kill them, it's death. She turned around. We stayed in the cage carefully. Even if we were ambitious, we didn't have that power, and we didn't have that time. Li Jianting is very white. This is an illusion raised in Xue's house. Under this layer of clothes, she is covered with bruises. When she stood here, it was Li Jianting. No one would ask Ling Ting's whereabouts, as if Ling Ting was damned. Actually, no one needs a law to kill people in this world. A man's strong body crushed my bones, and I fell to the ground, Li Jianting said, and said to Xue Xiuzhua, people passing by felt dirty, and no one would hold them accountable. It seems that I am willing to lie there, and once I die, I should be regarded as abandoned, and I can no longer stand in front of people. The sound of the bronze bell's impact continued to prolong, and the rain water spread over the two men's robes, and the sky was so overcast that the palace could not be seen clearly. Li Jianting sarcastically said, Is that my fault? Teacher, I followed the teachings of the book, and did not even kill those dregs. The day you took me away from Xiong Yunfang, I thought I would take revenge, but you taught me kindness, morality. I need patience to stay in this rotten royal palace. For a few years, it has not been deserted. I chase after everyone, and in the end we still have nothing. Her chest was undulating, there were too many things to be reconciled, and in that extreme patience, she finally broke out. Li Jianting pointed to these eyes and said, I don't live on these eyes. I'm not like anyone. I'm Li Jianting. She suddenly took off her golden hairpin in her hair, threw it into the rain, and said scornfully, Go damn good and respectful, I'm an emperor, I'm the last emperor of Li's. The thunder exploded in the sky, making everyone's face white in the rain. Li Jianting took off his soaked coat and even ripped off the tedious bun, and said in a cold voice, I and Dazhou coexisted and died. *****, I have 8 gates, all of which are now blocked. The extension of the machine on the wall clicked, the original 8 camps were empty, the walls were densely packed with bows and arrows, and the Chinese defense team attacked the east gate. The old lady sits in Chidong, Jiang Wanxiao can't come back, Yarrow Wenyu gasped slightly. He propped on the edge of the bed and said to Shen Zichuan, the road is open. I'm here, waiting for the governor to triumph. Shen Zichuan picked off his own Yangshan snow and set aside it for Yarrow Wenyu, saying, I entrust this knife to you. When you return, you will return me. Yarrow Wenyu smiled awkwardly and said, Why is it difficult for me? Yi is still in Aizu. Shen Zichuan's eyes were dim. You are still, sir. Yarrow Wenyu can only say, Yuan Zhua does his best. Fei Sheng took off the coat for Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan stepped back 2 steps, looked at Yarrow Wenyu for a while, and turned around without a word. Fei Sheng picked up Yarrow Wenyu's post when he was packing his account, and found that his post was wet with blood. The wet snow was thick outside the tent, and the wind came. Shun Zechuan stepped to the next level, and the band troops on both sides remained intent. He tightened his arms while walking, and when he passed by the Huantai tiger, he just listened to the Huantai tiger yelling on his neck and said, "Tonight's killing in Jeju, the world will take advantage of this situation. The governor will be the first soldier, and I will take liver and daring." The garrison slammed into the chest neatly with the band army, and the sound of thunder rang. "I will look at each other with liver and gallbladder." Luo Mu heard the roar. He ran to the city wall in the pouring rain, dragged the generals who fled back to the city and asked, "Who put the arrow?" Participant returned from injury in the raging wave of the proper soldiers. At this moment, he dragged his left arm and replied, "It's too rainy, governor, who can't see who it is." Luo Mu had instructed the miscellaneous army to operate, but that must be after the garrison first moved. Even if it was Luo Mu, Yarrow Wenyu did not even dare to use the life experience of the empress to make a fuss. This arrow shot through the defense of Badu, and it shows that God is too far away. Fighting behind closed doors, Luo Mu let go of his hand, and pushed the vice-general again, and said sternly in the heavy rain, "If you can't keep the capital, you and I will all die." The streets were empty, and the people pressed against the windows and doors, shaking in the courtyard. Guangzhou is draining sewage, and the paintings on Kaling River are all fluctuating with the waves. This is the first time in hundreds of years that you has noticed the sense of persecution. Shun's soldiers are near the city, Tai Shui said, and the students cried, "Daju is hopeless." When Luo Mu rushed to war, he saw a few pedestrians from a distance. He put down the banner of Baola, and went forward to worship. He said aloud, "Clark, if you have negative grace, you will serve the country with death tonight, and you will not taint with the anti-thief." Kong Yang staggered forward, holding Li Jianting's arm and condensing to the surroundings, and said, "The emperor is here, and I am also here. If you can win tonight, all the men present will be Daju's humorous stockist. If you can't win, when the city broke, my first concubine jumped out of the country." Luo Mu was perspired by Kong's bleak tone, and he looked up to see the solemnity of the cabinet ministers. Obviously, he was not trying to appease, but he was dead. How did Luo Mu expect that they would do this for Daju, and they felt ashamed for a while, but they were lucky. Shun Zechuan has only 25,000 soldiers. This battle can be fought. The emperor and your adults. Before Luo Mu's words fell, the trebuchet moved, and the boulder slammed into the city gate. The century-old Mengju stone-carved statue immediately burst and was crushed to pieces. Xue Xiuzhua waved his arm to stop Li Jianting and said, "Shinzichuan siege, escort." Chiao Tianya held his dagger, moved his elbow, and crawled in the dark and wet official ditch. After the original Guangzhou case, Pan Maro had sent the engineering drawings of Baoju Guangzhou to Xiao Qie, and Xiao Qie left this drawing at Maizhai. When Shun Zechuan betrayed Zhongbua, Chiao Tianya and Fei Sheng used this picture to escape from the siege of Pudu. They had long remembered the crisscrossing official ditch of Pudu. Chiao Tianya's chin was buried in the stinky sewage, he slightly raised his head, and at the end he bumped the wooden board diagonally with his shoulder. The shackles on the wooden board moved away, and Ji Shaoqing, who was shaved, looked at Chiao Tianya, smiled, and stretched out his hand to bring people out. "I haven't seen it in more than a year," Ji Qingqing said. "Is the governor okay?" Chiao Tianya took off the dagger and said briefly, "Nothing. We have been staring at the internal movements of Liju in the past few days," Ji Qingqing said. No longer embarrassed, he took out the drawings, and there were areas with colored circles on it. Chiao Tianya looked at the densely covered circles, his scalp tingling for a while. These people couldn't take root. They just wandered around the sampan and stood by at any time. Most of them were 3 teachers and 9 teachers. Ji Qingqing covered the crossed-out area. The princes guessed very well, they have a boss to direct the operation. Chiao Tianya stared at the position of head. "The scorpion is going to drag the governor on behalf of Amor," Ji Qingqing circled with his fingers. "Before they move, we have to start first, leaving no one." Ji Qingqing's fingers stopped at the palace. Chiao Tianya did not put away the dagger. He said dumbly, Old business, old rules, the death order of the master, but no survivor under the embroidered spring sword. You and I act separately, he nailed the dagger to the palace, I go here. The defense of the Zhengdong Gate was less than half an hour, and the southside gate near the Fengshan campus was hit by a bypassing garrison. I doen't know that the main force that guards the east gate, Sun Zichuan learned from hasten this fast attack, not only fast, but also fierce. The capital of the southside gate was against the city gate. Before it had time to scream, it was blocked by a knife. Pass, shouted Du Jun, the door on the south side is broken. The city gate was suddenly hit by a slant, knocking all the troops inside directly to the ground. The embargoes waiting outside held up the gap, opened their legs like monkeys, and just rolled in. The archers inside the gate prepared, but the barracks responded faster, they retracted their heads and hid behind the gate. Before the army was relieved, they heard the sour creak sound from the door panel of the city gate. The heavy-fitting and well-built heavy city gate was actually shouldered by the Forbidden Army and climbed to the top to be demolished. Good. A Forbidden Army knocked on the door panel and shouted at the brothers underneath. This door, the ******* is also the second grandfather who took us to repair it for the Labor Department. The thief is so good, he can carry an arrow, kill these little silly dogs. The morale of the army was soaring because of the presence of the Empress, and Sun Zichuan forced his head to obliterate it. As soon as the south side door was broken, the embargo was like a fish. Kong Yang was protecting Li Jianting in the crowd. Li Jianting's hair was messy and covered with mud. He was screamed in the city walls by a continuous trebuchet. Her gaze passed through the mud, and among the wailing and urgent calls of countless people, she saw the rumored Zhongbo Fujun. 2 years ago, Sun Zichuan escaped from Zhengdong Gate, and the closed gate left Qi Hualian, who shouted. Today, he is not only with his staff, but also with thousands of troops. Li Jianting gritted his teeth and said, "Rebel." Sun Zichuan looked at her indifferently, and told her in a direct enough way the young emperor could not play the true heroes alone. From here he stepped on the door of Lijiu. Fog locked the capital. Li Jianting's body was soon covered by the rain. She was a remnant cloud in this towering temple cluster, spreading too fast, not even an opponent. The gates of Zhengdongmen continued to shake in the squeak sound, and Luo Mu, who re-embarked on the wall, tried his best to mobilize the soldiers in the city. Fog locked the capital. Li Jianting's body was soon covered by the rain. She was a remnant cloud in this towering temple cluster, spreading too fast, not even an opponent. The gates of Zhengdongmen continued to shake in the squeak sound, and Luo Mu, who re-embarked on the wall, tried his best to mobilize the soldiers in the city. Archers prepare. Luo Mu's order has not yet been issued, and Hu Taitai screamed in the rain when he interrupted, "Hit the door." In words, Zhongbo's single-ended artillery has been bombarded, and the capitals who have been in the capital for a long time can't fight it. On the contrary, the mixed soldiers brought by Luo Mu have more power. Luo Mu is good at defending in Chazhou. The most afraid of them is the bandits. Now the tiger is a bandit in his eyes. Oh! Luo Mu spit out the dirt in his mouth, and watched the city's defense force attack coldly. The capital wall of the capital is not falling for 100 years. With a few single-shot cannons, it will still be as solid as possible until next year. He supported the wall stack, shouted to the bottom of the tiger, "Yang tiger, you and I work together. If you want to preserve your face today, you might as well go to court with me. You will not win this battle." Huantai Huji hated Luo Mu for framing himself. He was angry with his stomach and listened to him saying that he could not help but burn in anger and kicked the ***** of the collision, saying, "Shut your mother's mouth." He was so stunned, the soldiers immediately rose up, followed the Hu Taihu and pushed the car into the gate again, making the gate make a loud noise. Unexpectedly, Luo Mu sneered for a moment, waved and drank, "Let's go." The stone prepared by the Zaibei had fallen from the high wall of Liuzhong, and it fell into the garrison like a shower of hail. It could not stand even wearing a helmet. The person who was hit by the stone was physically disabled, and the worst was dying. The soldiers near the collision hid their heads to dodge, the car was hit, and the whole body suddenly tilted. Because of the weight, it could not be stopped by only a few people. They could only watch the collision crash into the mud. Huantai Tiger wiped the mud on his face, knowing that he was doing it again. Luo Mu just excite him. Tiger. Fei Shengzima Datord grabbed the Zhongbua army flag with one arm, and yelled at Taihu from a distance, and said, "I pass the words of the prince, you fight this battle." He waved the flag sharply, pointing to the capital. "No matter the success or failure, you are a good man at Zhongbua." Good man. The tiger's blood rushed up, filled his chest, and shook his palms slightly. He was instructed by Xiao Qie himself, but made many mistakes under the seat of Shunzichuan, but Shunzichuan still gave him a chance. He suddenly raised his hand and patted his cheek. This slap was so severe that it seemed particularly loud in the heavy rain. Yangtai Tiger's cheeks were flushed red, his eyes covered with scars were slightly opened, and the momentum remained, but he calmed down a little. He replied loudly, "This battle is undefeated, and I am not worthy of being a court official and second grandfather of Taihu Tiger. Even today, even if I am broken, I will open the door for my master." The Gongyi in the royal palace competed for objects, and the sound of killings at the gate spread to Batu, and they all wanted to escape before the city broke. Mingletang's lamp was only lit, and Fengquan took off the eunuch's robe and sat beside the tea case. His thin figure looks like a young man among the overlapping white veils. The sound of rain splattered like the sound of a piano, and the sky was dark like a night. Fengquan held the faint lamp, raised his head between the flying veils, exposed half of his face, and saw a pair of black boots stopped in front of the veil, and the rain dripped along the opponent's scabbard, on the mirror-like ground narrow ripples. "Who do you think you will see?" Fengquan said softly. "Does Xiao Fengquan?" Xiao Tianyao clutched the scabbard and dangled wet strands, unable to see through the layers of white gauze. His heavy sleeves dangled to the side, as if trapped in the hand holding a sword. Fengquan touched the lamp, and half of his face laughed slowly, even with an overflowing smile in that eye. He said gently, "You're late." Xiao Tianyao raised his eyes. Fengquan stood up, and they were too far apart, as if they never knew each other. The friendship of the Total Horns has gone through a long journey, and Song Yu, who has returned to his place, still holds the harp, but he gradually finds that none of the people who left have returned. "You left Liju with your sword and became the swordsman you said." "Xiao Song Yu, I hated you in those years." Fengquan slightly raised his head and pointed to his ear. "I only take this. The unsightly piercings hide the dirt. I only take this." Fengquan's voice lowered, his expression became more gloomy. "What do you look at me like?" He looked so young, his pale face retained the youthful melancholy, and even his limbs didn't look like they were open. "My father gave you the sword, and my grandmother sent me to Zhongbua, where I met Lei Changming." Fengquan squeezed the words from his teeth. "I want to die. I almost got rid of it, but Lei startled picked me up from the ditch, just like the dogs he raised, let me live in Jadara for 5 years, 5 years. I am smarter than those hybrids, Amor fancy me, he wants I was a 4-legged snake, leading him to the scorpion of the big week, but I just want to come back. Amor let him back. Go back to your hometown." Amor handed Fengquan a dagger in front of the golden account. "See your father and friends, if they are as before, you will be free." Fengquan took it seriously, he returned to Daeju, and reunited with Xiao Chengbi as he wished. Fengquan looked at Xiao Tianyao's shadow, as if telling someone else's story. "I saw my father and he was very happy. He stroked the top of my head, and then kneeled in front of me and wept." "He took you," Xiao Tianyao said mutely. "Sent to the palace. That was just a step in the plan. His father spent his second life in atonement, and praying for Buddha was useless, and Dongong was still his nightmare. Taifu didn't die. This was their only hope for the old ministers of Dongong. Father kept incognito outside the gate of Jiao Xin Temple waiting for Qi Hualian's activation. In order to avoid suspicion, he asked me to take those medicines." Fengquan pointed to his chest, the vicissitudes in his eyes and the young face contradicted. He mobilized the expression on his face, which seemed strange at this moment. "Who would doubt me? Even if I was called Fengquan, no one believed that I was Xiao Fengquan." Xue Xiuzhua was so cautious, but he did not doubt Fengquan's identity. Li Jianting was so vigilant, but he still listened to Fengquan's lies. It was not that they were not smart enough, but that Feng Xuan's appearance had not matched his age. Xiao Chengbi's son is 36 years old this year, but Feng Quan doesn't seem to have yet to win the championship. This error keeps him from being suspicious at all. Feng Xuan's eyes were dark. He was tired of crying and laughing. This face was not real. He said, "What's the use of Qi Hualien? The old lunatic has been trapped in Jiaoxin Temple for 20 years. Like a dog who begging for food, he still remembers the success or failure of Da Ju." Qi Hualien didn't know that Emua was still in the pool of water. After Shen Zechuan left Jiaoxin Temple and entered Tianqin's court, Qi Hualien remembered the defeat of Zhongbua soldiers, and he faintly noticed the irresistible strange power. But Qi Hualien didn't think this was such a huge and intricate situation, let alone that Feng Quan would be the scorpion sent by Emua. "You admire Qi Hualien." Feng Quan's face was covered by white gauze. "You are so pitiful. What is the difference between Qi Hualien and Xue Xiuzhua? These people who claim to be righteous and martyred treat people as pawns. My father was willing to treat me trapped in this body." Feng Quan looked tiredly at the top of Mingletang. "Make me not a ghost, a man or a woman. Donggong's damage caused catfish and Xiao Bo's debt was paid off when he copied the house." Qiao Tianya's eyes fixed on the shadow of Bai Shuo. "You don't owe anyone." Feng Quan opened his arms and dragged his wide sleeves on the coffee table. He giggled, his envy and sarcasm. "Qiao Songyu, how good it is to be a swordsman. Why do you think my father did this?" "Faithful?" The tiny candlelight was about to go out. The thing that prompted the fall of the East Palace was Jin Yiwei's counterfeit instruments. Who can make the handwriting of the prince and the East Palace staff so similar? It is the East Palace staff themselves. Feng Quan smiled. Qiao Kanghai dared to fight because he stood after doing so. The Empress Queen was overthrown by emulating the handwriting of the East Palace. Qiao Tianya suddenly clenched the hilt of the sword. Feng Quan took a step closer and turned over the coffee table with a sleeve gown. He said, "My father asked Hua Sai to raise his noble hand to protect your family, but Hua Sai Qian refused, and his father could only ask Shen Wei." Qiao Tianya breathed slightly. He said, "Zhongbua-yes." Feng Quan yanked the white veil in front of him and said cruelly, "The defeat of the Chinese soldiers was due to the leak of the military figure of the Ministry of Defense, which was given to Shen Wei by my father and Shen Wei to Emua. Meet up." Qiao Tianya's complexion blew loudly outside the hall. The machete slaughtered the Liuju city. Feng Quan approached with wide sleeves, his eyes frantic. Shen Zichuan's entire family died in that defeat. "This is thanks to you and me." Qiao Tianya held the bony joint of the hilt and made a light sound. Feng Quan looked at his expression, like a wolverine looking at his failure. Qiao Songyu dyed all the dust, but this was not enough. He was still enviable and wandering was free. Feng Quan further, the face was divided into black and white in the thunder and thunder. His hatred was backlogged in the chest and burned beyond recognition. He said, "I went back to my father, but he turned me into a debt repayment monster." He grabbed Qiao Tianya's lapel, bent his body slightly, and raised his head coldly. "I am every time I was asking myself one day, who I am a scorpion, an old minister, or a dog of countless people." His face became haggard. "Xiao Chengbi confessed for his ***** and killed me with his own hand. Look at me, Qiao Songyu. Do you know who I am? Qi Hualien is too cruel, he doesn't believe me, but he wants to put me here. I disguised as Mu Ayu's brother, taking the place of Xiao Fuzi, and learning to be a teenager pretentious. Ah!" He gritted his teeth. "These self-righteous big men, Qi Hui's death was wonderful. I tried everything to remove Wei Huaigu for him. It's you." Qiao Tianya raised his hand, but did not touch Feng Quan. "I replaced the post that Yang Cheng sent to the criminal department. It's me." Feng Quan shook his hands. It was excited. Qi Hualien was so smart that he didn't even think he would die here, but he sent it himself. If there was no Shen Zichuan, the world would be left to me sandbox. Yang Cheng accused Wei Huaigu of reselling military rations. The post was supposed to be sent to the Ministry of Punishment, but the brand was replaced by the brand of the Ministry of Households in the middle. This made Wei Huaigu's suspicion that he had been exposed. In order to ensure that others were unharmed, he chose to surrender, which indirectly prompted Xue Xiuzhua to take action. Tianqin's disease case. Xiao Tianya twitched his fingers. You did it. At the beginning, the official ditch of Donglong Street was blocked, the Hua Hua building collapsed, and the epidemic broke out. Xiao Tianya had said during the discussion with Xiao Qie that the disease did not start from Donglong Street but from the palace. If Li Jianheng dies on that day, Fengquan Snake spit out his core, I will win this game. The scorpion, the old genus, the inward-looking eyeliner, Fengquan is the one who has the upper hand from beginning to end. His multiple identities have led him to have intelligence on all factions. He was like a poisonous spider dormant in the center of the cobweb, always trying to figure out and observe everyone's every move. There was no emotion in Xiao Tianya's red eyes, and his throat rolled, and he did not let go of his sword in the tugging of Fengquan. He looked at Fengquan and said, but you still let Xiao Bo go on an expedition. The rainstorm blocked the footsteps outside the temple. At this moment, Fengquan's eyes were numb. He flushed his eyes, raised his chin slightly, and said disdainfully to Xiao Tianya, because I don't want to play anymore. His twisted, weird shadow lay on the floor, and followed him crawling in this deep house. He gradually failed to distinguish who he really was in the alternation of day and night. He worked for everyone but betrayed everyone. He is not a winner at all. He is an ant in a mess, an ant who is out of control. Xiao Tianya said, I'm in Zhongbua and I've been waiting for you for a long time. No one has turned back these years. Fengquan burst into tears as he rolled his eyes, shaking his head and saying, Song Yu. He seemed to return to the day when he had been separated. His eyes were complicated, both as envy and as abomination, everyone it's all dead. Xiao Tianya felt a great pain in his heart, his sword-shaking hand couldn't stop shaking, and in the sound of heavy rain, he seemed to be awake, detached from the endless dream, and finally understood. Everyone is dead. The Forbidden Army has entered the city. The south side door opened wide, and the army ran hard, spreading the news in all directions. Reinforcement. No reinforcements. The miscellaneous army pushed the army that blocked the road and looked at Zhengdongmen in the rain. An anti-thief surrounded Boju. Huaizhou's reinforcements. Chen Zhen put on her robe. After Dao Yang left, the court sent someone. The order issued didn't respond. Liang Minshan wiped the rain on his face and looked outside the city. I'm afraid he won't come. Shimon still has horses and horses. Xue Xiuzhua suddenly turned around, stepped across the heavy rain, and tightly held Li Jianting's arm. The emperor, I can't hold it anymore. Jueshi still has room to turn around. Li Jianting's body trembled amidst the sound of chaos in the chaos. She held Xue Xiuzhua with a resolute look and said, he and the teacher guard the country. Xue Xiuzhua looked at Li Jianting and said, the Lord disgraces the minister, the courtier is still there, and there is no reason for the emperor to keep the door. I can't forsake the teacher and run away. Li Jianting's voice was dumb, she was in the rain, her long eyelashes were covered with rain, as if she was crying, even if the city breaks, I should coexist with the kings and die. Xue Xiuzhua was wet, and in just 1 year, he had changed too much. He took the stubborn position from Hai Liangyi, and has already done his best in the face of the imperial court. The decline of the prudent faction began with him and ended with him. He would accompany Da Ju to complete the final journey. There is no regret for the emperor to have said this. Xue Xiuzhua lifted his body, slowly finishing his clothes in the heavy rain, and said, Chen and the emperor, teachers and students. Let the teacher go on behalf of the emperor. Li Jianting choked. The Zhengdong gate slammed in the end, only to hear the loud noise from the city gate. The unbearable door opened a narrow lane, and the knife of the garrison had already come in. The inside army and the army together pushed the door panel together, and the tigers led the crowd to push the city gate inward. Xue Xiuzhua turned, waved his sleeves, and said, escort the emperor out of town. Li Jianting refused to leave, the guards have swarmed up. She looked at Xue Xiuzhua in the rain, and the courtiers turned their backs on her, no one turned back. She shouted, teacher. Xue Xiuzhua stepped up the steps of the city. In the bombardment of the trebuchet, he looked calm. He said outside the city, Shen Zichuan is here? Raindrops slammed on the armor, and the wind-stepping frosty clothes stood out in it. Behind Shen Zichuan was the hunting flag. He leaned over Xue Xiuzhua, as if observing the real opponent. Shuexiujua's front was soaked with rain, and the beast pattern on the tonic was blurred. He didn't wipe the rain from his face, and his stubbornness has not diminished so far. He raised his hand to reveal the waistband he was holding. When I help you become Jin Iwei's acquaintances, Shuexiujua's eyes calmed. I suspect you are a scorpion. I misread it. You are far more terrible than scorpions. You go back to Sudu, cross the door, take the name of Shen Wei is the sinner of all ages. Raindrops flowed along the sides of Shen Zichuan, his expression was overcast, his eyes were extraordinarily indifferent. He finally said, "From me to this door, it is the sinner. I am alive, and I am dead, you are not sure. I can withstand swearing by thousands of people today, and I will be able to afford insults in the future." The strong wind blew Shen Zichuan's hair, his lip line moved slowly, and a cold smile appeared in the heavy rain. "Give me back my husband, my counselor, and my brother." The city gate slammed to the ground, and Hutaitai rushed into the aisle. The wall stack was smashed with debris and splattered, and the two doors in the capital were broken. The embargoes and the garrison troops echoed south and east, killing them with the army and various army in various streets and lanes. Shuexiujua cut his cheek with broken pieces of stone, and the blood flow was endless. He clenched his waistband tightly, and could only watch the stone monument, which symbolized Dazhou's dignity, collapse. "You come to collect this debt, I am willing to pay for it," Shuexiujua said suddenly in the chaos that broke out. "It was me who killed Qi Hualian, and it was me who killed Yarrow Wenyu. Stop it." Horses cross Liangtian, the soldiers spread, "Shen Zichuan, my head is for you." Huantai Tiger cut through the miscellaneous army in front of him and noticed a familiar taste when he raised the knife. He wiped off the blood on his face, turned over the body of a miscellaneous army with his feet, and the ghost leaned over and took off the opponent's clothes. Shen Zichuan didn't reply, and saw the strong crossbow on the wall burst into the arrow rain. The wind stepping on the frosty clothes stepped on the hoof uneasily, the sound of the rain urged, Fei Sheng's ears suddenly moved, and then his appearance changed, almost rolling down from the horse's back, kicking up with the shield of the defending army, screaming, "Beware of me." There was no cover in front of Shen Zichuan, and Fei Sheng's eyes seemed to fall behind. Suddenly, Shen Zichuan opened the folding fan in the rain, and he blocked it. But the bamboo body was too brittle, and it cracked in a snap. However, "This one is enough." Fei Sheng couldn't pull the knife, he held the sharp arrow empty-handed, and landed steadily in an instant. "Did you know?" Feng Quan raised his index finger and nodded in front of him. "The smartest people are also the most stupid people. I think they are too hard to fight each other, so here we build a platform for them." Feng Quan blinded Qi Hualian, deceived Shuexiujua, and played with Amua, so that these brilliant players could overturn the boat in the gutter. His treacherousness stumbled into the invisible and became a sharp blade without traces. He is not under the control of anyone. "It's up to me to throw the dice." Feng Quan opened his arms and chuckled in the empty Mingletang. "Whoever can step into the gate of the palace alive today is the winner of this game. Fuck him." Yangtai Tiger has already seen the tattoo on the body. He looked up and looked at the dense army in front of him. His scalp was numb and he spit. "These army are all scorpions." Xiao Qie woke up. Xiao Qie woke up. He pillowed his arms numbly, opened his eyes and stared at the tent for a while, feeling that he had dreamed of the heavy rain in Boju. Lu Guangbai came in, and wiped the wet sweat between his neck with a kerchief at the door. He said, "The eagle inspected found the hunting falcon in the east, and Gujin found the traces of the horse team. The ****** team." He put the kerchief back to the copper basin and washed it. "Amor is unwilling to be surrendered. This is to fight backwaters." Xiao Qie turned up, leaning his legs and holding an arm, said, "As winter approaches, the deer department cannot put sheep, this is their last food. Amor is not willing to come out. He is raising energy and seeing through the thoughts you want to guard the rabbits." Lu Guangbai put the handkerchief together, he is delaying time. In order to supply Hassan, the deer department has made every effort to supply Hassan. Now the food supplied to Amua is the ration of the whole family. To survive this severe winter, they must slaughter their cattle and sheep. Amor is a crossbow, what is he waiting for? The curtain at the entrance of the tent rolled up. Xiao Qie stood up, bent slightly, and got out of the tent. He looked at the mighty dunes, flew off the flagpole, and landed on Xiao Qie's raised right arm. Amor is a good general, Xiao Qie said, but he is even a better politician. Amor is good at containment. He opened up the north-south battlefield and formed black and white scorpions for better containment. He is old and can no longer brave the battlefield like Hassan, but this does not mean that he is helpless against Xiao Qie. Now that he has gone, there is only one way for Xiao Qie to retreat, and that is to defeat Xiao Zhe's backing, Shen Zichuan. Xiao Qie's eyes were sharp, and he looked back at Lu Guangbai and said, "He's waiting for the news from the capital." The ring tiger sounded like a horse stabbing, and before the dodge, it was cut off by a pop-out machete. The Yufa spread out in a crash, a short length, almost bald in the middle. Dog Day, Hu Taihu grabbed his short hair, combining inside and outside. The real traitorous hybrid is here. The raindrops sprang up with the blade splashing, and numerous sergeants struck across the blade, and stood against each other's armor in the passage, struggling forward. Very few miscellaneous soldiers carry scimitars. This weapon is too eye-catching, and more of them choose to have burrs beside the sword. The city gate has been broken. Shen Zichuan snapped up, and folded the folding fan. "Tell Shen Wei that Bianxia people are hidden in Lidu. We have to enter if we don't enter." Fei Sheng didn't dare to delay, threw away the sharp arrows, pointed the way to his subordinates while turning over, and shouted. Chunfu Junling Center Yu and his students hadn't returned to Batu City before seeing someone sprinting in front of him, rushing into the camp, and shouting towards the military account, "Baoju has edge sand cavalry inside. All lives are in a blink of an eye. Gao Zhongxiong obey." Gao Zhongxiong suddenly pushed away the messy paper, held the pen, dipped the ink in the torrential rain, and calmed his mind. Tianzu Fujun, Yarrow Wenyu coughed against the window, propped his body in a light pant, and said to Gao Zhongxiong, "This move of the capital is tantamount to self-confidence. The name of the Shun Weigua thief can play the crown today to make him virtuous. I want you to tell people around the world that the inner troubles are in the capital." The scorpion came so wonderfully, just like Xiao Chengbi who rushed to force before, and gave Shen Zichuan enough reasons. The garrison can't kill if it enters the city. It is very difficult to settle tens of thousands of miscellaneous troops, but once these miscellaneous troops become scorpions, they are foreign enemies. At present, the country's door has been broken, and the master of morality has come here. This is destiny. Yarrow Wenyu covered his mouth, choked a few times in the cough, and finally supported the edge of the bed, barely laughing. Chess entered the game. "We couldn't help ourselves. Too good. Fengchuan's Kunjun knife. We took it steady." He raised his wet eyes, looked at the heavy rain, and said hoarsely, "Shui Yanqing is defeated. Shui Xiuzhua won a game in the storm, killed Qi Hualien, expelled Yarrow Wenyu, and forced Hai Liangyi to death, but he was also subject to the chess pieces. Lu Guangbai rebelled, Xiao Qie returned to the group, Shen Zichuan Dingbua, the so-called countless strategy it is an illusion, he was forced to the extreme by himself. He tried his best to find the scorpion, but unexpectedly the scorpion was beside him. Qi Hualien overturned the ship in the gutter. Fengquan did not understand that the wise man would never repeat the same mistake. The prince was defeated by the traitor, and Qi Hualien would not let Shen Zichuan defeat the inner ghost again. With so many members of the East Palace, why did Qi Hualien choose Xiao and Qiao? Because I'm so guilty. Xiao Chengbi is the not than others who have been doing their best for the East Palace from beginning to end. He belongs to the Ministry of Defense and has never done bad things, just because the relationship is too heavy to disturb public and private affairs. He tried hard to save Qiao's family, but Qiao Kanghai was still dead. He betrayed the former owner of the East Palace, but did not save anyone, and his son was lost. This is just the beginning. At the moment of the defeat of the Chinese military soldier, Xiao Chengbi became a prisoner and became a prisoner with the word's conscience. This blood debt surpassed all of Xiao Chengbi's personal feelings. To this end, he was able to poke his eyes, poison his throat, and send out his son. He knelt before the statue and wept bitterly, but Qi Hualien didn't use him. This is where Qi Hualien is the most ruthless and clearest. Tai Fu hasn't used Xiao Chengbi alive, he died, and every day, The useless Xiao Chengbi suffers a bit. Xiao Chengbi was spurred by this pain and guilt, and he was also spurred by Feng Quan. Feng Quan was still breathing in the gap. No matter who his chess piece was, Qi Hualien dared to gamble his shackles on the word father. Xiao Chengbi is the lock of Feng Quan, regardless of life or death. The moment Feng Quan said goodbye to Xiao Chengbi, the razors all reached Xiao Chengbi's neck, but he didn't move. Xue Xiuzhua treats people as chess pieces, and Qi Hualien treats chess pieces as people. He taught Shen Zechuan to check and balance at Jiao Xin Temple, and all his weaknesses were in the word of love. Shen Zechuan opened his eyes and saw the end of Zhengdong Gate. Rain and snow are like curtains, and the old scene is blurred. Qi Hualien's figure still seemed to be standing there. He held his arms up, pulled the chain, and refused to look back at Shen Zechuan in the last shout. Lanju! Do not be afraid. Shen Zechuan closed his eyes and opened it again. Fengta Shuangyi rushed forward, and his sleeve robe swung open in the thrashing of frost, driving the wind on both sides. He is like the cold front that is about to return to the sheath in the dark clouds, and it is necessary to penetrate the world at this moment. The enlightened is righteous. The thunderstorm seemed to explode against the scalp. Luo Mu had lost control of the miscellaneous army. He hurried back in the chaos and shouted to the courtiers, "The army has changed." Xue Xiuzhua was blinded by the rain and snow. Xue Xiuzhua was not stable. He stood on the city wall with a number of courtiers and watched Shen Zechuan's horse lead. The embargoes at the south gate met the capitals. They knew the direction of the roads in Boju better than the capitals, and there was no rival in this lane. Blood splattered on the wall, and the wine flag stall rolled to the ground following the killing. Shen Zechuan drove his horse into the passage, as he thought, and opened the door of Badu from the front. Fei Sheng on the side held up the Zhongbua flag, and the garrison troops braved the arrows and rain across the border. The city is broken. A scream screamed loudly in front of Taishua Gate, and then thousands of students cried in unison in Fei Yu's ice mule. Kong Zheng staggered forward, crying while holding the wall pile, 100-year-old national grandpa. Bronze bells on the top of the body mountain crashed, the long bells swayed the wind and waves, and the birds flying between the clouds overlapped. The gate fell suddenly, and numerous obituaries flew in the air. Xue Xiuzhua's cheeks were damp and cold. He looked up at the cloudy clouds, and the burden that had been imposed on his shoulders all along collapsed with the collapse of the gate. He raised his hand to wipe off the rain on his cheek, and heard cries all around. "It's over." Xue Xiuzhua's eyes were like a dead lake. He silently threw away his waistband. The waistband engraved with Li Jinhui fell to the ground, was broken by the passing horseshoe, and fell into the mud. Huantai Tiger stood with his machete and pushed his opponent back. His steps were messy. He slashed sharply with a knife, cutting his opponent's fingers with a machete. Huantai Tiger slammed each other, waved a knife to break the blood for Shen Zechuan, and hissed exhaustedly, "Kill the enemy." Xiao Tianya's blade reached the fingertips. The rain outside the hall was still falling, but the wind stopped. White gauze dangled on the ground, and the little puddles under his feet reflected a little bit sharply. Feng Quan raised his finger and pushed down the last lamp. With a faint flaming light on his cuff, he said, "You make Shen Zechuan's knife and kill me." Xiao Tianya's hair fell down, blocking his eyes. Feng Quan didn't know whether she was crying or laughing, hiding her shoulders in the darkness, patting her palm gently. Water droplets ticked along the bridge of the nose of Xiao Tianya. His sword almost came out of the sheath, and when the light of snow was bright, it made a bang sound of iron collision, knocking out the iron needle that flew. The man in the coat and hat stood behind the white veil and raised his arm and tore off the hat from his head. There was only the giggle of Feng Quan in Mingli Hall, and the captains and men appeared silently, like ghosts, and faced Xiao Tianya across the white veil. The drops of water made a slight snap. Xiao Tianya's body is like a furious leopard. All his unwillingness turned into the sword, cut the white gauze, and stabbed the official officer in the cloak to retreat. The official officer in the hat narrowed his sleeves, raised several silver threads between his fingers, and pinned them to Zhu while avoiding Xiao Tianya's dodge, and then volleyed in a volley. The lamp oil dripped on the ground, the tongue of fire licked the floor, and the sleeve robe chasing Feng Quan burned. Even if the garrison did not kill the people fled in chaos. The streets are too messy, and the tigers are pushing the people, for fear that the scorpion will touch the fish with muddy water. Dispel the people. Huantai Tiger's palms were all bloody, and he couldn't hold the knife. But it was too late, and the people blocking the street crashed into the queue of scorpions. It was so dark that they could hardly tell who the other was. The scorpion murdered with a machete, raised his head, and spoke a fluent Daju saying, "The prince said, slaughter the capital." Fei Sheng shook his torch and shouted in the gallop, "Biancha bald men mixed in the city, Luo Mu's army is really a thief. Run away if you don't want to die." Where the panicked people in the road could hear Fei Sheng's voice, they crowded in front of the scorpion, and after the dead, turned around and swarmed towards the garrison. The street was not spacious enough, and there was still a crash in the ground behind, and the garrison was disrupted by the crowd. The scorpions did not wear armor. They mingled among the people running around. After passing through the garrison, they were stabbed coldly, and the garrison who was caught by surprise fell down by a dozen or so. Zhongbo rebel party killed. The embarrassed ordinary people cried and wailed, and mistakenly regarded the scorpion as a garrison in the double shadow cascade, mistakenly thinking that they had entered the garrison of the garrison, and the sound of crying for a while shook the sky. Tricky. Fei Sheng turned his horse around and returned to Shenzichuan, saying, "Master, what can you do? Several roads are blocked." At this moment, it was dark, and the flags were on fire in the midst of the sky, and the rain was reduced, and the little snowflakes had become slick. Holding the reins, Shenzichuan looked at the city wall and said, "Light up the watchtower, grab the door and ring the alarm bell, and let the embargoes that break through the south side door open the street." The garrison on both sides quickly passed, and there were few arrows left between the wall stacks, and there were short soldiers everywhere. The torch of the garrison suddenly lit, and the asterisk of the watchtower became even more important. Shenzichuan had a short blade on his body, and he was windy when he passed the crowd. He immediately avoided the wind, and his cheeks rushed through the ridges, and the residual wind brought a slight cold chill. The short blade slammed out of the sheath, spinning between Shenzichuan's left hand, and slammed the thorn. But his injuries did not heal, and this time he just slanted the scorpion's thorn. The scorpion immediately released his hand, held it upside down when the thorns fell, and then stabbed at Shenzichuan's neck. The flag over his head suddenly burned, and ashes filled the sky, and Shenzichuan took the power to turn off his horse at the moment the flag was lit. Fengta Shuangyi ran heartily. He had escaped the spines and followed the steps of Fengta Shuangyi. The scorpion caught an empty space, and in a short absence, was captured by Shenzichuan's arm. The scorpion stunned, and then rejoiced, saying in Biancha, "He has no power, this sentence has not been finished yet." Shenzichuan has let go. His left hand slammed along the side of the scorpion's arm. The scorpion thought he was going to fall over his shoulder and immediately opened his legs to prepare for the lower plate. However, Shenzichuan turned and kicked slinging in the scorpion's chest. The scorpion opened his arms and said, "Shock the tree." Shenzichuan's long fingers slanted to the scorpion's eyebrows. The scorpion was suspicious and closed his eyes. Who knew that Shenzichuan laughed very lightly? The offhand short blade fell downward, and he turned on one foot, turned again, and turned the short blade sideways toward the scorpion. The scorpion was not defended, and the short blade sharply nailed his lower abdomen. Howl screamed in the blood flower splash. Shenzichuan turned a deaf ear, and the fire flickered in the rear. His figure stretched here as the fire moved. Fei Sheng screamed at the opportunity. Luo Mu colluded with the sand dunes, foreign enemies mixed in the city, the garrison killed the enemy, and the others quickly let go. The torches above the east gate looked up to the sky, and the garrison on the railings held up the Zhongbo waist card, exhausted with all their strength, and shouted down, "Prince's order, kill foreign enemies, kill troubles, kill thief." The scorpion saw that the incitement was useless, and the passage was blocked by the garrison, and it could only withdraw to the original path. The whole puppet was chaotic and disorderly, and the captives guarding the gate were killed by the band army and turned into a river of blood. Most of the wall stack had been smashed, Shuexiujua's official robe was shaved, and he was embarrassed until he was dragged fiercely. Dumb holding Jin Jia, with baggage hanging on his shoulders, gesturing Xue Xiuzhua in a noisy gesture, dragging Xue Xiuzhua to the steps. Xue Xiuzhua took a few steps, bracing the wall and looking at Jin Jie. Jin Jie is Xue Xiuyi's son, who was raised by Xue Xiuzhua. He was scared with tears at the moment. Wu Shi, holding Xue Xiuzhua's clothes, said, "Uncle, uncle." Mua stomped anxiously, constantly pulling Xue Xiuzhua's official robes, signaled Xue Xiuzhua to run. Xue Xiuzhua raised his hand and touched Jin's cheek. He said, "You are a good boy." Jin Jie looked up and felt rain on his cheek. Xue Xiuzhua leaned over his body and carried his light back, covering up all weakness. He only stayed for this moment in his life, as if only this moment belonged to him. The dumb child cried for no apparent reason, yelling Xue to Xue Xiuzhua with his throat, and dragging his fingers to red. Xue Xiuzhua lifted himself up and broke away from the restraint of the dumb. He pushed Dump's shoulder and said, "Let's go." Jin Jie sobbed loudly and shouted, "Uncle." Xue Xiuzhua turned a deaf ear. It was raining less tonight than 2 years ago, but he saw the same bleak sky. The solo traveler guarded the city and heard the decaying response long before the sky was gone, but he was reconciled, and the behemoth that once stood here would leave in such a way. Xue Xiuzhua stepped on the steps and walked slowly. He walked lonely and never looked back. "You are pushing the yellow book at Zhongbua." Xue Xiuzhua stopped, and said to Shen Zichuan, "It is the credit of Yuan Zhuo." Shen Zichuan did not answer. In the dim shadow, Xue Xiuzhua wiped off the dust from his sleeves and said, "I respect Qi Hualien," and embarked on his path. He stared at Shen Zichuan, but he was not cruel. It's too easy to bet on a life. It's hard to dare to put this life in the game. Qi Hui dared to everything. Behind his frantic behavior is trust in Shen Zichuan. Lanju is not his chess piece. Because of this, Qi Hui didn't leave anything to Lanju. Shen Zichuan didn't need to be restrained. Qi Hualien brushed his hair, and in the years and nights of those 5 years, he pointed out the direction for Lanju. "You will be given a poem by your sir." This is what Qi Hualien has. Daiju went through the heroic era. For hundreds of years, even the foreign powers could not break through this door, and now it's lost to you. Xue Xiuzhua looked at Shen Zichuan, a swimming fish at the bottom of the pot. "I have heard many speculations, and even Yuan Zhuo has fantasized that I may be Li's bloodline that Shen Wei kept." Shen Zichuan glanced over his eyes and looked at the palace. "But I am a sinner. The world is rushing to the emperor. Only Mr. goes the other way. The enlightened person is not God. Qi Hualien turned the world around with his own strength, and I admire it." Xue Xiuzhua exhaled deeply, and then said in a deep voice, "I was young and surrendered today. It is my Xue Xiuzhua. The city gate is broken, the official road is open. Shen Zichuan, don't kill the innocent, I'll welcome you." His thunder sounded like a thunder, blasting the city's courtiers into a ball. Opening the door and surrendering is an eternal shame. Today, Shui Yanqing is alone. "No." Kong Yang screamed in pain, stamped his breasts, "Daiju." The courtiers, as they mourned and studied, supported each other with grief. Surrender means that Gan Ji ceased, the remaining defenders of China Bo did not have to advance any further, and the thunder was broken. The 13 cities of Jueshi behind were still intact. That was the hard work of the hard factions for a few years, or the only granary left in Daiju. Kong Ming understood that this was the last good policy. They lost their entire army in the game with China Bo. With this welcome from Xue Xiuzhua, Daiju ceased to exist. Kong Yang was about to collapse, he choked on the wall pile, and the old tears rang, "It's my incompetence to change the world today." He looked up to see the chaos in the air entangled with the scriptures, gradually showing the color of fortitude. Shen Zichuan didn't know that Kong Yang's expression changed. The gloomy sky covered the clouds and the moon, and raindrops splattered. Sure enough, Kong Yang raised his head and shouted, "I am the great Ju Chen, do not kneel, second master." It is said that as soon as the official robe is released, he will jump down the city wall and come to the country. Fei Sheng was startled, and secretly troubled. Xue Xiuzhua Yingjun had not surrendered the big Ju Yushi when he was surrendered. The news of Kong Ji's jump to tomorrow was the force of Shen Zichuan. Fei Sheng shouted to the defenders who attacked the wall, "Stop him." The courtiers crowded Kong Jing, and the garrison could no longer pull the crowd away. I saw Kong Ying's official robes spurred by the wind, and his body had leaned over the wall pile. Just at the moment of the blast, a figure suddenly emerged from behind, grabbing Kong Ying's official robes, and Liang Pushan shouted, "Yuan Fu cannot." Kong Yang's figure was stunned and he broke the broken bricks off the wall. He braced his arm and coughed in tears. Liang Yangshan was sweating like a spring. He dragged Kong Yang back, his arms were shaking. He was shocked, sweating through the night and fire. The carriage was attacked on its way to Jiangximen, and the streets were crowded with carriages and horses. The wealthy people packed up their belongings and wanted to escape from Jiangximen while in chaos, so they blocked the road completely. The guard held the reins and waved his whip to drive the people out. He said, "Get out, get out." The car and horse on the side bumped into it, exclaiming suddenly, "There are too many people, just like a grueling porridge, the carriage can't go any further." The curtain dangled, Li Jianting saw the towering palace, and heard the sound of a bronze bell. "The city is broken." Han Jin ran barefoot on the street. He jumped up, catching flying obituaries, laughing madly, "The city is broken." Xue Xiuzhua surrendered, someone cried on the ground, Da Ju died. Li Jianting's chest was sore, her shaky fingers lifted the curtains, and she panted suddenly, vomiting suddenly. The wind blew her messy strands, and the drizzle covered her face, her voluminous back faintly protruding bones. The last way Xue Xiuzhua said was to humiliate her. Li Jianting's body also trembled, chilling her cheeks, and laughing silently. She and Xue Xiuzhua complement each other, but there is no friendship between teachers and students. Xue Xiuzhua doesn't need it, and Li Jianting doesn't. Shan did not return, and Li Jianting fled to Jueshi, but he was still breathing. Da Ju is dead. Shun Zechuan not only has strong soldiers, but also has popularity. Their painstaking efforts in marching make people, those things that have not been completed, will become the badge of Shun Zechuan after tonight. Go and hide in Tibet for the rest of my life. Li Jianting looked up, looking at the rain, how boring. Li Jianting has been hidden for the rest of her life. She cannot see the light. But she struggled, she won and lost, she admits. The emperor the guard grabbed the unstable reins and watched Li Jianting jump down. Li Jianting was drenched with rain, and raised his arms to spread his hair. Tens of thousands of people fled west, but she was alone to the east and became a solo shadow in the crowd. Han Jinzhong sang the text and danced in the waves. He jumped happily, catching up with Li Jianting and grinning, "I'm looking for my brother." Ming Litang was on fire. Li Jianting leaned over and picked up the broken drum that fell on the road. She patted it, and the drum rang dully. "Go to the palace?" Han Jin clapped and said, "Go and go." The chaotic army was fighting. Li Jianting no longer looked at anyone. She struck the broken drum, laughed wildly with the lunatic, and strode towards the palace. "I was an exile minister, and I was a troubled man. The sages recruited seats, and the heroes came to my concubine. There was no light in the sky, and Kong Yang and his courtiers burst into tears. Xiao Guan heard the edge, and the iron hoof chased cold water. The veteran walked the horse, and Xue Xue conquered his clothes. The North Steely stands in spring and autumn, and Xiao Fengshu's sword is covered with thin snow. An iron ride galloped among the dry grass, Xiao Jiming dismounted, and wiped out the residual snow for the knife. Mountain Snow and Frost Star, the wolf howls to kill the eagle. The waves of Chashi billowed, and the red jasmine flower that disappeared into the long stream. Given sheaths and sleeves, and leisurely clouds and red crickets. The sick fairy swims with wine, and Songyu is empty. Yarrow Wenyu leaned down and coughed, and Parzi was red again with blood. He looked out of the tent, his vision blocked by heavy fog. Qiao Tianya's sword has returned to the sheath, looking at Fengquan in the beating of fire and rain. The Mingtang feast started, and a chopstick drink was broken. Li Jianting patted the broken drum and shuttled through the walls of Juhong. "Let's drink a glass of wine and hover high in the temple." The fire of Minglitang soared into the sky, lighting up the surroundings, and there was a sea of fire going forward. Han Jin ran his arm, Li Jianting turned his head and looked at the capital again. Her fingers tapped on the drum, But the drum no longer sounded. She was stunned in the fire, and sang softly, in the drunk song without asking for the name. Mingletang's lacquer pillar collapsed and splashed with fire waves. Mars hit Li Genting's skirt and burned along the pattern. She turned around and was engulfed in the fire. At dawn, the assassination in the city had ceased. Because it had rained, there was no dust in the air. The palace was burned for the most part, and Sun Sichuan stepped on the ruins, only to see the remains of the broken wall. At dawn, the assassination in the city had ceased. Because it had rained, there was no dust in the air. The palace was burned for the most part, and Sun Sichuan stepped on the ruins, only to see the remains of the broken wall. It's the arson in the palace. Fei Sheng followed Sun Sichuan with emotion. Mingletang was burned to ashes. The female emperor was not surrendered, she sacrificed her country, Sun Sichuan said. Fei Sheng was desperately wanting to return to the capital, and now he is really back. The sights that he sees are unfamiliar everywhere. He held up a knife and cleared away the rubble in front of Sun Sichuan, saying, "She is a fierce woman. Jiujing, Minshan, and Chengfeng are waiting for the order." Sun Sichuan stood still. Did Songyu return? Fei Sheng looked in the direction of Mingletang, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Returned." Asterisk. Qiao Tianya was washing his hands. His fingers were immersed in a copper basin, spreading red threads. The sword was still on the waist, but the hilt was red, and the original color was no longer visible. The scorpions have been laid down everywhere, with a total of 147 people, mainly eunuchs. Ji Qingqing glanced at the nephew's waistcard. The chief is called Fengquan. He was replaced by Pan Rugi 8 years later by Xianda. Zhu Gui horrified, "So much." Ji Qingqing watched Zhu Gui's discoloration and can't help but comfort. "Now you are surrounded by us, adults don't have to worry." In their words, Qiao Tianya had washed his hands. He raised the curtain, and before it was clear, the next step went. "If Fengquan can catch it." Kong Ling waved his hand silently. Yu Xiaozai did not continue to say. Kong Ling looked at the curtain that was still shaking and whispered, "Let's report it to the king." Before Qiao Tianya walked to the tent, he heard Yarrow Wenyu's cough. He stood at the door and raised his hand without opening the curtain. Yarrow Wenyu folded the parcels, put them back in his sleeves, and said slowly, "Fu Jun hasn't come back yet. Come in." Qiao Tianya stooped in. The brazier went out and it was a little cold in the tent. Yarrow Wenyu was sitting on the couch with a draped shirt in his hand, still holding a pen in his hand, and pushed away when Qiao Tianya came in. Against the morning light, Qiao Tianya took off his boots by the couch. He fell down silently, trapped in the gap between the bed and the little boy, and pillowed Yarrow Wenyu's knee. Yarrow Wenyu's medicine smell shrouded Qiao Tianya. He closed his eyes and seemed to sleep many years ago. Yarrow Wenyu covered the sword hilt with one hand and Qiao Tianya with one hand. His wide sleeves covered the bed, and in the slight morning light, looked down at Qiao Tianya. The incense on the table covered the **** smell, including Yarrow Wenyu's and Qiao Tianya's. "I'm on the body mountain." Yarrow Wenyu caressed Qiao Tianya's hair. "There is a courtyard where you can watch Chenhui in the morning, and after sunset, you can see the lights of Wandu Wanjia becoming a galaxy." Qiao Tianya seemed to see it. Yarrow Wenyu turned his head slightly, looked at the thin window paper, and said, "Snow is here." Chionghua fluttered lightly outside the window. Amua had stone beads on his forehead and a simple machete on his waist. His burly body leaned down and picked up the red silk flower on the ground for Doran. He stretched out his palm, and the silk flower looked like a real flower, which Hasten had brought back from the Chidong border. Amor said, "Good girl, follow your father and go back to the oasis." Dohiran took the silk flower with both hands, shook his head, and said, "I'm Hassan's wife, and he's going to guard his father for the eagle." "His father isn't old yet." Amor straightened up, laughing arrogantly in the afterglow of the setting sun. "Fighting is a man's business. You gave me the bear warrior of the Sukba beast. You are already the serpent ministry do a lot. Good girl, silly girl, you are not only Hassan's wife, but also his child's mother. The pearl of the grassland should be Zema by the Chitty Lake. The yellow sand here is not suitable for you, go back." Dolan's shoulders trembled, and she held back her tears, but her face was still wet. She held the silk flower and sobbed and asked, I heard the horn of the Wolf King, and I smelled his butcher knife. Amua lowered his palm, covering Doran's heart, and said, when I was born in the arms of Hongyang Mountain with Xiao Fengshu, it was destined that the fierce snake and Li Bei would have a victory. During the War of the Year, they lost their brothers and sent their sons. His vicissitudes were gilded, and the afterglow was too dazzling, as if he could compete with Chaoyang. The news of Boju did not come back, which means that Amor no longer has the internal advantage of Daju. He missed too many opportunities. Without Hassan, without China bow supply line, the future of the Viper department can be seen at a glance. My eagle flew over Xiefeng from the north, and his father would not give up before the sword of the new Wolf King. We are the strongest of the 12, the strongest, have Russia, the Soviet Union, and Japan, and only died in battle. There is no such thing as a retreat. Standing outside the golden tent was Beiying and the old wise man. The palms of the old wise man were full of folds. He rubbed away the yellow grass leaves and looked at the sunset in the distance. Beiying sandwiched his precious book and asked, Teacher, will we win? The old wise man did not answer. When Hassan left, he also knelt in the Chashi River and asked him, Will I win? The blade of grass in his palm was blown away by the wind and drifted away. The old wise man's snow-white beard moved slightly with the wind, and he looked at the sunset silently until the sky became dark. The wolf is here. The old wise man said so. The strong wind swept over the continuous hills, and the yellow sand was blowing on the iron armor. The young Wolf King held a knife in one hand, slowly stood up, firmly occupying everyone's attention. The setting sun disappeared from behind him, replaced by countless iron riders. Meng stood on Xiao Chie's shoulder, sharp eyes penetrated the strong wind, and nailed forward with the master. Lang Dao Shualai ran from behind without stopping. Xiao Chie turned on his horse, fluttered his wings, and followed Xiao Chie around. Xiao Chie took the iron hoof of the army and walked on the yellow sand, like a boundless cloud, rushing down in the night. Bayan saw off Doran. He stood by the carriage and gave his book to Doran. Doran said, I don't recognize the word Daju, you can keep it. Beiying insisted to put the book on Duran's knee, and said, to the little eagle. Doralan covered her belly, and the flock of sheep behind the carriage kept barking. She leaned on the carriage, looked at the tents and said, The moon is too bright tonight. Beiying thought that Doran was worried that the return journey would not be easy, so she smiled and relieved. Russia, Soviet Union, and Japan have greeted the tribes along the way. You bring a bear soldier, and no one dares to hurt you. There was no smile on Dolan's face, she looked like a withering flower. Beiying couldn't guess her mind, even if he became a wise man, he was still a fool. Beiying felt his dry pockets and found an old writing brush. He also placed the pen on Duran's knee, maintaining a smile on his dark face, saying, When next year, you give birth to a baby eagle, Russia, Soviet Union, and Japan will pick you up, and when you the most noble woman in the desert. Some people in the 6 divisions rebelled against Xiao Chie, and the status of the hegemonist overlord in the Snake division has already existed in name only. The poor consolation of Beiying cannot hide anything. But this time Dolan bent her eyes hard, as if she believed in Beiying's words, and said, If you are a boy, I will give it to you to teach. This book, I will return it to you at that time. Beiying clutched the back of his head rather embarrassingly, and said, If he is a boy, he must be as good as an eagle, and the best son in the desert. Ask the teacher and Russian Soviet Union to teach him. He smiled again. Duo Erlen, go, your father is still waiting for you. The people in the deer department drove the flock. This was their only sheep left, and they were sent back to the oasis before the weather became worse. There are not many warriors with a bear department, but their bears and horses stand out among the pony. They are extremely powerful because they wear swords. The deer department was familiar with the sand road, and the leading man drove the horse forward, and the copper bell hung above the flag sounded. In the shaking of the carriage, Doran waved at Beiying. Beiying took a few steps and summoned the courage to shout, Doran. Doralan raised her car curtain and looked at him. Beiying stopped, stood still, waved his hand again, and said nothing. The dark sky shrouded the desert, and the hunting falcon hovered above the rainbow eagle flag in the wind. The flag made a wheezing sound, and the copper bells traveled further and further. Baying took a few steps back, and clenched his fists with his empty hands, meditating on victory, without looking back. The moonlight is very thin, spreading under the feet, it seems to break when stepped on. The horse's hoof sank and left suddenly. The old wise man threw the dead branches for divination on his knees. He closed his palms, lowered his head, and meditated on the God of heaven. Baying finally turned around and ran in the direction of the old wise man, shouting, "Old!" The hunting falcon above the rainbow eagle banner did not respond, and it was suddenly torn by Haidong Qing, who was washed down at a rapid speed. Grabbing the assassin's wreckage, flapping his wings in midair, tearing off the feathers of the assassin. The change came too fast, and Baying couldn't return to God, and the noise of eating and drinking in the tent had not stopped. Wolf! The night snake cavalry galloped in the sand, screaming with all his might, "Raid!" The long knife slid out, and the heavy armor knocked over the cavalry from behind. The pony had no resistance before the steel tide and was drowned in a blink of an eye. Bayan stayed in place. It should have passed Masanquan from Baitieki. It is reported that Xiao Qie intends to block Mo Sanchuan's exit. However, the immediate change showed that Xiao Qie not only came, but also chose to come in the most direct way. Xiao Qie. Baying turned back abruptly, yelling, "Iron riding has struck." The edge of the fence was trampled by the iron hoof, and the sand soldiers who got out of the tent had no time to mount the horse and hit the iron rider with a machete. Xiao Qie's wolverine knife is heavy and his arm strength is extraordinary, which makes it difficult to meet opponents when chopping. Lang Dao Xuejie rushed into the tent room of the snake department for the first time. He took away several splashes of blood in the knife room. The head rolled down at the foot of Bayan, and Bayan's throat was blocked, and he had been taken by terror. He saw a pair of hungry wolf eyes in the shadow of the sword. To fight back. Baying stepped back, and wanted to fall. Xiao Qie gasped, raised his arm holding the knife, and wiped off the blood on his cheek with the back of his hand. The smile he gradually showed was extremely dangerous, and after months of trekking, he finally reached his destination. Amor Xiao Qie lifted his neck in the splashing blood and jumping fire, his voice was like ice. "Where?" The curtain of the golden account was opened, the old machete slid out of the cold in Yuhui, and Amua bent over to drill out the golden account. His equally tall body covered the sand and dust under his feet, as if it were the Dinghaitian needle of the serpent department. Lonely and slammed into the siege of hunting falcons, Xiao Qie shook off the blood on the blade and heard the drums of war. He slammed into the hunting salamander and was attacked by the group, and hissed. The fire waves splashed on the flag along with the collapsed tent, and the time of the rainbow eagle flag burned. He slammed into the hunting salamander and was attacked by the group, and hissed. The fire waves splashed on the flag along with the collapsed tent, and the time of the rainbow eagle flag burned. The wolf knife slashed down and, against the machete, made the sound of tingling ears in the stagger. The blade missed and Mars flashed. Amor's arm was slightly heavier, saying, "Your arm's strength is stronger than your father's." Xiao Qie dragged the wolf knife by his height, and he smashed Amor's machete downward. Amor smashed next to it, just a few times, and the tiger's mouth had been shaken with tearing pain. He took a half step back under Xiao Qie's strong attack. Xiao Qie's youth was his greatest advantage. Amor was old, and when Xiao Fengshu was sick, he also returned to the desert. After a lapse of many years, he returned to the battlefield, even though he was not old-fashioned in appearance, but his body was no longer comparable to Xiao Qie, who was in its heyday. "You came here," Amor set up his machete, "will you return my son to me?" Suddenly the raid iron riders scattered, and there was a bed in the ripped gold account. After waiting for a long time, the fighters of the viper snake exploded in blue tendons, turned in the click sound of the machine, and the heavy arrows flew out immediately, and shot at Tietchi. There was no movement in the collapsed tent, and Gujin responded quickly when he rolled over, saying, "The tent is empty." The stables of the snake department had been assaulted by Xiao Qie long ago, but in the night sand, Huoran turned out of the ambush soldier, and whistled around for a moment. Horseshoe sound. Gujin put on his ears and immediately reported, "They have horses. The location of the snake department is wide, and there are no defensive fortifications at the border. It is not even as good as the Mongolian camel department at the gate of Mosanchuan. However, in the case of Hassan's death and heavy soldiers under pressure, the remaining 11 tribes were not attacked because no tribe dared to come. During the Xiande years, Amur swept through the China bomb armory. Hassan's weight comes from his father's funding. As a man who is the best at change in the desert, Amur is very guts. The serpent department lives deep in the desert. They have snake-like fangs. The North Rail ride has dispersed, and Chen Yang was preparing to order when Lima was riding. Unexpectedly, the pony stalled suddenly on the side. The chariot-like impulse did not give Chen Yang a chance to knock him down. The four-legged snake with half-length eyes had fierce eyes, and said with a blemishes, "Tooth for tooth." Chen Yang rolled a few times after landing, and the four-footed snake's hammer hit the side of his helmet. Even if there was no stroke, Chen Yang felt dizzy because of the shock caused by the rubbing. Xiao Qie had a four-legged snake on the side and back. His raised sword suddenly changed course, passed through the elbow and armpit, and pierced through the chest of the four-footed snake. The blood splattered and sprayed on Xiao Qie's shoulders and arms, flowing down the saddle along the armor. The scimitar waved from the side, Xiao Qie tilted his head to avoid dodging, and the little blade struck the opponent's blade. He couldn't immediately pull out his wolf knife, and chose to bend his left arm and slam on the opponent's face. The four-legged snake did not expect Xiao Qie's strength to be so horrible. The entire facade was cracked, and the bridge of his nose was broken immediately. The blade on the front of Xiao Qie was approaching, the wolf howling sword was close to the iron armor, and he pulled it out in time, blocking the machete with a bang. Lang Dao Shuelai rushed forward, Wolverine's sword carried the strength of the opponent, and turned over the opponent's body while moving forward. Xiao Qie didn't have a chance to breathe, because the moment Lang Dao Shuajin was running forward, the bed in the golden account followed him, and at the same time as the man he turned over, he hurled his arrows and came straight. Chuangziyu is a siege device. Its weight and lethality can be 1 enemy 10, and it has won numerous victories for Dazhou in the early offensive and defensive battles. Shun Zechuan also chose to use it as a defensive device when defending Duanzhou, which is very powerful. The key is that it requires several people to work together just to pull it apart. The strength of the iron head rushing out is by no means alone. Even if Xiao Qie met it on the Qianli boundary line, he could not carry it alone, let alone such a short distance. Gujin rushed up almost at the same time. He used the fastest speed in his life and muffled his voice during the run. "Second Lord, Xiao Fengshu is gone. The battlefield is the most unreasonable place. For Li Bei, tonight is half dead and wounded, and Xiao Qie cannot be left." Chen Yang was close, and met the hammer again when he stood up. This time he blocked it horizontally. He didn't know where the strength came from. He actually lifted the hammer with the four-legged snake. Chen Yang's arms and legs were trembling. He burst into a deep throat, gritted his teeth and said, "Stop the arrow." The heavy wind has reached Xiao Qie not far away with the heavy arrow. He loosens the reins, and Lang Dao Shuaheng hissed, kneeling on his front knee. Xiao Qie immediately rolled off the horse, rushing with a terrible force and slammed into the crowd. The serpent warriors rushing in the sand turned to their horses, carrying scimitars, and gathered from all sides. Xiao Qie was panting, sweat-soaked in the doubles. The bayer in the camel department is the most untrustworthy ***** in the desert. Amor shaved off the blood on the machete, rubbing his stubble with his thumb. "You believe them. This is what Xiao Fengshu would not commit wrong." Xiao Qie stood up shakingly, and the arm of his right arm was smashed and sunk in the heavy arrow of Shutsai, but it did not crack. Xiao Qie inserted the wolf howling knife at his feet, raised his hand to remove the arm restraint, and tied it to the waist. Yuemeng was confused by the fire, and Amua saw Xiao Qie's shadow stretch out in front of him, and there was an endless lonely desert behind him. "Don't call my father's name anymore." Xiao Qie's deep anger and unwillingness were ignited by this sentence. Hatred burst into his chest, and even the wounds on his back were burning. Xiao Fengshu would not make such a mistake. Xiao Fengshu will not make many mistakes. However, Hassan left Xiao Fengshu in blizzard. When Xiao Qie heard Amor, he would think of Xiao Fengshu's body in the snow. Xiao Fengshu, Xiao Fengshu. Xiao Qie's eyes flushed and said hoarsely, "Take away my father's head and step on the dignity of the Wolf King." Xiao Qie pulled out the wolf knife. "Give it back to me," he said. His face twitched slightly, advancing staggeredly in the fierce hack, and shouting silently towards Amor, "Give me back." Suddenly falling down like an unbearable siege. Xiao Qie's violent drinking trembled in the night sky, suddenly fluttering his wings as he approached the ground, and then spun up. Behind it, the assassin **** continued to descend, and Gujin stooped to his knees, whistling towards the sky. The next moment, countless hawks winged together, and swarmed towards the hunting salamander in the air. The earliest air battle was from the world of the North Eagle. The fierce convergence wings rushed into the hunting falcon group, it avenged, found the hunting falcon that chased itself the most fiercely, and tore the other side in the Xuanfei to smash it. The Iron Rider and the cavalry converged in the gap between the tents. Baying ran away, kneeling in front of the golden tent, and said to the old wise man, "Teacher, I will help you leave." The old wise man still maintained the posture of declining his palms. His old body was like a dead tree, and his pale hair fell silently on both sides. Baying's heart was cold, and he ran his hand under the nose of the old wise man. His face suddenly turned pale. He couldn't help choking, and cried immediately, "Teacher." With the **** surge in the night, the tent of the Serpent's tent collapsed, and Amor's ambush in the outer circle failed to obtain the sweetness from the North Rail Rider. "Use your best." Xiao Qie grew too fast, a fact that even Amor had to admit. The Mongolian camel department that is alone in Masankuan is indeed a credible hybrid. They did not tell Xiao Qie that Amur also owns horses and heavy weight, and did not come to support as promised. But, likewise, Baya did not. Amor means fighting. He is like a fisherman holding a knife waiting for the last moment. He is afraid that Amor will have a second hand and wants to follow the absolute winner in this duel. The stars fell to the sky, and suddenly a horse ran out at the end of the desert, and Dolan's skirt flew up in the huge setting moon. She came with the group of bear soldiers. Bayan wiped his tears embarrassedly, and said, "Doran, silly girl." Dolan fluttered in the air while she was in Lima. Her beautiful green eyes reflected the flames, and said, "I'm married to Hassan. I belong to the Hassan tribe. Hassan also belongs to my tribe." "Father, you are right. Strong the ministry has Russia, Russia and Japan, and Hassan is my Russia, Russia and Japan." She pulled out her dagger. "We only have heroes who have died in battle. There are no evasive creatures. Baya, listen." Doran faced the desert, and said loudly, "You surrender to the strong. Doran doesn't blame you. But the desert has the strong man in the desert. The Mongolian camel ministry also had the glory of Russia, Soviet Union, and Japan decades ago. You kneel in front of Xiao Qie's iron ride and kill the dignity of the Mongolian camel ministry." In the next month's assassination, mixed with the woman's fierce scolding, Baya, who had not stood still, was ashamed and ashamed. "I heard that your daughter Ya dared to stab Xiao Qie with a dagger," said Doran with a calm face. "I admire her and Hassan admire her. In the future, my son will be born, and I will let him recognize Ya as his aunt. This is the backbone of the desert," she said, and spit on the side extremely rudely. "But I will let my son remember that the camel department is a cartilage, and the leader Baya is a miser." Dolan's chest was undulating. She whipped a horsewhip, and led the soldier with the bear rushing forward. The number of rides from the North Rail is terrible, but Doran has no fear in her eyes. She is the brightest pearl in the desert. Even without the strong body of a soldier, she is willing to rush to such an invincible iron wall. Hassan did not kneel to Xiao Qie at the last moment, and Doran knew him. They will stand dead even if they die in battle. "Stupid girl," Amor laughed loudly, and then said solemnly, "You're wrong. Russian, Soviet and Japanese in the Hulu department are not Hassan, but Doran." The morale of the snake department was soaring, and Baya was still hesitating. Ya beside him took a few steps, pointed to the front, and said to the soldiers of the Mongolian camel department, "The gate of Masankuan is guarded by us and left behind. Xiao Qie, you can't break from the North Rail. You must kneel down to him. You won't be able to stand up for the next 20 years. Xiao Qie and Amor slammed the torch. The armor was covered with blood and yellow sand, and the bear fighters rushed into the sea to fight, because Xiao Qie killed their leader in Bian County. Dalan Tai. The moment Xiaoming pulled out the sword, Xiao Qie fell into a real siege. Shen Zechuan, who was taking a nap at the desk, was awakened, and he lowered his arm. The lights in the hall have gone out, and there are gentlemen's voices in the side hall, but it seems extremely quiet here. Shen Zechuan held the door frame, and the cold wind outside made him feel cold. Fei Sheng listened to the movement, looked back, and couldn't help but panic. Master, it's going to be cold. Dessert. Tsueyu of Shen Zechuan's right ear slightly shook, covering his lips, holding back a cough, and asking, "Did you have a letter?" Gujin was launched and Chenyang led the army to gather. They centered on Xiao Qie and kept gathering. The armor of the North Rail Rider was worn out, only Xiao Qie was not wearing a helmet. You didn't bring an army for the raid. Amor took the scimitar cut off by Xiao Qie from the waist. Young is always impulsive. The click sound of the quartet's airframes was intensive, and Amor made a desperate effort tonight. The moon was obscured by thick clouds, and desert fighters were among the sand. Doralan called for the Bear Department fighters to have all the remaining strength of the Bear Department. They got a period of cultivation in the Serpent Department by the light of Doralan. He recovered from a serious injury. "You are a genius," Amor said admiringly, "a genius from the north." The bed was stretched and straightened, and the arrows were directed at Xiao Qie. The stone bead between Amor's forehead was loosened, and he took it off, slightly lonely. He looked towards Hongyang Mountain and said, "But you killed my son." To the Dazhou people, the Chashi River is a jade belt in the scenery, but to the Da Mo people, it is a distant mother river. Once, they shared Hongyang Mountain with Da Ju, and the rise of the North Rail riding led them to keep back and return to the desert to kill each other only for rations. In his life, Amor wanted to take the 12 books to the west of Chashi. Plunder Libe people sleep on the mountains and rivers, and the desert people sleep on the yellow sand. They met with swords, and 3 generations of heroic heroes met on the Chashi River. Spring is coming and no one is spared. The war is always over. Amor hangs his forehead with a stone bead on the handle. "I will return your head to your brother." Flying down, the eagle from the north was quiet. Xiao Qie raised his left arm, held it tight, and said, "I'm afraid you don't have this opportunity." The gravel flew up in the sand, and in a snoring sound, the team headed by the camel department saw a knife with a long handle and a short blade. Bayer couldn't hold back his regrets and jumped off his feet. Lu Guangbai, who had penetrated the desert, was as familiar with sandy roads as Hu Lub. Xiao Qie left his army not for raids, but to lead snakes out of holes. Amor was unwilling to meet at will, and only Xiao Qie's rash raid could make him see the dawn. If Doran leaves with a bear, Xiao Qie will continue to go deeper tonight, but when Doran returns, she completes a complete deployment of Xiao Qie. Amor, Xiao Qie clenched his handle again. The war is always over. The yellow sand was rolling, and Lu Guangbai slammed back when he ran to the soldier in front of the bear, and the North Rail ride behind him crashed into it. He made up for the vacancy of the 4-legged snake while riding the wrong side with the North Rail, and waved the long knife to brace the 4-legged hammer. Gravity collision. Lu Guangbai's military boots slipped backwards in the sand. He leaned on one arm, chopped Huang Shuo, and laughed, "So much strength." The 4-legged snake opened its arms, and there was a stance to stop Bianjuan's garrison. Lu Guangbai's long knife suddenly passed the top of his head and crackled on the hammer of the 4-legged snake between the flips. The 4-legged snake has only played against the North Rail Rider, and has not encountered such a strange weapon. The long knife is a hilt. His hammer cannot reach Lu Guangbai's body, and the block cannot keep up with Lu Guangbai's speed. Retreat in this intensive offensive. Tietchi has broken through the external defense line and merged with Xiao Qie from the side. Xiao Qie did not re-enter the horse, but rushed into it to fight with the soldiers on the border. From the North Rail ride this time is like a Kuroshio, covering it in absolute crushing quantities. Amor killed several people and met Xiao Qie again in the iron roll. The strong wind brought by Xiao Qie split the front of Amor from top to bottom. Wolverine knife stuck in the gap of the machete. Xiao Kai wildly approached 2 steps, pressing Amur back. Amor pushed hard, overturning the suppression of the wolf sword. But the wolf knife slammed back quickly, and Xiao Qia's energy could not be consumed on long distances. He was extremely focused at this moment, focusing on the injuries that he didn't care about at all. The machete was bounced off during the impact, but it did not let go. Amor copied the machete and rolled around Xiao Qia's waist. Xiao Qia did not return as expected. He pressed against the stalk and slammed into Amor's cheek. Amor did not fall to the ground. Smell permeated his teeth, and Xiao Qia's teeth were sore. Xiao Qia's play is mixed with hundreds of different styles, but he has never been out of this sect. He is as arrogant as Xiao Fengshu. This is the young Wolf King. Amor's left eye was already a little dark, and he saw the moon burning, and the wailing of the serpent department penetrated the vast night. The stars who once belonged to him fell, and the heroes who died at the end of the road should admit that they were already old. Hassan. Amor proud eagle. Amor seemed to see the back of his son when he left. It was the same as the moonlight, and Hassan waved his arm, and the red hair was covered by the night. Every time Xiao Qia stabbed his sword, Amor's scimitar made a painful sound. Xiao Qia's spirit was undisguised, and every time he hit the sharpest part of the machete. This battle is no longer a close match, but a unilateral crushing away from the North Rail riding. Dora's horse fell to the ground. She fell to the ground, watched the dagger release her hand, and lost it between the iron hoof. There was blood on her cheeks, and she moaned as she wiped. With his own knife, Bayan rushed into chaos and shouted to Doran, "My horse, Doran, run." Doran covered her stomach, shook her head and said, "Let's go." Bayan gasped, suddenly holding Duran's arm, and sincerely said, "The eagle will survive." He couldn't help crying, choked with his throat. The silly girl in Chitty Lake, run at first sight. Bayan's words fell into a pool of blood before he finished speaking. Dolan opened her eyes wide and said, "No." Chen Yang raised his helmet and looked at Doran indifferently, saying in Biancha's words, "Ochi killed our left wing in Duanzhou. It was this man who made plans to pay one debt and one debt." Baying also held Duran's arm, and Doran bent over and grabbed the young man's body. Her voice was trembling and she had changed the key. She shouted fragilely, "Stop." In the vicinity of Duanzhou, Ochi not only killed the left wing of the North Rail Rider at that time, but also took away the heads of all the Iron Riders in the left wing team. They camped on the Chashi River, kicked these heads, and peed with iron riding helmets. Chen Yang could not forget this shame. The fire is burning, but the moon is cold. He growled, "Ma Ming," and Ying Ying. More and more people fell. Iron hoofs stepped over the tent. After the fire, there were boundless ashes. The snake department, who had been powerful in the desert for 30 years, turned into mud on this night, carrying the anger that had been boiling for a long time in the north. The fire in front of the golden account fell together. Amor broke the stone bead chain in front of the wolf howling sword. The rainbow eagle flag that symbolized the strong part of the storm finally fell in the burning. Xiao Qia's figure blocked everything. Xiao Qia forced Amor to lose all his escape routes with a strong attack. He shouted in the fire, "Amor." Amor took the knife hard and was approached by Xiao Qia. Sweat dripped into his eyes. Xiao Qia has fought more and more bravely. His madness comes from the grassland. Only the land of Hongyang Mountain can breed such a man. His high warfare was mixed with sweat, his eyes were as clear as the sword light, and the sun was inside. Amor was so tired that the scimitar was already dull, and finally released his scimitar when Xiao Qia launched another onslaught. The moon became thin, the night faded, and the sky was about to brighten. Amor's stones rolled down at his feet, and the yellow sand beneath them was soaked with blood. He raised his head, and there were few hunting falcons in the sky. Tian Shan cares for the eagle. Amor raised his right arm suddenly, and issued a final roar towards the remnants of the desert. "I ruled 6 sects for 20 years and reached the interior of Dazhou. The rainbow eagle flag is worthy of us." Shehe, the wolf-headed sword smashed his head, and Amor held it with his arm with an arm restraint. "The Chashi we dream of." Amor laughed arrogantly at Xiao Qia in the gap, and said firmly, "Xiao Qia, 2 decades later, the desert eagle will fly over Hongyang Mountain again. You killed me, you killed us, but you can't kill the eagles of the desert." 20 or 40 years, his arms bound to the blade made a cracking sound, and Amor said in a deep voice, "One day the desert will welcome us. Come to the real Lord." Xiao Qie also roared during the pressure, 20 or 40 years, the wolf from the north will be stationed on the line forever. Come, he said with red eyes, arrogantly, this time, next time, I am in the Chashi River is waiting for you. The 12 books will never cross the Chashi River. Amor's arm restraint was completely cut off, followed by the blade edge like a bamboo shoot, ending his roar from the front. Dolan's sobbing came to an abrupt halt, and she burst into tears. She got up, stepped on her skirt and fell to the ground, and got up again, rushing towards Xiao Qie with that dagger. The gale swept across the flying sand, and the blade suddenly pointed directly at the eyebrow of Doran. Duran's divergence covered her body, she stopped in front of the blade, tears flowing in her eyes, trembling, finally gritted her teeth and said, "Kill me, Xiao Qie, kill me." The blood of the wolf knife ticked on Duerlan's eyebrow, mixed with her tears, and blurred the face. The morning light at the end of the day pierced the darkness, and the light of dawn covered the barren sand. Xiao Qie's armor appeared subtle mansions, he slightly raised his chin, and sweat dripped. He said to Doran, riding from the north rail, "Don't kill a woman." Dolan trembled between her teeth, that was hate. She stood here, even the dignity of the battle was taken away by Xiao Qie. "Ride on your horse, get out of this sandy land, and then go west to the north of the Sanchuan River to belong to Beibei. Without my order, the 12 dare to step over." Xiao Qie's blade moved down, nailed heavily in front of Duran's feet. It was like drawing an insurmountable nature here. Yang Shuang slaughtered the entire 12 clan. The flag of the wolf from the north fluttered in the sky. Xiao Qie's side face was grim, which was the only kindness left by the Wolf King. His sword killed Biancha's heroes. His iron ride passed silently like Yang Shuang, and behind him stood the ever-changing Hongyang Mountain. Amor once slaughtered in 6 states. That is not powerful. Slaughter is a kind of cowardice. The true strong ones dare to face the attacks of years. Since then, he no longer walks alone, and Xiao Qie has the strongest backing in the world. He is the sharpest blade in the world. Doran slipped to her knees, crying loudly. Xiao Qie closed his sword and returned to the sheath, no longer looking at Doran. He turned on his horse and faced numerous off-road rides. "I don't know who said it softly, I won." Xiao Qie's back turned towards the sunrise. At the moment of great light, it seemed like the day when the battle was won at the age of 14, although his eyes were covered with dust. He whips his horse, and laughs aloud in the strong wind. Great victory. From the North Wolf King. Lu Guangbai was surging and looking at Xiao Qie's horse. The unspeakable pride was like the moment when Xianda was going to leave the country. The war will be loyal to the land, Yongyi will retire, Xianda will die, and the era of the chaotic thief will end. Well, Lu Guangbai held the handle, followed Xiao Qie's steps, and shouted, "We have no horse." From the North Railway ride galloping in the desert, the men burst into laughter and laughed. Their dark clouds have turned into the returning spring thunder. A fierce spin soared through the white cloud. Home is ahead. The good news arrived in Liju 2 months later, when it was snowing. Shun Zichuan in the warm hall stood up, and the gentlemen on both sides also stood up. "One thief. Yu Xiao slaps his legs again when he is happy. I know that Yi is out of the way, and he is invincible, no problem." Jiao Zhongxiong was so happy that he quickly said, I write a good news. This battle must be a history. Yarrow Wenyu rarely showed up recently due to the severe cold weather. Shun Zichuan urgently called since he is in the capital and is still on the road. Yarrow Wenyu coughed and heard the words Qingsha, and stared at the hole on the side. Kong Ling bowed his head slightly, saying, "Now you have no master. To welcome the second grandfather, you have to prepare early." The gentlemen were all happy, except that Shun Zichuan turned over and asked in a low voice, "See Ian?" Fei Sheng inquired about the news early and whispered in reply, "Master, rest assured, Yi has no problem." Shun Zichuan was slightly assured that there was a potted plant sent by Mrs. Ju Gui in the warm hall. It was just green, and Shun Zichuan watched for a moment, but she had the urge to hide it in her arms. When the gentlemen were in a hurry, the curtains went up and down, but Yarrow Wenyu picked up the teacup, and slowly dialed the tea foam, His face was obviously morbid when he was meditating. Yuanj were returned to the capital, neither seeing the deceased, nor returning to the old house of Yao. Shun Zichuan looked at the case and said, "You said this morning that you wanted to see Xue Xiuzhua? The warm hall is very quiet inside and out, so quiet that it only heard the sound of snow falling." Yarrow Wenyu gazed at the undulating tea foam, and replied, "It's all dying, you should see it." Shun Zichuan turned his eyes, and even if he kept himself calm, he would be moved by this sentence. Yarrow Wenyu didn't drink tea. He looked at the window dimly lit by lanterns, and the shadows of snow falling piece by piece. New Year, Yarrow Wenyu smiled slightly. Fun, the new year goes well. Xue Xiuzhua was held in the prison of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, and his buns were tidy and regular. Even without the official robe, he still maintained the calmness of the past. When Yarrow Wenyu's four-wheeler arrived, Xue Xiuzhua laid down his chopsticks for dinner, across the door, not surprised. He said, "Yang Yu is cold, did Shun Zichuan send someone to clean the street?" Yarrow Wenyu turned the four-wheeler without snow covering his shoulders and said, "The embargo has its own arrangements." Xue Xiuzhua held his knees and stared at Yarrow Wenyu. They all lived in the shadow of each other. In the first half of their life, Xue Xiuzhua was the nameless blade. In the second half of the year, Yarrow Wenyu was the broken jade. Xue Xiuzhua said, "The snow on Kaichun Mountain has melted, and the teacher's mound position is not good. You look at repairing it." "You live in Sudu," Yarrow Wenyu said. "Did you go and see?" Xue Xiuzhua's straight spine was hanging in the snow behind him, and he said truthfully, "Dare to go." The cell was silent. Yarrow Wenyu lowered his eyes, seemingly tan. He put the white man in his palm on the table, and in the dark, shoved Xue Xiuzhua silently. Xue Xiuzhua watched the chess piece, and in the long silence, he seemed to hear the rain of Body Mountain. Many years ago, Xue Xiuzhua said in a calm voice, "The teacher did not look at me with family stereotypes and promoted me into the profession. I read Qi Hualian's strategy and knew that the world is vast. Everywhere in Daju became an indispensable pillar of Daju. Yonghui was confined to Qi Hualian, and the teacher hovered several times on the watchtower where he could see Jiaoxin Temple. I asked him what to look at, and he said that he would look at the last Chen in the world. I felt strange at that time, because Qi Hualian was a minister, and so was the teacher. By the time of Xian Denian, we had killed many people for the collection of Hua Xiqian's incriminating evidence. As officials, these people were all loyal ministers and basically died. It's over." Xue Xiuzhua thought about these things for too long. When he was numb, he had become a heart of stone. He would no longer cry in the middle of the night. He respected Hai Liangyi like that, but the reality was too cruel. These people died in the bucket without graves and graves. They were wiped clean with a wave of their sleeves. Xue Xiuzhua had no emotion in his eyes. Xian Denian entered the hunting field. "Yes, the hopes of countless people you have never heard of. We overthrow Hua Xiqian, but the teacher did not continue. The Queen Mother survived, and the family is still indestructible." Li Jianheng ascended the throne and Xue Xiuzhua also wanted to assist him, but Li Jianheng couldn't afford the heavy responsibility at all. What is Hai Liangyi insisting on? Xue Xiuzhua didn't understand. He stood at a fork in the road and refused to follow Hai Liangyi. He couldn't see the light on this road. To this day, Xue Xiuzhua raised his eyes. "I don't recognize the teacher's path. No one can convince me in this game, Yuan Zhuo, neither do you." Yarrow Wenyu turned the four-wheeler and headed outside the cell. Xue Xiuzhua looked at Yarrow Wenyu's back, and said, "Born with me, Xue Xiuzhua, my life is taken away, and my name is arbitrary. Who won between you and me? It's just that I lost. My master's life was not at the right time. He lost to Shun Zichuan. The wrong time, no life." When Yarrow Wenyu's four-wheeler stopped, he didn't turn back, just leaned his face, and said in the shadow, "Time, life, and luck." The jail door closed stubbornly, separating them from the light and the dark. Yarrow Wenyu pushed the four-wheeler along the narrow aisle, choking suddenly as he approached the gate. The light at the door was dim, and Yarrow Wenyu held his hand, gradually unable to see the front in his breath. "Mister!" The jailer on the side exclaimed. "Shi Yi, Yi, Yun Yi, I can do it. One Yarrow Wenyu's fingers stunned in the air, planted straight ahead. When Yarrow Wenyu woke up, there was a light in the room. Shun Zichuan stood by the side and said softly, since Song Yu is coming, talk to me, wait for them. Looking at the curtain, Yarrow Wenyu replied softly, I let Song Yu to the body mountain, and planted a body tree waiting for me. Shun Zichuan's eyes were down, sourness was close at hand, as if blinking again, tears would fall. Winter is really long, Yarrow Wenyu said. Before I entered the capital, I was suspicious that I could wait for the flowers of the body mountain. You wait, Shun Zichuan said suddenly, his voice hoarse, Yuan Zhuo. Yarrow Wenyu didn't answer, and coughed again. This time the blood was soaked in the pupper and could no longer be hidden. He paused for a while, and said, Ji Shi's yellow book has been promoted for many years. Qi Shan is a good official. Lan Ju, leaving him, that is Jie Shi's father and mother. The dare not to send troops for the stability of the world. She does Wang, Chidong County can do everything. Fei Sheng has small flaws, but he is still available. With a stone monument of Yin Chang, put him back to Duanzhou can be guaranteed. Cheng Feng. Yarrow Wenyu's breathing increased. Cheng Feng originally wanted to retreat. I have written a letter to him. Lanju, the new emperor can't live without counsel, I left, and learned with Cheng Feng's thoroughness. Can help you sit in the mountains. Yarrow Wenyuhan was soaked, as if he had an attack, and his complexion was whitish. He raised his hand and grabbed Shun Zichuan's sleeve. This world. Yarrow Wenyu was about to get up, and his eyes were reddish in his asthma. I want you to sit down. Young, not yet. Shun Zichuan held Yarrow Wenyu against him. In the candlelight, he slowly said, I'm not an emperor. You are the lord, the world is the lord. Yarrow Wenyu said firmly, you can let the mountains and rivers come in the future, but at this moment, only Yushan Lanju can sit. The old case Zhao Shui. Shun Wei sentenced. He panted and his throat broke. The voice of Qinglang Gruyu became dumb, and he was coughing for blood in a hurry. Lanju, you are bright and clear. Shun Zichuan's tears had already flowed, and his lips moved, and he could not say a word. Waiting for peace and return. Yarrow Wenyu clenched his fingers. You have no more worries. I wrote the paper 6 months ago, and I have included all of the realms in it, and I have a little clumsy rule on the people of the 8 cities. My humble opinion, you take it from then on. Yarrow Wenyu suddenly vomited and bleeds with the help of Shun Zichuan. The red mark was dipped in his sleeves, and he no longer wiped his blood, barely touching the corners of his lips. Jiangshan Society, I will leave it to you. Yarrow Liangyu carried the load that Hai Liangyi unloaded. He did not obey the words of others. He was his own practitioner. No matter how he is judged in this world, he is the uncle who came on a donkey. Yarrow Yuanzhua did not enter the whole life, he did it. Yarrow Wenyu had to complete the teacher's wish, and he did it. He came to the world naked, and it didn't matter if he broke it, except for Qiao Tianya, he didn't owe anyone. If you could meet earlier. Yarrow Wenyu looked out of the window, and there was a heavy color that had not been lost so far. He smiled wearily and moved his hand wearing a red thread. What? Qiao Tianya was driving in the heavy snow. He carried his harp, broke through the fence, and rolled off his horse in the hiss of the embargo. Fei Sheng came to help him. He pushed away Fei Sheng, got up from the snow, looked through the long corridor, and saw that the lamp at the end went out. Qiao Tianya took a few steps and tripped over the steps again. He fell here, and suddenly his shoulders and arms trembled. He looked up at Dashue and burst into tears in laughter. God! Make fun of me, practice me. Qiao Tianya cried uncontrollably, I have suffered. Why bother to him like this? Qiao Tianya raised his arm and tore off the piano on his back. Fei Sheng stepped forward, hurriedly. Zhou dash, but it was too late. Qiao Tianya suddenly lifted Qin and smashed down the steps. The piano, which he had loved for a lifetime, made a humming chopped string sound, and then the piano body cracked and fell in half in the snow. The wind and snow covered Qiao Tianya's eyes. He Luotuo's hair flew in the air, and his heart died as the piano broke. There is no Yarrow Yuanzhua in this world. Qiao Tianya closed his eyes slowly, as if mocking this ridiculous arrangement. So Qiao Songyu died. Fei Sheng chased Xiao Tianya and asked, "Where are you going?" Xiao Tianya didn't answer. When he turned around, he untied the heavy saber and walked along the way. The carriage stopped, now that it got out of the curtain, trotting to catch up with Xiao Tianya. He clapped his hands and sang, "I don't care about everything, why don't all things surround me? Dona, there is no wind and frost on the road, but you can only see it in the mirror. I am at my fingertips and the past is ashes." If Xiao Tianya hadn't heard, since he followed him, the big and small clothes fluttered and disappeared together in the heavy snow. Tiansang Tsangli realm, not dusty. Shen Zechuan guarded the snow eaves alone and sat from day to dawn. He heard the sound of snow falling from the eaves, and time seemed to freeze. He finally returned to Batu, looking at the sky from here, remembering his past vividly. "You know that year," Shen Zechuan said, holding his jacket, slowly. "Why should I promise Cen and wear an earring?" Fei Sheng stood far back and said, "Because the master and the second elder have a good relationship." Shen Zechuan raised his hand and broke off the plum blossom blocking him, saying, "Because I know someone will leave, and those who disappear into the heavy snow will never return, except Ce and Xiao Qie put an earring on Lanju, expressing his overbearingness and hiding his love. Every time he took Lanzu's face, his eyes would always be so hot. This is love that is irrevocable and irresistible." Shen Zechuan put on the earrings given by Cen, and also declared possession. He still had tenderness in pain and cruelty. This is his softness, he only gives Xiao Cen. Fei Sheng didn't dare to go too close. After Yuan Zhuo and Song Yu left one after another, Shen Zechuan was hard to see. Shen Zechuan has stood at the pinnacle of the world, and even if he has not yet worn the crown, it is different from when he was still at the expo. This difference is not that Shen Zechuan has changed or that Fei Sheng has changed, but that the place has changed, as if in the king's capital that has stood for centuries, the steps are deterrent. Fei Sheng dug out his thoughts and coaxed, "Master, Princess and Shizi are on the road, and they will be able to join the capital in a few days." Shen Zechuan said Fei Sheng stood in silence. "I don't know how long." Shen Zechuan rubbed off the plum blossoms that had fallen off, and the fragile water of the delicate petals moistened his fingertips, and when he looked down, he took a pupper. Suddenly a squeak sound was heard in the snow, and Shen Zechuan didn't speak, and his head was suddenly covered by a jacket. Shen Zechuan froze and was hugged. The coat of clothing revealed a gap, his back was choked and he was kissed straight. Broken snow fell on the tip of Shen Zechuan's nose, but between the lips and teeth was hot. Xiao Qie opened his jacket and laughed. "I'm from." Shen Zechuan tugged Xiao Qie's fur collar, bowed his head, almost hit his lips. Xiao Qie's servants quickly tightened his arms and hugged Lanju almost out of breath. Shen Zechuan left slightly, and whispered, "I'm Xiao Qie." Covered Lanzu's back and kissed again. Acacia was in it for several months. After a moment of disguise, he showed his original shape and kissed the tip of Lanzu's tongue. Xiao Kai's wild legs are strong, so holding Shen Zechuan is effortless. Shen Zechuan's head was all in the plum branch, and the snow between the branches fell into the necks of two people, and they were frozen together. "It's so cold," Xiao Qie said with emotion. "You're so hot," Shen Zechuan said. The snow in Xiao Qie's neck slid down his spine. The ice made him want to pump air, but because the person in front of him refused to give up, he could only take Shen Zechuan to jump a few times. At this jump, Shen Zechuan really hit the plum branch. For a while, snow and broken flowers fell, and two people covered their heads and shoulders. "Xiao." Shen Zechuan scowled at Xiao Qie's face. Xiao Qie's eyes were blocked. He took a few steps back and fell directly into the thick snow. Shui Hui fluttered Shen Zechuan's face, Xiao Qie's chest was undulating, and Lanzu's neck was stretched again. "Big brother asked me to live in Beijing for a few days, and I ran off the quilt in the middle of the night," Xiao Qie said, showing his teeth very unusually. "He will come in and beat me in a few days." Walking from the northeast grain road, Shen Zechuan suddenly clasped Xiao Qie's wrist, and approached. "Isn't I see auntie and auntie on the road?" "See," Xiao Qie raised his eyebrows slightly. "But my horse is fast," and they surpassed them on the spot. Xiao Yang, who was still bumpy on the road, lay at the window, and Lu Guangbai asked, "What are you looking at?" Xiao Zheng pointed blankly at the road and said, The second uncle said he would return after peeing. The guards lined up in front neatly uttered a beep. Lu Guangbai patted Xiao Yang's head and said, "Your second uncle is a Jersey. If he jerks, I can't believe it." Lu Yijing, who was patting his face and applying powder, pulled the drapery curtain, pointed at the front with a mighty gesture, and ordered, "Rush, hurry, even if you can't catch this stink boy, you must catch up with him for dinner." Xiao Qie ran fast, but was beaten in Boju, but Ji Gang had a little pain, and he ran away. A few days later, Shen Zichuan sorted out his dossier, and dipped in ink to write on the blank paper. The lampshade was full of light. He was in the utter silence, and finally understood everything that happened to Da Ju Yongyi. Yong Yinian, the three masters entered the career path and assisted the prince to promote the Yellow Book. Xiao Qie held Shen Zichuan's hand from the back and wrote down with him. Qi Hualian defeated Qiao Kanghai in the game with his family. Ji Lei and Shen Wei drove the prince to death in Jiaoxin Temple. Since then, Qi Hualian has been pretending to be mad and confined in Jiaoxin Temple, and the blood of the East Palace is completely cut off. Subsequently, the Queen Shen Wei wanted to undress and kill the donkey, and spent a lot of money to bribe Pan Rugi to get the opportunity to release Zhongbua. In the same year, Xiao Chengbi borrowed his duties to rescue Qiao's old man, and stole Zhongbua's military figure to Shen Wei. However, Shen Wei had no words, Qiao Kanghai cut it, and Xiao fell. Xiao Chengbi was insured by Chen Zhan, and has since stayed anonymous in the capital, waiting for the opportunity. Shen Wei arrived in Zhongbua. To save his life, when he contacted Amua for his family, he passed the 6-state military map of Bobo to Amua, and killed his wife's white tea. In the 3 years of Shenda and the drought in Jueshi, the administration made the mountain owe hundreds of thousands of huge sums of money, and the crime of beheading was opened to store food. In the same year, the cabinet's subsidiary Hailiang Yi joint accountant gave Shuexiuzhua and the local faction accountants Hua Xiqian for accountability. Hua Xiqian asked the family for money but failed, and Shen Wei avoided the war and opened the Zhongbua Chashi defense line. Bianxia cavalry entered. Xiao Qie wrote here, with a slight frown on his eyebrows. When dipping in ink, he said, Shen Wei avoided war as a real ghost of the family. At that time, it was better to take refuge in a moor. He *** this matter. I am today can't figure it out. I didn't understand it at first. Shen Zichuan turned his head. The other day, Cheng Feng reconsidered the Shen family tree, and found the reason. One of the most obvious reasons. Xiao Qie looked at Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan spit out 3 words, Shenzhouji. Xiao Kai wildly understood the time, he said. It's really obvious. In order to avoid the war, Shen Wei and Shizi Shenzhouzi killed the commander of Dunju, and then returned to Guizhou to be guilty. He wanted to take refuge in Amur, but Amur's cavalry tied Shenzhouji to after the horse. He was dragged to death on the official road. Shen Wei is the abandoned son thrown away by both parties. Then Shenda for 4 years, Xiao Qie pressed Shen Zichuan's heart with his chin. We have entered the capital. Suddenly, the dust was rolling like yesterday. Shen Zichuan went into the capital alone, and at the same time, Xiao Jieming, who was prominent in military performance, was forced to surrender Xiao Qie. The hated crushed mad dog and the shackled evil dog bite each other in the rain and rain of Ba-Du, and the blood smell runs between each other's tongue and teeth, as hot as the fire is burning. Li Du has cast Shen Lanju and Xiao Xian, whether they are back-to-back sword shields or face-to-face sex. The sky was bright, Xiao Qie heard the distant bells. He caressed Shen Zichuan's concubine, and said firmly, From today, my Lanju is the co-owner of the world, and your army of 560,000 troops belongs to your subordinate. Mingtang Jiao Jian went in and out at will, and Xiao Xian hung up the front hall to guard you from all directions. Shen Zichuan raised his neck, Xiao Qie raised the crown of Liuzhu, and put it on his head steadily. The red robe rolled with dark gold rim. Xiao Qie touched the ruby bead on Shen Zichuan's right ear again. Kong Ling outside the hall knocked 3 times. Zong Feng returned to the sheath. Shen Zichuan looked a little lazy, pushing his abdomen along the side of Xiao Qie's arm, and finally pinched Xiao Qie's chin. After pulling closer, he did not kiss, but whispered, Who made your royal robe? Xiao Kai wildly whispered, Stealing people. Shun Zichuan laughed, stepped back, and stood side by side with Xiao Qie. At the moment when the door opened, Xiao Qie raised his hand and pushed it gently around Shun Zichuan's waist. Shun Zichuan stepped out, watching the sky gradually waking up, and between the heavy eaves, Zhongbo was kneeling down from the old part of the three realms of North Chidong, holding the jade seal by Kongling, and took the lead to say, "My emperor." The crowd greeted in unison, "Long live my lord, live long live." Xinyang suddenly appeared, and the light burst from the eaves passed through the flowing beads, and Shun Zichuan was dazzling among the many people. On the old site of Yulong Terrace, Shun Zichuan newly established Tsangyun Pavilion. Records of Wenchen from the left, Qi Hualian, Hai Liangyi, Yarrow Wenyu leading the ministers, right from the top, Xiao Fengshu, Xiao Jiming, Qi Zhuyin, Lu Guangbai, Yin Chang made their name, at the end of the neat portrait, isn't it? There are two male figures of honor and inferiority. Since then, the world's Ganji is a jade, the country name is Jing, and Zhensheng Yuan is started by Shun Zichuan. On this day, the feast was in front of Gao Dian, Mu Na's half-life drunk Ju Gui drunk hall. In that Zongxing, he held chopsticks and hit the calendar, and sang heaven, the sky, the white egret, and the misty water. Kong Ling's hand said, "I will stay alone after this. You are here, when your white clothes are supplemented. Speaking here, crying out of respect, even crying, how hard is this journey, Chengfeng, I am so happy." Fei Sheng, who was on the side, bumped into each other and laughed, "I go home with adults, go to Duanzhou, and be my loyal liver and righteousness." They laughed and choked again. With tears in his eyes, Fei Sheng said, "Fuck, I'm gone, who will take care of the master in the future? Fu." Yang Tai Tiger also wiped his tears and changed his voice in a loud voice. "My second grandfather is sitting in the capital of the town. Don't even think of a fly next to the emperor. You worry about a bird." Jiao Zhongxiong suddenly hesitated when he heard the words. Yu Xiao asked again quickly, "Are you a bitch? You won't leave?" "I think of Yuan Zhuo." Jiao Zhongxiong covered his face and wiped his tears, bowing down to the Taihu tiger. "Yuan Zhuo wants me to give you a tiger slave. You're going to treat it." "Fuck." Hu Taihu wiped his face again, but said in a straight face, "I know what Mr. Yuan Zhuo means. I have a bad temper. He gave me the cat. After that, if I see the cat, see him, think twice, and dare reckless." Hua Lingyun drank a few glasses of wine and said, "I don't know where Commander Zhou went. Qiao Tianya is gone, the master sealed Yangshan snow, this grace is enough." Fei Shengqiang cheered up and asked, "The master and why is grandpa gone?" The bead crown did not fall, but the bead collided, making an intriguing shaking sound in the dark. The throne was astonishingly high, and it was the most out of reach in the world. Shun Zichuan was under pressure and leaned forward. Sweat is intertwined, and every time Zhuyu will shake. Shun Zichuan's robe wasn't cut off, he just pulled out his hand and tightened the cloth on Xiao Qie's back. This is the most restrained place in the world, and it is also the place that everyone in the world dreams of. But Shun Zichuan didn't care, and Xiao Qie didn't care. The hot ambiguity lingered on the toes. The wolf on Xiao Qie's back was scratched, but he loved the pain. Shun Zichuan Rong is here, caught in Yuzhu, and can only squint with affectionate eyes. He repeatedly called a Yi over and over again. Xiao Qie braced his back and trapped Lanju in his arms. He bites, smirking in a rough voice. "Lanju." Shun Zichuan's hands were fixed. "Lanju. Lanju." The crown of flowing beads between Shun Zichuan's hair finally fell and rolled to the side. Xiao Qie sniffed him, with a bit of excitement in his hands, prisoned. Shun Zichuan's active fingertips slide in Xiao Qie's tiger's mouth, like praise and encouragement. He was so dangerous and deadly, slightly confused eyes against Xiao Qie's cheek. Power was trampled underfoot, and two people crushed it, immersed in the hot tide. Those disputes were far from visible, and they have since become dependent. Symbiosis. The author has something to say. 1. From Lu Mengjing's maxim, the whole story applies the Ming system, the local system has become a state control, and the writing style in the Qing system has been mixed, aggravating the role of the staff group. Lazy on many details that need to be exquisite, not rigorous, the plot is mainly cool to himself. The budget was wrong every time, and the closing time was beyond imagination. The outline is finished when there is only one page left. Each line is mixed and detailed writing is laborious. It is still a problem to make a detailed choice. I often feel that it can be written in one breath, and it is really far away. In the later stage, he tried his best to restrain the sensation when the character exited, and the foreshadowing he wrote was no longer repeated, but still not so satisfied. A lot of suggestions were received during the serialization. Thank you very much. The 3 volumes generally feel good, with stuttering, but the enthusiasm is always high, and the rest period after the completion of other issues will be pondered. It is best to save the next copy to avoid asking for leave.